Nuclear War Survival Skills Mail Home. Edition Notes. Updated and expanded 1987 edition. Introduction to Nuclear War Survival Skills. Top Previous Next. Updated and expanded 1987 edition. The purpose of this book is to provide Americans and other unprepared people with information and self-help instructions that will significantly increase their chances of surviving a nuclear attack. It brings together field-tested instructions that, if followed by a large fraction of Americans during a crisis that precedes an attack, could save millions of lives. The author is convinced that the vulnerability especially of Americans to nuclear threat or attack must be reduced and that the wide dissemination of the information contained in this book will help preserve peace with freedom. Underlying the advocacy of Americans learning these down-to-earth survival skills is the belief that if one prepares for the worst is less likely to happen. Effective American civil defense preparations would reduce the probability of nuclear blackmail and war. Yet in our world of increasing dangers, it is significant that the United States spends much less per capita on civil defense than many other countries. The United States annual funding is about 50 cents per capita, and only a few cents of this is spent on war-related civil defense. Unless U.S. civil defense policies are improved, you are unlikely to receive from official sources much of the survival information given in this book. Over 400,000 copies of the Oak Ridge National Laboratory original 1979 edition of Nuclear War Survival Skills have been sold by various private publishers. A few additions and modifications, some helpful and others harmful, were made in several of these private printings. This updated and expanded edition is needed because of changes in nuclear weapons and strategies between 1979 and 1987, and because of improvements in self-help survival equipment and instructions. The 1987 edition provides current information on how the Soviet Union's continuing deployment of smaller, more accurate, more numerous warheads should affect your shelter building and evacuation plans. In the first chapter, the myths and facts about the consequences of a massive nuclear attack are discussed. 2 post-1979 myths have been added. The myth of blinding post-attack increased ultraviolet sunlight, and the myth of unsurvivable, nuclear winter, along with refuting facts. A new chapter, Permanent Family Fallout Shelters for Dual Use, has been added, because the author has received many requests for instructions for building permanent small shelters better and less expensive than those described in official civil defense handouts. Another new chapter, Trans-Pacific Fallout, tells how to reduce radiation dangers that you will face if one or more nations use nuclear weapons, but none are exploded on America. Improved instructions are given for making and using a KFM, based on the findings of numerous builders since 1979. The KFM still is the only accurate and dependable fallout radiation meter that millions of average people can make for themselves in a few hours, using only common household materials if they have these improved instructions with patterns. Field-tested instructions for easily made directional fans, the simplest means for pumping air, have been added to the Ventilation and Cooling of Shelters chapter. Also included in this book are scores of other new facts and updatings likely to help save lives if nuclear war strikes. A new appendix gives instructions for a home-makeable plywood double-action piston pump, inspired by a wooden air pump the author saw being used in China in 1982. This first-of-its-kind book is primarily a compilation and summary of civil defense measures developed at Oak Ridge National Laboratory and elsewhere over the past 24 years, and field-tested by typical untrained Americans in many states, from Florida to Washington. The reader is urged to make at least some of these low-cost preparations before a crisis arises. The main emphasis, however, is on survival preparations that could be made in the last few days of a worsening crisis. The author wrote the original, uncopyrighted Nuclear War Survival Skills while working as a research engineer at Oak Ridge National Laboratory. As a result, he has no proprietary rights and has gotten nothing but satisfaction from past sales. Nor will he gain materially from future sales, as can be judged by reading his copyright notice covering this edition. Civil defense professionals and others concerned with providing better self-help survival information can reproduce parts or all of this 1987 edition without getting permission from anyone, provided they comply with the terms of the copyright notice. Book page 1. Top previous next. Introduction to Nuclear War Survival Skills. By Edward Teller, January 14, 1994. With the collapse of the Soviet Union, the unimaginable catastrophe of all-out nuclear war has become truly improbable. At the same time, this unexpected event taught a lesson. Being prepared for trouble may help to eliminate the source of trouble. Perhaps, after all, the atomic age might become a happy age. Possible but not yet probable. Proliferation of nuclear weapons is more of a danger than ever before. But the danger is now different. What may happen is still horrible, but it is no longer a catastrophe beyond our power of describing it or preventing it. As long as the superpowers faced each other with tens of thousands of megaton-class weapons, any defense seemed insufficient. It was a palliative of unclear war. It played more of a role as part of the deterrent. To many of us it seemed to be a necessity. But in efforts to convince the general public we made little progress. The question could not be resolved by reason alone. The problem of ideological conflict is disappearing. The problem of a violent dictator is still with us. With weapons of mass destruction he could do enormous damage. Furthermore, the proliferation of ballistic missiles is not a possibility but a frightening and growing reality. But we are now no longer facing tens of thousands of weapons. We need to worry about at most hundreds. Defense, therefore, has become a rational possibility. But if defense is possible, it is also most important for four connected but, at the same time, distinct reasons. One is that in the case of war, defense may save many thousands, maybe even millions of lives. I do not disagree with those who say that the main problem is to prevent war itself. I do disagree when prevention of war is considered the only problem. The second reason is that defense helps to prevent proliferation of weapons of aggression. If defense is neglected, these weapons of attack become effective. They become available and desirable in the eyes of an imperialist dictator, even if his means are limited. Weapons of mass destruction could become equalizers between nations big and small, highly developed and primitive, if defense is neglected. If defense is developed and if it is made available for general prevention of war, weapons of aggression will become less desirable. Thus defense makes war itself less probable. The third reason is of a most general character. One psychological defense mechanism against danger is to forget about it. This attitude is as common as it is disastrous. It may turn a limited danger into a fatal difficulty. The last and most important reason is that the world has become thoroughly interdependent and the time has come for the positive use of this interdependence. International cooperation is obviously difficult. It lacks any tradition. It is best started by modest activities that are obviously in everyone's interest. War prevention by defense seems to be a good candidate for such cooperation. This would be particularly true if the effort would be both modest and effective. This book is an excellent example of an international initiative that with a minimal effort could have a maximal beneficial effect. It describes simple procedures of individual defensive measures which should be used in many areas of danger, including those where it is wrongly believed that defense is impossible. It can be used in advanced countries and in countries at an early stage of development. Electronics makes the book available throughout the world. This book will not satisfy the demands of those who are interested only in final solutions. Indeed, I do not believe that final solutions exist. The more important and difficult a problem is, the more it becomes evident that the answer lies in a careful development consisting of small steps. This book prepares us, throughout the world, for one of the small steps that must be taken if the 21st century is to escape the curse of war. Copyright 2000 Nuclear War Survival Skills. Also see the New Expedient Shelter book. Requires the DJVU plugin. NWSS contents. Cover. Addition notes. Table of contents. Book order form. Forward. About the author. Acknowledgements. Introduction. Ch. 1. The dangers. Ch. 2. Warnings. And Ch. 3. Psychologic. Ch. 4. Evacuation. Ch. 5. Shelter. Ch. 6. Ventilation. Ch. 7. Protection. Ch. 8. Water. Ch. 9. Food. Ch. 10. Fallout. Raw. ch. 11. Light. ch. 12. Shelter saw. ch. 13. Surviving. ch. 14. Expedient. ch. 15. Improvised. ch. 16. Minimum PR. ch. 17. Permanent. ch. 18. Transpachi. App. Instructio. App. 8.1. Door COV. App. 8.2. Pole COV. App. 8.3. Small PO. App. 8.4. Abovegrow. App. 8.5. Abovegrow. App. 8.6. Above GR. App. B. How to mock. App. C. A. Homemade. App. D. Expedient. App. E. How to mock. App. F. Providing. Selected references. Selected index. Graphics. Nuclear War Survival Skills Mail Home. Table of Contents. Foreword by Dr. Edward Teller. 6 About the author by Dr. Eugene P. Wigner. 10 Acknowledgements. 12 Introduction. 14. Chapter 1 The Dangers from Nuclear Weapons. Myths and Facts. 21 Chapter 2 Psychological Preparations. 31 Chapter 3 Warnings and Communications. 33 Chapter 4 Evacuation. 40 Chapter 5 Shelter. The Greatest Need. 49 Chapter 6 Ventilation and Cooling of Shelters. 65 Chapter 7 Protection Against Fires and Carbon Monoxide. 81 Chapter 8 Water. 85 Chapter 9 Food. 95 Chapter 10 Fallout Radiation Meters. 119 Chapter 11 Light. 127 Chapter 12 Shelter Sanitation and Preventive Medicine. 130 Chapter 13 Surviving Without Doctors. 136 Chapter 14 Expedient Shelter Furnishings. 149 Chapter 15 Improvised Clothing and Protective Items. 156 Chapter 16 Minimum Pre-Crisis Preparations. 164 Chapter 17 Permanent Family Fallout Shelters for Dual Use. 167 Chapter 18 Trans-Pacific Fallout. 188 Appendices. Instructions for 6 expedient fallout shelters. 193A.1 Door covered trench shelter. 198A.2 Pole covered trench shelter. 203A.3 Small pole shelter. 208A.4 Above ground door covered shelter. 215A.5 Above ground ridgepole shelter. 221A.6 Above ground crib walled shelter. 228B How to make and use a home EMIDE shelter ventilating pump. The CAP 234CA homemade fallout meter, the KFM How to make and use it. 253. D expedient blast shelters. 284E How to make and use a homemade plywood double action piston pump and filter. 300. F means for providing improved natural ventilation and daylight to a shelter with an emergency exit. 319. Selected references. 323 Selected index. 326. Copyright 2000 Nuclear War Survival Skills. Also see the New Expedient Shelter book. Requires the DJVU plugin. NWSS Contents. Cover. Addition Notes. Table of Contents. Book Order Form. Forward. About the author. Acknowledgements. Introduction. Ch. 1. The Dangers. Ch. 2. Warnings and Ch. 3. Psychologic. Ch. 4. Evacuation. Ch. 5. Shelter. Ch. 6. Ventilation. Ch. 7. Protection. Ch. 8. Water. Ch. 9. Food. Ch. 10. Fallout raw. Ch. 11. Light. Ch. 12. Shelter saw. Ch. 13. Surviving. Ch. 14. Expedient. Ch. 15. Improvised. Ch. 16. Minimum PR. Ch. 17. Permanent. Ch. 18. Transpachi. App. Instructio. App. 8.1. Door COV. App. 8.2. Pole COV. App. 8.3. Small PO. App. 8.4. Abovegrow. App. 8.5. Abovegrow. App. 8.6. Above GR. App. B. How to mock. App. C. A. Homemade. App. D. Expedient. App. E. How to mock. App. F. Providing. Selected references. Selected index. Graphics. Nuclear War Survival Skills. Mail Home. Book order form. Nuclear War Survival Skills. Jungle Snaffus and Remedies. Biographical information and unique qualifications. Top previous next. Nuclear War Survival Skills. This book should be in every American home and place of business. It should be a part of all civilian and military defense preparations. In this nuclear age, prior preparation and knowledge are the primary elements of survival during nuclear war, biological and chemical attack, and other man-made or natural disasters. This book provides that essential knowledge. It is published on a nonprofit, non-royalty basis by the Oregon Institute of Science and Medicine, a 501(c)(3) public foundation. These low prices also are made possible by continuing donations to the Oregon Institute of Science and Medicine given specifically to help meet the cost of publication and wide distribution of this updated and enlarged edition. Nuclear War Survival Skills is available postage paid within the United States at the following prices. 1 copy $19.75. 5 copies $85. 10 copies $150. 100 copies $1,250. Larger quantities quoted on request. I understand I will receive, as a bonus, the 2 latest issues of Access to Energy. Books are sent book rate, allow 4 to 6 weeks for delivery. Include an extra $35 for express delivery on a single copy. Please send me Nuclear War Survival Skills books. Blank. Copies I enclose payment of $. Blank. Please send me more information about civil defense. Blank. I also am enclosing a tax-deductible contribution in the amount of $. Blank. Name. Blank. Underscore. Blank. Address underscore. Blank. Underscore. Blank. City. State. Zip underscore. Blank. Underscore. Blank. Oregon Institute of Science and Medicine. P.O. Box 1279. Cave Junction, Oregon 97523. The Oregon Institute of Science and Medicine, which distributes extensive written, audio, and video information on expedient and permanent civil defense procedures and preparations, has produced a series of 4 videotapes in which the field-tested instructions in nuclear war survival skills and facts about nuclear weapons effects are demonstrated by civil defense volunteers, including demonstrations and explanations by Cresson Kearny. Shelter construction and ventilation, water purification, food preparation, radiation monitoring and many other life-saving procedures. These essential survival skills are performed just as they would be to save lives in a real nuclear emergency. This is 6 hours of video viewing that should be experienced by every American family. Part 1. Expedient blast and radiation shelters, 102 minutes. Part 2. Shelter ventilation and various other survival skills, 78 minutes. Part 3. Home makeable and commercial fallout radiation meters, 117 minutes. Part 4. Nuclear war facts as told to teenagers, 74 minutes. Complete set 4 parts 4 tapes. $95 VHS, $105 beta each tape alone. $29.50 VHS, $32 beta. Nuclear war survival skills video tapes. Part 1. $_$29.50 VHS $_$32 beta. Part 2. $_$29.50 VHS $_$32 beta. Part 3. $$29.50 VHS $_$32 beta. Part 4. $$29.50 VHS $_$32 beta. Set of all 4 tapes. $_$95 VHS $_$105 beta. The first enclose payment of $. Blank. Please send me more information about civil defense. Blank. I also am enclosing a tax-deductible contribution in the amount of $. Blank. Name. Blank. Blank. Address blank. Blank. City. State. Zip blank. Blank. Oregon Institute of Science and Medicine. P.O. Box 1279, Cave Junction, Oregon 97523. Book page 3. Top previous next. Jungle Snaffus and Remedies. By Cresson Kearny. This is a new book recently published by the Oregon Institute of Science and Medicine. Here are some reviews. Throughout the military history of the American people, the qualities that have contributed most to winning battles have been the ability and the willingness of its combat leaders to innovate and solve unexpected problems with ingenuity and creativity. Jungle's Snaffus and Remedies provides an amazing revelation of first-hand stories and anecdotes that enable the reader to gain ideas and examples of how imaginative thinking by combat leaders can avoid disasters, save lives, and win battles. The book is a fun read and covers many areas unrelated to jungles. I strongly recommend that all leaders, especially those in infantry and special operations units, read this fascinating collection of combat wisdom. John K. Singlaub. Major General U.S. Army, Ret. World-ranging fighter in defense of freedom. This is the record of a large part of a lifetime devoted to detecting things that went wrong, often fatally, for the foot-slogging soldier in America's 20th century wars, and inventing canny ways to set them right. This anecdotally rich work is essential for soldiers who would like a better chance if there is a next time, and interesting for those who merely enjoy learning new things. Howard K. Smith. Outstanding war correspondent and TV news commentator. This book includes descriptions of much of the combat-proven equipment, ranging from lightweight breath-inflated boats and individual flotation devices to cool mosquito-protective uniforms, that again should be produced and issued to American soldiers. Teams from my jungle platoon needed such equipment when reconnoitering some 40 Japanese-held islands and destroying installations. Nor would all 11 Rangers of the team I commanded have been drowned off Omaha Beach had they had the breath-inflated bladders issued late in World War II to many thousands of our soldiers fighting Japanese invaders. Garroge C. Ferguson, who was awarded 12 Purple Hearts before being made the Command Sergeant Major of CONRAC. This book is dedicated to American infantrymen, who in our future wars will continue to pay the greatest costs. Jungle Snaffus and Remedies is available postage paid within the United States at the following prices. 1 copy $29.95. I understand I will receive, as a bonus, the 2 latest issues of Access to Energy. Books are sent book rate, allow 4 to 6 weeks for delivery. Include an extra $35 for express delivery. Please send me Jungle Snaffus and Remedies, blank, copies. I enclose payment of $blank. Name, blank, underscore, blank, address underscore, blank, underscore, blank, city, state, zip underscore, blank, underscore, blank. Oregon Institute of Science and Medicine, P.O. Box 1279, Cave Junction, Oregon 97523. Top previous next. Biographical information and unique qualifications. Cresson H. Kearny's background and life uniquely qualified him to write Jungle Snaffus and Remedies. It is the only book that gives a comprehensive account of personal equipment and basic weapons used in combat primarily by foot soldiers, especially by generations of American infantrymen. A high plateau of Kearny's life was his 4 years of service as the first and only jungle experiments officer in the Panama Mobile Force or in any other organization. That service began 8 months before Pearl Harbor, shortly after he demonstrated his assemblage of jungle equipment to Major General Walter E. Prosser, commanding general of the Panama Mobile Force. Prosser had him ordered from Texas, where he was an Army Reserve First Lieutenant of Infantry in the Army's 2nd Division, to become Jungle Experiments Officer of the Panama Mobile Force. Lieutenant Kearny's ability to attract the interest of high-ranking generals and gain their support was a result of a concept he developed in Venezuelan jungles when working as an exploration geologist for Standard Oil. He conceived whole regiments of American jungle soldiers receiving excellent jungle boots, clothing, lightweight, ready-to-eat rations, jungle hammocks, insect repellents, medicines to prevent tropical infections, and waterproof bags to keep their gear dry, all better than those bought by or issued to Standard Oil's best-equipped jungle exploration geologists. Plus breath-inflated individual flotation gear and many very lightweight breath-inflated boats, prototypes of which he had made in Texas before demonstrating his specialized jungle equipment and explaining his tactical concepts to Major General Prosser. The greatest blessing in Cresson Kearny's life, falling in love for life with beautiful May Willacy Eskridge, mother of their 5 children, was an immediate result of the demonstration he gave to Major General Prosser of the prototype of his breath-inflated boat. This unexpected stroke of good fortune is recounted in the 2nd chapter of his wide-ranging book. Machetes and other fighting knives, archaic weapons that are fascinating to Kearny and many others, are described in one bloody chapter. That chapter features his friend Command Sergeant Major George C. Ferguson, more experienced in machete and other knife fights than any other American soldier. Ferguson was decorated with 12 Purple Hearts. Kearny succeeded in equipping every soldier in the 1st Jungle platoons with an 18-inch machete. He bought those machetes with funds that Lieutenant General Frank Andrews, CG of the Caribbean Defense Command, made available to him. That issue of machetes led to the Army buying tens of thousands of machetes. Machetes replaced the Army's few heavy, less useful bolos, copies of the fighting knives of fierce Moro tribesmen in the Philippines. Kearny conceived, made, and reported in his book on the first device proved in a field test to be effective for reducing the deadliness of fuel-air explosion (FI) weapons. Stingers, shoulder-fired, heat-seeking anti-aircraft rockets, are described, as are javelins, the remarkable new shoulder-fired tank destroyers. Kearny's official work on jungle equipment ended in 1944 when he volunteered to become a demolition and sabotage officer with the Office for Strategic Services, OSS. He served in war-torn China for several months before our atom bombs ended World War II. Major General Stephen Watts Kearny, who commanded the 1st United States Dragoons in 1834-1846, greatly improved the basic equipment, uniforms, transport, and tactics of U.S. cavalry. Learning about those successes of young Cresson Kearny's most illustrious military ancestor helped him believe he had a fair chance of improving the equipment and tactics of American jungle infantrymen in World War II. This book recounts Lieutenant Kearny's successes and failures. The author's privileged boyhood contributed significantly to his ability to write this book. Born on January 7, 1914 in San Antonio, Texas, he was an experienced hunter of small game before he killed his first buck when 7 years old. At Texas Military Institute, the best secondary school in Texas in the 1930s, he became the commanding officer of the Cadet Corps, a champion runner and rifle shot, and valedictorian of his class. His jungle experiences began when he was a 13-year-old visiting his uncle Charles C. Cresson, then a major serving in the Philippines. Kearny's higher education included taking a civil engineering degree at Princeton University, where he graduated with highest honors in 1937. He was awarded a Rhodes Scholarship to Oxford, where he received 2 degrees in geology. Those and subsequent distinctions including early promotion to major, and being awarded the Legion of Merit for his accomplishments during World War II and the Decoration for Distinguished Civilian Service received after the Vietnam War have enabled him to have a wide choice of work opportunities. This despite being unable to hold a job during several incapacitating recurrences of a polio-like viral infection, as yet undiagnosed, which he contracted in China late in World War II. Nuclear War Survival Skills, a detailed book on self-help civil defense, was initially published and distributed in 1979 by Oak Ridge National Laboratory. It is Kearny's most influential book. It gives detailed information primarily on what typical Americans can do for themselves to improve their chances of surviving a nuclear attack or accident. That book has instructions with dimension patterns, including ones for building home-makeable shelter ventilating pumps and the only accurate home-makeable fallout radiation meter. Those life-preserving devices use only materials found in practically all American towns. Both were invented and developed by Kearny. By 1998 over 400,000 copies of his book had been produced and sold by non-government organizations. In 1998 the Oregon Institute of Science and Medicine, OISM, was selling copies of its 3rd printing of that 282-page book for $19.75, postage paid to all addresses with United States zip codes. OISM's address is P.O. Box 1279, Cave Junction, Oregon 97523. In 1998, Cresson H. and May E. Kearny still were living on their farm home Ma Mountain Valley in western Colorado. At 84, Cresson hopes to continue his unpaid work resurrecting and improving needed defense and survival equipment. Copyright 2000 Nuclear War Survival Skills. Also see the New Expedient Shelter book. Requires the DJVU plugin. NWSS Contents. Cover. Addition Notes. Table of Contents Book Order Form Forward. About the Author Acknowledgements Introduction. Ch. 1. The Dangers. Ch. 2. Warnings and Ch. 3. Psychologic. Ch. 4. Evacuation. Ch. 5. Shelter. Th. Ch. 6. Ventilation. Ch. 7. Protection. Ch. 8. Water. Ch. 9. Food. Ch. 10. Fallout raw. Ch. 11. Light. Ch. 12. Shelter saw. Ch. 13. Surviving. Ch. 14. Expedient. Ch. 15. Improvised. Ch. 16. Minimum PR. Ch. 17. Permanent. Ch. 18. Trans-Pachi. App. Instructio. App. 8.1. Door COV. App. 8.2. Pole COV. App. 8.3. Small PO. App. 8.4. AboveGrow. App. 8.5. AboveGrow. App. 8.6. AboveGR. App. B. How to Mock. App. C. A. Homemade. App. D. Expedient. App. E. How to Mock. App. F. Providing. Selected references. Selected index. Graphics. Nuclear War Survival Skills. Mail Home. Forward. There are two diametrically opposite views on civil defense. Russian official policy holds that civil defense is feasible even in a nuclear war. American official policy, or at any rate the implementation of that policy, is based on the assumption that civil defense is useless. The Russians, having learned a bitter lesson in the Second World War, have bent every effort to defend their people under all circumstances. They are spending several $billion per year on this activity. They have effective plans to evacuate their cities before they let loose a nuclear strike. They have strong shelters for the people who must remain in the cities. They are building up protected food reserves to tide them over a critical period. All this may mean that in a nuclear exchange, which we must try to avoid or to deter, the Russian deaths would probably not exceed 10 million. Tragic as such a figure is, the Russian nation would survive. If they succeed in eliminating the United States, they can commandeer food, machinery and manpower from the rest of the world. They could recover rapidly. They would have attained their goal, world domination. In the American view, the Russian plan is unfeasible. Those who argue on this side point out the great power of nuclear weapons. In this they are right. Their argument is particularly impressive in its psychological effect. But this argument has never been backed up by a careful quantitative analysis which takes into account the planned dispersal and sheltering of the Russian population and the other measures which the Russians have taken and those to which they are committed. That evacuation of our own citizens can be extremely useful if we see that the Russians are evacuating is simple common sense. With the use of American automobiles, an evacuation could be faster and more effective than is possible in Russia. To carry it out, we need not resort to the totalitarian methods of the Iron Curtain countries. It will suffice to warn our people and advise them where to go, how to protect themselves. The Federal Emergency Management Administration contains the beginnings on which such a policy might be built. The present book does not, and indeed cannot, make the assumption that such minimal yet extremely useful government guidance will be available. Instead, it outlines the skills that individuals or groups of individuals can learn and apply in order to improve their chances of survival. This book is not a description of civil defense. It is a guide to stopgap civil defense which individuals could carry out for themselves, if need be, with no expenditures by our government. It fills the gap between the ineffective civil defense that we have today and the highly effective survival preparations that we could and should have a few years from now. However, if we go no further than what we can do on the basis of this book, then the United States cannot survive a major nuclear war. Yet this book, besides being realistic and objectively correct, serves two extremely important purposes. One is, it will help to save lives. The second purpose is to show that with relatively inexpensive governmental guidance and supplies, an educated American public could, indeed, defend itself. We could survive a nuclear war and remain a nation. This is an all-important goal. Its most practical aspect lies in the fact that the men in the Kremlin are cautious. If they cannot count on destroying us, they probably will never launch their nuclear arsenal against us. Civil defense is at once the most peaceful and the most effective deterrent of nuclear war. Some may argue that the Russians could evacuate again and thus, by forcing us into similar moves, exhaust us. I believe that in reality they would anger us sufficiently so that we would rearm in earnest. That is not what the Russians want to accomplish. Others may say that the Russians could strike without previous evacuation. This could result in heavy losses on their part which, I hope, they will not risk. Civil defense as here described will not eliminate the danger of nuclear war. It will considerably diminish its probability. This book takes a long overdue step in educating the American people. It does not suggest that survival is easy. It does not prove that national survival is possible. But it can save lives and it will stimulate thought and action which will be crucial in our two main purposes, to preserve freedom and to avoid war. Edward Teller. Book page 2. Copyright 2000 Nuclear War Survival Skills. Also see the New Expedient Shelter book. Requires the DJVU plugin. NWSS Contents. Cover. Edition Notes. Table of Contents Book Order Form Forward. About the author Acknowledgements Introduction. Ch. 1. The Dangers. Ch. 2. Warnings and Ch. 3. Psychologic. Ch. 4. Evacuation. Ch. 5. Shelter. Ch. 6. Ventilation. Ch. 7. Protection. Ch. 8. Water. Ch. 9. Food. Ch. 10. Fallout raw. Ch. 11. Light. Ch. 12. Shelter saw. Ch. 13. Surviving. Ch. 14. Expedient. Ch. 15. Improvised. Ch. 16. Minimum PR. Ch. 17. Permanent. Ch. 18. Transpachi. App. Instructio. App. 8.1. Door COV. App. 8.2. Pole COV. App. 8.3. Small PO. App. 8.4. Abovegrow. App. 8.5. Abovegrow. App. 8.6. Above GR. App. B. How to mock. App. C. A. Homemade. App. D. Expedient. App. E. How to mock. App. F. Providing. Selected references. Selected index. Graphics. Nuclear War Survival Skills Mail Home. About the author. When the U.S. Atomic Energy Commission authorized me in 1964 to initiate the Civil Defense Project at Oak Ridge National Laboratory, one of the first researchers I recruited was Cresson Kearny. Most of his life has been preparation, unplanned and planned, for writing this guide to help people unfamiliar with the effects of nuclear weapons improve their chances of surviving a nuclear attack. During the past 15 years he has done an unequaled amount of practical field work on basic survival problems, without always conforming to the changing civil defense doctrine. After I returned to my professional duties at Princeton in 1966, the civil defense effort at Oak Ridge National Laboratory was first headed by James C. Bressi, and is now headed by Conrad V. Chester. Both have wholeheartedly supported Kearny's down-to-earth research, and Chester was not only a co-developer of several of the survival items described in this book, but also participated in the planning of the experiments testing them. Kearny's concern with nuclear war dangers began while he was studying for his degree in civil engineering at Princeton. He graduated summa cum laude in 1937. His Princeton studies had already acquainted him with the magnitude of an explosion in which nuclear energy is liberated, then only a theoretical possibility. After winning a Rhodes Scholarship, Kearny earned 2 degrees in geology at Oxford. Still before the outbreak of World War II, he observed the effective preparations made in England to reduce the effects of aerial attacks. He had a deep aversion to dictatorship, whether from the right or left, and during the Munich crisis he acted as a courier for an underground group helping anti-Nazis escape from Czechoslovakia. Following graduation from Oxford, Kearny did geological exploration work in the Andes of Peru and in the jungles of Venezuela. He has traveled also in Mexico, China, and the Philippines. A year before Pearl Harbor, realizing that the United States would soon be at war and that our jungle troops should have at least as good personal equipment, food, and individual medical supplies as do exploration geologists, he quit his job with the Standard Oil Company of Venezuela, returned to the United States, and went on active duty as an infantry reserve lieutenant. Kearny was soon assigned to Panama as the Jungle Experiment Officer of the Panama Mobile Force. In that capacity he was able to improve or invent, and then thoroughly jungle test, much of the specialized equipment and rations used by our jungle infantrymen in World War II. For this work he was promoted to major and awarded the Legion of Merit. To take his chances in combat, in 1944 the author volunteered for duty with the Office of Strategic Services. As a demolition specialist helping to limit the Japanese invasion then driving into the wintry mountains of southern China, he saw mass starvation and death firsthand. The experiences gained in this capacity also resulted in an increased understanding of both the physical and emotional problems of people whose country is under attack. Worry about the increasing dangers of nuclear war and America's lack of civil defense caused the author in 1961 to consult Herman Kahn, a leading nuclear strategist. Kahn, who was at that time forming a nonprofit war research organization, the Hudson Institute, offered him work as a research analyst. 2 years of civil defense research in this think tank made the author much more knowledgeable of survival problems. In 1964 he joined the Oak Ridge Civil Defense Project, and since then Oak Ridge has been Kearny's base of operations, except for 2 years during the height of the Vietnam War. For his Vietnam work on combat equipment, and also for his contributions to preparations for improving survivability in the event of a nuclear war, he received the Army's Decoration for Distinguished Civilian Service in 1972. This book draws extensively on Kearny's understanding of the problems of civil defense acquired as a result of his own field testing of shelters and other survival needs, and also from an intensive study of the serious civil defense preparations undertaken by other countries, including Switzerland, Sweden, the USSR, and China. He initiated and edited the Oak Ridge National Laboratory translations of Soviet civil defense handbooks and of a Chinese manual, and gained additional knowledge from these new sources. Trips to England, Europe, and Israel also expanded his information on survival measures, which contributed to the nuclear war survival skills. However, the book advocates principally those do-it-yourself instructions that field tests have proved to be practical. Signature: Eugene P. Wigner, physicist, Nobel laureate, and the only surviving initiator of the nuclear age. May, 1979. Book page 4. Copyright 2000 Nuclear War Survival Skills. Also see the New Expedient Shelter book. Requires the DJVU plugin. NWSS Contents. Cover. Addition Notes. Table of Contents Book Order Form Forward. About the author Acknowledgements Introduction. Ch. 1. The Dangers. Ch. 2. Warnings and Ch. 3. Psychologic. Ch. 4. Evacuation. Ch. 5. Shelter. Ch. 6. Ventilation. Ch. 7. Protection. Ch. 8. Water. Ch. 9. Food. Ch. 10. Fallout raw. Ch. 11. Light. Ch. 12. Shelter saw. Ch. 13. Surviving. Ch. 14. Expedient. Ch. 15. Improvised. Ch. 16. Minimum PR. Ch. 17. Permanent. Ch. 18. Trans-Pachi. App. Instructio. App. 8.1. Door COV. App. 8.2. Pole COV. App. 8.3. Small PO. App. 8.4. Abovegrow. App. 8.5. Abovegrow. App. 8.6. Above GR. App. B. How to mock. App. C. A. Homemade. App. D. Expedient. App. E. How to mock. App. F. Providing. Selected references. Selected index. Graphics. Nuclear War Survival Skills Mail Home. Acknowledgements. The author takes this opportunity to thank the following persons for their special contributions, without many of which it would have been impossible to have written this book. L. Joe Deal, James L. Liverman, and W. W. Schroebel for the essential support they made possible over the years, first by the U.S. Atomic Energy Commission, next by the Energy Research and Development Administration, and then by the Department of Energy. This support was the basis of the laboratory work and field testing that produced most of the survival instructions developed between 1964 and 1979, given in this book. Mr. Schroebel also reviewed early and final drafts and made a number of improvements. John A. Oxier, Ph.D., health physicist, who for years was director of the Industrial Safety and Applied Health Physics Division, Oak Ridge National Laboratory, ORNL, for manuscript review and especially for checking statements regarding the effects of radiation on people. Conrad V. Chester, Ph.D., chemical engineer, civil defense researcher, developer of improved defenses against exotic weapons and unconventional attacks, nuclear strategist, and currently group leader, Emergency Planning Group, ORNL, for advice and many contributions, starting with the initial organization of material and continuing through all the drafts of the original and this edition. William K. Chipman, LLD, Office of Civil Preparedness, Federal Emergency Management Agency, for review in 1979 of the final draft of the original ORNL edition. George A. Christie, M.S., who for many years was a chemical engineer and civil defense researcher at ORNL, for contributions to the planning of the original edition and editing of early drafts. K. B. Franz, Ph.D., nutritionist, associate professor, Food Science and Nutrition Department, Brigham Young University, for information and advice used extensively in the food chapter. Samuel Gladstone, Ph.D., physical chemist and the leading authority on the effects of nuclear weapons, for overall review and constructive recommendations, especially regarding simplified explanations of the effects of nuclear weapons. Karsten M. Holland, M.S., physicist and civil defense researcher at ORNL, for scientific advice and mathematical computations of complex nuclear phenomena. Robert H. Kupperman, Ph.D., physicist, in 1979 the chief scientist, U.S. Arms Control and Disarmament Agency, Department of State, for review of the final draft of the 1979. David B. Nelson, Ph.D., electrical engineer and mathematician, for years a civil defense and thermonuclear energy researcher at ORNL, an authority on electromagnetic pulse (EMP) problems, for manuscript review and contributions to sections on electromagnetic pulse phenomena, fallout monitoring instruments, and communications. Louis V. Spencer, Ph.D., for many years a physicist with the Radiation Physics Division, Center for Radiation Research, National Bureau of Standards, for his calculations and advice regarding needed improvements in the design of blast shelters to assure adequate protection of occupants against excessive exposure to initial nuclear radiation. Edward Teller, Ph.D., nuclear physicist, leading inventor of offensive and defensive weapons, a strong supporter of civil defense at Oak Ridge National Laboratory and worldwide, for contributing the foreword, originally written for the American Security Council 1980 edition, and for his urging which motivated the author to work on this 1987 edition. Eugene P. Wigner, Ph.D., physicist and mathematician, Nobel laureate, professor emeritus of theoretical physics, Princeton University, a principal initiator of the nuclear age and a prominent leader of the civil defense movement, for encouraging the writing of the original edition of this book, contributing the About the Author section, and improving drafts, especially of the appendix on expedient blast shelters. Edwin N. York, M.S., nuclear physicist, senior research engineer, Boeing Aerospace Company, designer of blast protective structures for overall review and recommendations, particularly those based on his extensive participation in nuclear and conventional blast tests, and for improving both the original and this edition. Civil defense officials in Washington and several states for information concerning strengths and weaknesses of official civil defense preparations. Helen C. Jernigan for editing the 1979 manuscript, and especially for helping to clarify technical details for non-technical readers. May E. Kearny for her continuing help in editing, and for improving the index. Ruby N. Thurmer for advice and assistance with editing the original edition. Marjorie E. Fish for her work on the photographs and drawings. Janet Sprouse for typing and typesetting the editions in the 1987 edition. Book page 5. Copyright 2000 Nuclear War Survival Skills. Also see the New Expedient Shelter book. Requires the DJVU plugin. NWSS contents. Cover. Edition notes. Table of contents. Book order form. Forward. About the author. Acknowledgements. Introduction. Ch. 1. The dangers. Ch. 2. Warnings and Ch. 3. Psychologic. Ch. 4. Evacuation. Ch. 5. Shelter. Ch. 6. Ventilation. Ch. 7. Protection. Ch. 8. Water. Ch. 9. Food. Ch. 10. Fallout. Raw. Ch. 11. Light. Ch. 12. Shelter. Saw. Ch. 13. Surviving. Ch. 14. Expedient. Ch. 15. Improvised. Ch. 16. Minimum PR. Ch. 17. Permanent. Ch. 18. Trans-Pachi. App. Instructio. App. 8.1. Door COV. App. 8.2. Pole COV. App. 8.3. Small PO. App. 8.4. AboveGrow. App. 8.5. AboveGrow. App. 8.6. AboveGR. App. B. How to mock. App. C. A. Homemade. App. D. Expedient. App. E. How to mock. App. F. Providing. Selected references. Selected index. Graphics. Nuclear War Survival Skills. Mail Home. Introduction. Self-help. Civil defense. Your best hope of surviving a nuclear war in this century is self-help civil defense. Knowing the basic facts about nuclear weapon effects and what you, your family, and small groups can do to protect yourselves. Our government continues to downgrade war-related survival preparations and spends only a few cents a year to protect each American against possible war dangers. During the 10 years or more before the Strategic Defense Initiative, Star Wars, weapons can be invented, developed and deployed. Self-help civil defense will continue to be your main hope of surviving if we suffer a nuclear attack. Most Americans hope that Star Wars will lead to the deployment of new weapons capable of destroying attacking missiles and warheads in flight. However, no defensive system can be made leak-proof. If Star Wars, presently only a research project, leads to a deployed defensive system, then self-help civil defense will be a vital part of our hoped-for, truly defensive system to prevent aggressions and to reduce losses if deterrence fails. Purpose and scope of this book. This book is written for the majority of Americans who want to improve their chances of surviving a nuclear war. It brings together field-tested instructions that have enabled untrained Americans to make expedient fallout shelters, air pumps to ventilate and cool shelters, fallout meters, and other expedient life support equipment. Expedient, as used in civil defense work, describes equipment that can be made by untrained citizens in 48 hours or less, while guided solely by field-tested, written instructions and using only widely available materials and tools. Also described are expedient ways to remove even dissolved radioiodine from water, and to process and cook whole grains and soybeans, our main food reserves. Successive versions of these instructions have been used successfully by families working under simulated crisis conditions, and have been improved repeatedly by Oak Ridge National Laboratory civil defense researchers and others over a period of 14 years. These improved instructions are the heart of this updated 1987 edition of the original Oak Ridge National Laboratory Survival Book, first published in 1979. The average American has far too little information that would help him and his family and our country survive a nuclear attack, and many of his beliefs about nuclear war are both false and dangerous. Since the A-bomb blasted Hiroshima and hurled mankind into the nuclear age, only during a recognized crisis threatening nuclear war have most Americans been seriously interested in improving their chances of surviving a nuclear attack. Both during and following the Cuban Missile Crisis in 1962, millions of Americans built fallout shelters or tried to obtain survival information. At that time, most of the available survival information was inadequate, and dangerously faulty in some respects, as it still is in 1987. Widespread recognition of these civil defense shortcomings has contributed to the acceptance by most Americans of one or both of two false beliefs. One of these false beliefs is that nuclear war would be such a terrible catastrophe that it is an unthinkable impossibility. If this were true, there would be no logical reason to worry about nuclear war or to make preparations to survive a nuclear attack. The second false belief is that, if a nuclear war were to break out, it would be the end of mankind. If this were true, a rational person would not try to improve his chances of surviving the unsurvivable. This book gives facts that show these beliefs are false. History shows that once a weapon is invented, it remains ready for use in the arsenals of some nations and in time will be used. Researchers who have spent much time and effort learning the facts about effects of nuclear weapons now know that all-out nuclear war would not be the end of mankind or of civilization. Even if our country remained unprepared and were to be subjected to an all-out nuclear attack, many millions of Americans would survive and could live through the difficult post-attack years. Book page 6. Why you and your family and almost all other Americans are left unprotected hostages to the Soviet Union. Unknown to most Americans, our government lacks the defense capabilities that would enable the United States to stop being dependent on a uniquely American strategic policy called Mutual Assured Destruction, MAD. MAD maintains that if both the United States and Russia do not or cannot adequately protect their people and essential industries, then neither will attack the other. An influential minority of Americans still believe that protecting our citizens and our vital industries would accelerate the arms race and increase the risk of war. No wonder that President Reagan's advocacy of the Strategic Defense Initiative, derisively called Star Wars, is subjected to impassioned opposition by those who believe that peace is threatened even by research to develop new weapons designed to destroy weapons launched against us or our allies. No wonder that even a proposed small increase in funding for civil defense to save lives if deterrence fails arouses stronger opposition from MAD supporters than do most much larger expenditures for weapons to kill people. Russian, Swiss, and American civil defense. No nation other than the United States has advocated or adopted a strategy that purposely leaves its citizens unprotected hostages to its enemies. The rulers of the Soviet Union never have adopted a MAD strategy and continue to prepare the Russians to fight, survive, and win all types of wars. Almost all Russians have compulsory instruction to teach them about the effects of nuclear and other mass destruction weapons, and what they can do to improve their chances of surviving. Comprehensive preparations have been made for the crisis evacuation of urban Russians to rural areas, where they and rural Russians would make high protection factor expedient fallout shelters. Blast shelters to protect millions have been built in the cities and near factories where essential workers would continue production during a crisis. Wheat reserves and other foods for war survivors have been stored outside target areas. About 100,000 civil defense troops are maintained for control, rescue, and post-attack recovery duties. The annual per capita cost of Russian civil defense preparations, if made at costs equivalent to those in the United States, is variously estimated to be between $8 and $20. Switzerland has the best civil defense system, one that already includes blast shelters for over 85% of all its citizens. Swiss investment in this most effective kind of war risk insurance has continued steadily for decades. According to Dr. Fritz Sager, the vice director of Switzerland's civil defense, in 1984 the cost was the equivalent of $12.60 per capita. In contrast, our Federal Emergency Management Agency, that includes nuclear attack preparedness among its many responsibilities, will receive only about $126 million in fiscal 1987. This will amount to about 55 cents for each American. And only a small fraction of this pittance will be available for nuclear attack preparedness. Getting out better self-help survival instructions is about all that FEMA could afford to do to improve Americans' chances of surviving a nuclear war, unless FEMA's funding for war-related civil defense is greatly increased. Practicality of making survival preparations during a crisis. The emphasis in this book is on survival preparations that can be made in the last few days of a worsening crisis. However, the measures put into effect during such a crisis can be very much more effective if plans and some preparations are completed well in advance. It is hoped that persons who read this book will be motivated at least to make the preparations outlined in Chapter 16, Minimum Pre-Crisis Preparations. Well-informed persons realize that a nuclear attack by the Soviet Union is unlikely to be a Pearl Harbor type of attack, launched without warning. Strategists agree that a nuclear war most likely would begin after a period of days to months of worsening crisis. The most realistic of the extensive Russian plans and preparations to survive a nuclear war are based on using at least several days during an escalating crisis to get most urban dwellers out of the cities and other high-risk areas, to build or improve shelters in all parts of the Soviet Union, and to protect essential machinery and the like. The Russians know that if they are able to complete evacuation and sheltering plans before the outbreak of nuclear war, the number of their people killed would be a small fraction of those who otherwise would die. Our satellites and other sources of intelligence would reveal such massive movements within a day. Therefore, under the most likely circumstances, Americans would have several days in which to make life-saving preparations. Book page 7. The Russians have learned from the devastating wars they have survived that people are the most important asset to be saved. Russian civil defense publications emphasize Lenin's justly famous statement, "The primary productive factor of all humanity is the laboring man, the worker. If he survives, we can save everything and restore everything. But we shall perish if we are not able to save him." Strategists conclude that those in power in the Soviet Union are very unlikely to launch a nuclear attack until they have protected most of their people. The reassurance of having at least a few days of pre-attack warning, however, is lessening. The increasing numbers of Soviet blast shelters and of first-strike offensive weapons capable of destroying our undefended retaliatory weapons will reduce the importance of pre-attack city evacuation as a means of saving Russian lives. These ongoing developments will make it less likely that Americans will have a few days warning before a Soviet attack, and therefore should motivate our government both to deploy truly defensive Star Wars weapons and to build blast shelters to protect urban Americans. Nuclear weapons that could strike the United States continue to increase in accuracy as well as numbers. The most modern warheads usually can hit within a few hundred feet of their precise targets. The Soviet Union already has enough warheads to target all militarily important fixed-site objectives. These include our fixed-site weapons, command and control centers, military installations, oil refineries and other industrial plants that produce war essentials, long runways, and major electric generating plants. Many of these are either in or near cities. Because most Americans live in cities that contain strategically important targets, urban Americans' best chance of surviving a heavy nuclear attack is to get out of cities during a worsening crisis and into fallout shelters away from probable targets. Most American civil defense advocates believe that it would be desirable for our government to build and stock permanent blast shelters. However, such permanent shelters would cost many tens of billions of dollars and are not likely to be undertaken as a national objective. Therefore, field-tested instructions and plans are needed to enable both urban evacuees and rural Americans to build expedient shelters and life support equipment during a crisis. Smaller nuclear attacks on America. Many strategists believe that the United States is more likely to suffer a relatively small nuclear attack than an all-out Soviet onslaught. These possible smaller nuclear attacks include: a limited Soviet attack that might result if Russia's rulers were to conclude that an American president would be likely to capitulate rather than retaliate if a partially disarming first strike knocked out most of our fixed-site and retaliatory weapons, but spared the great majority of our cities. Then tens of millions of people living away from missile silos and strategic Air Force bases would need only fallout protection. Even Americans who live in large metropolitan areas and doubt that they could successfully evacuate during a nuclear crisis should realize that in the event of such a limited attack they would have great need for nuclear war survival skills. Degree and accidental or unauthorized launching of one or several nuclear weapons that would explode on America. Complex computerized weapon systems and/or their human operators are capable of making lethal errors. Degree a small attack on the United States by the fanatical ruler of an unstable country that may acquire small nuclear weapons and a primitive delivery system. Degree a terrorist attack. That will be a more likely possibility once nuclear weapons become available in unstable nations. Fallout dangers could extend clear across America. For example, a single small nuclear weapon exploded in a West Coast city would cause lethal fallout hazards to unsheltered persons for several miles downwind from the part of the city devastated by blast and fire. It also would result in deposition of fallout in downwind localities up to hundreds of miles away, with radiation dose rates hundreds of times higher than the normal background. Fallout would be especially heavy in areas of rainout. Pregnant women and small children in those areas, following peacetime standards for radiation protection, might need to stay sheltered for weeks. Furthermore, in localities spotted across the United States, milk would be contaminated by radioiodine. Surely in future years nuclear survival know-how will become an increasingly important part of every prudent person's education. Book page 8. Why this 1987 edition? This updated and augmented edition is needed to give you degree information on how changes since 1979 in the Soviet nuclear arsenal, especially the great reductions in the sizes of Russian warheads and increases in their accuracy and number, both decrease and increase the dangers we all face. You need this information to make logical decisions regarding essentials of your survival planning, including whether you should evacuate during a worsening crisis or build or improvise shelter at or near your home. Degree instructions for making and using self-help survival items that have been rediscovered, invented or improved since 1979. These do-it-yourself items include 1. Directional fanning, the simplest way to ventilate shelters through large openings. 2. The plywood double-action piston pump, to ventilate shelters through pipes. And 3. The improved KFM, the best home-makeable fallout meter. Degree facts that refute two demoralizing anti-defense myths that have been conceived and propagandized since 1979. The myth of blinding post-attack ultraviolet radiation and the myth of unsurvivable nuclear winter. Degree current information on advantages and disadvantages, prices, and sources of some manufactured survival items for which there is greatest need. Degree updated facts on low-cost survival foods and unexpedient means for processing and cooking whole kernel grains, soybeans, and other overproduced basic foods. Our government stores no food as a war reserve and has not given even civil defense workers the instructions needed to enable survivors to make good use of America's unplanned, poorly distributed, large stocks of unprocessed foods. Degree updated information on how to obtain and use prophylactic potassium iodide to protect your thyroid against injury both from war fallout, and also from peacetime fallout if the United States suffers its first commercial nuclear power reactor accident releasing life-endangering radiation. Degree instructions for building, furnishing, and stocking economical, permanent home fallout shelters designed for dual use in a new chapter. Degree information on what you can do to prevent sickness if fallout from an overseas nuclear war in which the United States is not a belligerent is blown across the Pacific and deposited on America in a new chapter. Exotic weapons. Chemical and biological weapons and neutron warheads are called exotic weapons. Protective measures against these weapons are not emphasized in this book, because its purpose is to help Americans improve their chances of surviving what is by far the most likely type of attack on the United States, a nuclear attack directed against war-related strategic targets. Chemical weapons are inefficient killing agents compared to typical nuclear warheads and bombs. Even if exterminating the unprepared population of a specified large area were an enemy's objective, this would require a delivered payload of deadly chemical weapons many hundreds of times heavier than if large nuclear weapons were employed. Biological weapons are more effective but less reliable than chemical weapons. They are more dependent on favorable meteorological conditions, and could destroy neither our retaliatory weapons nor our war-supporting installations. They could not kill or incapacitate well-protected military personnel manning our retaliatory weapons. And a biological attack could not prevent, but would invite, U.S. nuclear retaliatory strikes. Neutron warheads are small, yet extremely expensive. A 1 kiloton neutron warhead costs about as much as a I-megaton ordinary warhead, but the ordinary warhead not only has 1,000 times the explosive power but also can be surface burst to cover a very large area with deadly fallout. Rewards. My greatest reward for writing nuclear war survival skills is the realization that the hundreds of thousands of copies of the original edition which have been sold since 1979 already have provided many thousands of people with survival information that may save their lives. Especially rewarding have been the thanks of readers, particularly mothers with small children, for having given them hope of surviving a nuclear war. Rekindled, realistic hope has caused some readers to work to improve their and their families' chances of surviving, ranging from making preparations to evacuate high-risk areas during an all-too-possible worsening crisis, to building and stocking permanent shelters. Because I wrote the original nuclear war survival skills while working at Oak Ridge National Laboratory at the American taxpayers. Book page 9. Expense. I have no proprietary interest either in the original 1979 government edition or in any of the privately printed reproductions. I have gotten nothing but satisfaction from the reported sales of over 400,000 copies privately printed and sold between 1979 and 1987. Nor will I receive any monetary reward in the future from my efforts to give better survival instructions to people who want to improve their chances of surviving a nuclear attack. Availability. None of the material that appeared in the original Oak Ridge National Laboratory uncopyrighted 1979 edition can be covered by a legitimate copyright. It can be reproduced by anyone, without receiving permission. Much new material, which I have written since my retirement in 1979 from Oak Ridge National Laboratory, has been added, and is printed in a different type. To assure that this new material also can be made widely available to the public at low cost, without getting permission from or paying anyone, I have copyrighted my new material in the unusual way specified by this 1987 edition's copyright notice. Recommended actions. Work to persuade the President, your congressmen, your senators, and other leaders to support improved nuclear war survival preparations, starting with increased funding for war-related civil defense. Urge them to approve and fund the early deployment of truly defensive weapons that tests already have proven capable of destroying some warheads in flight. Attempts to develop perfect defenses postpone or prevent the attainment of improved defenses. Obtain and study the best survival instructions available long before a crisis occurs. Better yet, also make preparations, such as the ones described in this book, to increase your and your family's chances of surviving. During a crisis-threatening nuclear attack, present uncertainties regarding the distribution of reliable survival information seem likely to continue. Thoroughly field-tested survival instructions are not likely to be available to most Americans. Furthermore, even a highly intelligent citizen, if given excellent instructions during a crisis, would not have time to learn basic facts about nuclear dangers and the reasons for various survival preparations. Without this understanding, no one can do his best at following any type of survival instructions. By following the instructions in this book, you and your family can increase the odds favoring your survival. If such instructions were made widely available from official sources, and if our government urged all Americans to follow them during a worsening crisis lasting at least several days, additional millions would survive an attack. And the danger of an attack, even the threat of an attack, could be decreased if an enemy nation knew that we had significantly improved our defenses in this way. Book page 11. Copyright 2000 Nuclear War Survival Skills. Also see the new Expedient Shelter book. Requires the DJVU plugin. NWSS Contents. Cover. Edition Notes. Table of Contents Book Order Form Forward. About the Author Acknowledgements Introduction. Ch. 1. The Dangers from Nuclear Weapons. Myths and Facts. Ch. 2. Warnings and Ch. 3. Psychologic. Ch. 4. Evacuation. Ch. 5. Shelter, th. ch. 6. Ventilation, ch. 7. Protection, ch. 8. Water, ch. 9. Food, ch. 10. Fallout raw, ch. 11. Light, ch. 12. Shelter saw, ch. 13. Surviving, ch. 14. Expedient, ch. 15. Improvised, ch. 16. Minimum PR, ch. 17. Permanent, ch. 18. Transpachi, app, Instructio, app. 8.1. Door COV, app. 8.2. Pole COV, app. 8.3. Small PO, app. 8.4. Abovegrow, app. 8.5. Abovegrow, app. 8.6. Above GR, app. B. How to mock, app. C. A. Homemade, app. D. Expedient, app. E. How to mock, app. F. Providing. Selected references. Selected index. Graphics. Nuclear War Survival Skills Mail Home. Ch. 1. The Dangers from Nuclear Weapons. Myths and Facts. An all-out nuclear war between Russia and the United States would be the worst catastrophe in history. For example, air bursting a. Top previous next. An all-out nuclear war between Russia and the United States would be the worst catastrophe in history, a tragedy so huge it is difficult to comprehend. Even so, it would be far from the end of human life on Earth. The dangers from nuclear weapons have been distorted and exaggerated, for varied reasons. These exaggerations have become demoralizing myths, believed by millions of Americans. While working with hundreds of Americans building expedient shelters and life support equipment, I have found that many people at first see no sense in talking about details of survival skills. Those who hold exaggerated beliefs about the dangers from nuclear weapons must first be convinced that nuclear war would not inevitably be the end of them and everything worthwhile. Only after they have begun to question the truth of these myths do they become interested, under normal peacetime conditions, in acquiring nuclear war survival skills. Therefore, before giving detailed instructions for making and using survival equipment, we will examine the most harmful of the myths about nuclear war dangers, along with some of the grim facts. Degree myth. Fallout radiation from a nuclear war would poison the air and all parts of the environment. It would kill everyone. This is the demoralizing message of On the Beach and many similar pseudoscientific books and articles. Degree facts. When a nuclear weapon explodes near enough to the ground for its fireball to touch the ground, it forms a crater. See Figure 1.1. Figure 1.1. A surface burst. In a surface or near surface burst, the fireball touches the ground and blasts a crater. ORNLDWG 786264. Book page 12. Many thousands of tons of earth from the crater of a large explosion are pulverized into trillions of particles. These particles are contaminated by radioactive atoms produced by the nuclear explosion. Thousands of tons of the particles are carried up into a mushroom-shaped cloud, miles above the Earth. These radioactive particles then fall out of the mushroom cloud, or out of the dispersing cloud of particles blown by the winds, thus becoming fallout. Each contaminated particle continuously gives off invisible radiation, much like a tiny X-ray machine while in the mushroom cloud, while descending, and after having fallen to Earth. The descending radioactive particles are carried by the winds like the sand and dust particles of a miles-thick sandstorm cloud, except that they usually are blown at lower speeds, and in many areas the particles are so far apart that no cloud is seen. The largest, heaviest fallout particles reach the ground first, in locations close to the explosion. Many smaller particles are carried by the winds for tens to thousands of miles before falling to Earth. At any one place where fallout from a single explosion is being deposited on the ground in concentrations high enough to require the use of shelters, deposition will be completed within a few hours. The smallest fallout particles, those tiny enough to be inhaled into a person's lungs, are invisible to the naked eye. These tiny particles would fall so slowly from the 4-mile or greater heights to which they would be injected by currently deployed Soviet warheads that most would remain airborne for weeks to years before reaching the ground. By the time their extremely wide dispersal and radioactive decay would make them much less dangerous. Only where such tiny particles are promptly brought to Earth by rainouts or snowouts in scattered, hot spots, and later dried and blown about by the winds, would these invisible particles constitute a long-term and relatively minor post-attack danger. The air in properly designed fallout shelters, even those without air filters, is free of radioactive particles and safe to breathe except in a few rare environments, as will be explained later. Fortunately for all living things, the danger from fallout radiation lessens with time. The radioactive decay, as this lessening is called, is rapid at first, then gets slower and slower. The dose rate, the amount of radiation received per hour, decreases accordingly. Figure 1.2 illustrates the rapidity of the decay of radiation from fallout during the first 2 days after the nuclear explosion that produced it. R stands for Röntgen, a measurement unit often used to measure exposure to gamma rays and X-rays. Fallout meters called dosimeters measure the dose received by recording the number of R. Fallout meters called survey meters, or dose rate meters, measure the dose rate by recording the number of R being received per hour at the time of measurement. Notice that it takes about 7 times as long for the dose rate to decay from 1000 Röntgens per hour, 1000 R per hour, to 10 R per hour, 48 hours, as to decay from 1000 R per hour to 100 R per hour, 7 hours. Only in high fallout areas would the dose rate 1 hour after the explosion be as high as 1000 Röntgens per hour. Figure 1.2. Decay of the dose rate of radiation from fallout, from the time of the explosion, not from the time of fallout deposition. ORNL. DWG 78-265. Book page 13. If the dose rate 1 hour after an explosion is 1000 R per hour, it would take about 2 weeks for the dose rate to be reduced to 1 R per hour solely as a result of radioactive decay. Weathering effects will reduce the dose rate further. For example, rain can wash fallout particles from plants and houses to lower positions on or closer to the ground. Surrounding objects would reduce the radiation dose from these low-lying particles. Figure 1.2 also illustrates the fact that at a typical location where a given amount of fallout from an explosion is deposited later than 1 hour after the explosion, the highest dose rate and the total dose received at that location are less than at a location where the same amount of fallout is deposited 1 hour after the explosion. The longer fallout particles have been airborne before reaching the ground, the less dangerous is their radiation. Within 2 weeks after an attack, the occupants of most shelters could safely stop using them, or could work outside the shelters for an increasing number of hours each day. Exceptions would be in areas of extremely heavy fallout, such as might occur downwind from important targets attacked with many weapons, especially missile sites and very large cities. To know when to come out safely, occupants either would need a reliable fallout meter to measure the changing radiation dangers, or must receive information based on measurements made nearby with a reliable instrument. The radiation dose that will kill a person varies considerably with different people. A dose of 450 R resulting from exposure of the whole body to fallout radiation is often said to be the dose that will kill about half the persons receiving it, although most studies indicate that it would take somewhat less. 1. Note: a number written after a statement refers the reader to a source listed in the selected references that follow Appendix D. Almost all persons confined to expedient shelters after a nuclear attack would be under stress and without clean surroundings or antibiotics to fight infections. Many also would lack adequate water and food. Under these unprecedented conditions, perhaps half the persons who received a whole body dose of 350 R within a few days would die. 2. Fortunately, the human body can repair most radiation damage if the daily radiation doses are not too large. As will be explained in Appendix B, a person who is healthy and has not been exposed in the past 2 weeks to a total radiation dose of more than 100 R can receive a dose of 6 R each day for at least 2 months without being incapacitated. Only a very small fraction of Hiroshima and Nagasaki citizens who survived radiation doses, some of which were nearly fatal, have suffered serious delayed effects. The reader should realize that to do essential work after a massive nuclear attack, many survivors must be willing to receive much larger radiation doses than are normally permissible. Otherwise, too many workers would stay inside shelter too much of the time, and work that would be vital to national recovery could not be done. For example, if the great majority of truckers were so fearful of receiving even non-incapacitating radiation doses that they would refuse to transport food, additional millions would die from starvation alone. Degree myth. Fallout radiation penetrates everything. There is no escaping its deadly effects. Degree facts. Some gamma radiation from fallout will penetrate the shielding materials of even an excellent shelter and reach its occupants. However, the radiation dose that the occupants of an excellent shelter would receive while inside this shelter can be reduced to a dose smaller than the average American receives during his lifetime from X-rays and other radiation exposures normal in America today. The design features of such a shelter include the use of a sufficient thickness of earth or other heavy shielding material. Gamma rays are like X-rays, but more penetrating. Figure 1.3 shows how rapidly gamma rays are reduced in number, but not in their ability to penetrate, by layers of packed earth. Each of the layers shown is one having thickness of packed earth about 3.6 inches, 9 centimeters. 0.3 A halving thickness is the thickness of a material which reduces by half the dose of radiation that passes through it. The actual paths of gamma rays passing through shielding materials are much more complicated, due to scattering, etc., than are the straight line paths shown in Figure 1.3. But when averaged out, the effectiveness of a halving thickness of any material is approximately as shown. The denser a substance, the better it serves for shielding material. Thus, a halving thickness of concrete is only about 2.4 inches, 6.1 centimeters. Book page 14. Figure 1.3. Illustration of shielding against fallout radiation. Note the increasingly large improvements in the attenuation reduction factors that are attained as each additional halving thickness of packed earth is added. ORNLDWG78-18834. If additional halving thicknesses of packed earth shielding are successively added to the 5 thicknesses shown in Figure 1.3, the protection factor PF is successively increased from 32 to 64, to 128, to 256, to 512, to 1024, and so on. Degree myth. A heavy nuclear attack would set practically everything on fire, causing firestorms in cities that would exhaust the oxygen in the air. All shelter occupants would be killed by the intense heat. Degree facts. On a clear day, thermal pulses, heat radiation that travels at the speed of light, from an air burst can set fire to easily ignitable materials, such as window curtains, upholstery, dry newspaper, and dry grass, over about as large an area as is damaged by the blast. It can cause second-degree skin burns to exposed people who are as far as 10 miles from a 1 megaton, 1 mt explosion. See Figure 1.4. A 1 mt nuclear explosion is one that produces the same amount of energy as does 1 million tons of TNT. If the weather is very clear and dry, the area of fire danger could be considerably larger. On a cloudy or smoggy day, however, particles in the air would absorb and scatter much of the heat radiation, and the area endangered by heat radiation from the fireball would be less than the area of severe blast damage. Book page 15. Figure 1.4. An air burst. The fireball does not touch the ground. No crater. An air burst produces only extremely small radioactive particles, so small that they are airborne for days to years unless brought to Earth by rain or snow. Wet deposition of fallout from both surface and air bursts can result in hot spots at, close to, or far from ground zero. However, such hot spots from air bursts are much less dangerous than the fallout produced by the surface or near-surface bursting of the same weapons. The main dangers from an air burst are the blast effects, the thermal pulses of intense light and heat radiation, and the very penetrating initial nuclear radiation from the fireball. ORNL. DWG 78.6267. Firestorms could occur only when the concentration of combustible structures is very high, as in the very dense centers of a few old American cities. At rural and suburban building densities, most people in earth-covered fallout shelters would not have their lives endangered by fires. Degree myth. In the worst-hit parts of Hiroshima and Nagasaki where all buildings were demolished, everyone was killed by blast, radiation, or fire. Degree facts. In Nagasaki, some people survived uninjured who were far inside tunnel shelters built for conventional air raids and located as close as 1/3 mile from ground zero, the point directly below the explosion. This was true even though these large shelters lacked blast doors and were deep inside the zone within which all buildings were destroyed. People far inside large, open shelters are better protected than are those inside small, open shelters. Figure 1.5. Undamaged earth-covered family shelter in Nagasaki. Many earth-covered family shelters were essentially undamaged in areas where blast and fire destroyed all buildings. Figure 1.5 shows a typical earth-covered, backyard family shelter with a crude wooden frame. This shelter was essentially undamaged, although less than 100 yards from ground zero at Nagasaki Point 4. The calculated maximum overpressure, pressure above the normal air pressure, was about 65 pounds per square inch, 65 psi. Persons inside so small a shelter without a blast door would have been killed by blast pressure at this distance from the explosion. However, in a recent blast test, an earth-covered, expedient small pole shelter equipped with blast doors was undamaged at 53 psi. The pressure rise inside was slight, not even enough to have damaged occupants' eardrums. If poles are available, field tests have indicated that many families can build such shelters in a few days. The great life-saving potential of blast protective shelters has been proven in war and confirmed by blast tests and calculations. For example, the area in which the air bursting of a 1 megaton weapon would wreck a 50 psi shelter with blast doors in about 2.7 square miles. Within this roughly circular area, practically all the occupants of wrecked shelters would be killed by blast, carbon monoxide from fires, or radiation. The same blast effects would kill most people who were using basements affording 5 psi protection, over an area of about 58 square miles. 6. Degree myth. Because some modern H-bombs are over 1,000 times as powerful as the A-bomb that destroyed most of Hiroshima, these H-bombs are 1,000 times as deadly and destructive. Degree facts. A nuclear weapon 1,000 times as powerful as the one that blasted Hiroshima, if exploded under comparable conditions, produces equally serious blast damage to wood frame houses over an area up to about 130 times as large, not 1,000 times as large. Book page 16. Top previous next. For example, air bursting a 20 kiloton weapon at the optimum height to destroy most buildings will destroy or severely damage houses out to about 1.42 miles from ground. 0.6 The circular area of at least severe blast damage will be about 6.33 square miles. The explosion of a 20 kiloton weapon releases the same amount of energy as 20,000 tons of TNT. 1,020 kiloton weapons, thus air burst, well separated to avoid overlap of their blast areas, would destroy or severely damage houses over areas totaling approximately 6,330 square miles. In contrast, similar air bursting of 120 megaton weapon, equivalent in explosive power to 20 million tons of TNT, would destroy or severely damage the great majority of houses out to a distance of 16 miles from ground. 0.6 The area of destruction would be about 800 square miles, not 6,330 square miles. Today few if any of Russia's huge intercontinental ballistic missiles, ICBMs, are armed with a 20 megaton warhead. Now a huge Russian ICBM, the SS-18, typically carries 10 warheads, each having a yield of 500 kilotons, each programmed to hit a separate target. See Jane's Weapon Systems. 1987-88. Degree myth. A Russian nuclear attack on the United States would completely destroy all American cities. Degree facts. As long as Soviet leaders are rational, they will continue to give first priority to knocking out our weapons and other military assets that can damage Russia and kill Russians. To explode enough nuclear weapons of any size to completely destroy American cities would be an irrational waste of warheads. The Soviets can make much better use of most of the warheads that would be required to completely destroy American cities. The majority of those warheads probably already are targeted to knock out our retaliatory missiles by being surface burst or near surface burst on their hardened silos, located far from most cities and densely populated areas. Unfortunately, many militarily significant targets including naval vessels in port and port facilities, bombers and fighters on the ground, air base and airport facilities that can be used by bombers, army installations, and key defense factories are in or close to American cities. In the event of an all-out Soviet attack, most of these soft targets would be destroyed by air bursts. Air bursting, see Figure 1.4, a given weapon subjects about twice as large an area to blast effects severe enough to destroy soft targets as does surface bursting, see Figure 1.1, the same weapon. Fortunately for Americans living outside blast and fire areas, air bursts produce only very tiny particles. Most of these extremely small radioactive particles remain airborne for so long that their radioactive decay and wide dispersal before reaching the ground make them much less life-endangering than the promptly deposited larger fallout particles from surface and near-surface bursts. However, if you are a survival-minded American, you should prepare to survive heavy fallout wherever you are. Unpredictable winds may bring fallout from unexpected directions. Or your area may be in a hot spot of life-endangering fallout caused by a rainout or snowout of both small and tiny particles from distant explosions. Or the enemy may use surface or near-surface bursts in your part of the country to crater long runways or otherwise disrupt U.S. retaliatory actions by producing heavy local fallout. Today few if any of Russia's largest intercontinental ballistic missiles, ICBMs, are armed with a 20 megaton warhead. A huge Russian ICBM, the SS-18, typically carries 10 warheads, each having a yield of 500 kilotons, each programmed to hit a separate target. C. Jane's Weapon Systems. 1987–1988. However, in March 1990, CIA Director William Webster told the U.S. Senate Armed Services Committee that the USSR's strategic modernization program continues unabated, and that the SS-18 Mod 5 can carry 14 to 20 nuclear warheads. The warheads are generally assumed to be smaller than those of the older SS-18s. Degree myth. So much food and water will be poisoned by fallout that people will starve and die even in fallout areas where there is enough food and water. Degree facts. If the fallout particles do not become mixed with the parts of food that are eaten, no harm is done. Food and water in dust-tight containers are not contaminated by fallout radiation. Peeling fruits and vegetables removes essentially all fallout, as does removing the uppermost several inches of stored grain onto which fallout particles have fallen. Water from many sources such as deep wells and covered reservoirs, tanks, and containers would not be contaminated. Even water containing dissolved radioactive elements and compounds can be made safe for drinking by simply filtering it through earth, as described later in this book. Degree myth. Most of the unborn children and grandchildren of people who have been exposed to radiation from nuclear explosions will be genetically damaged, will be malformed, delayed victims of nuclear war. Degree facts. The authoritative study by the National Academy of Sciences, a 30-year study of the survivors of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, was published in 1977. It concludes that the incidence of abnormalities is no higher among children later conceived by parents who were exposed to radiation during the attacks on Hiroshima and Nagasaki than is the incidence of abnormalities among Japanese children born to unexposed parents. This is not to say that there would be no genetic damage, nor that some fetuses subjected to large radiation doses would not be damaged. But the overwhelming evidence does show that the exaggerated fears of radiation damage to future generations are not supported by scientific findings. Degree myth. Overkill would result if all the US and USSR nuclear weapons were used, meaning not only that the two superpowers have more than enough weapons to kill all of each other's people, but also that they have enough weapons to exterminate the human race. Book page 17. Degree facts. Statements that the US and the Soviet Union have the power to kill the world's population several times over are based on misleading calculations. One such calculation is to multiply the deaths produced per kiloton exploded over Hiroshima or Nagasaki by an estimate of the number of kilotons in either side's arsenal. A kiloton explosion is one that produces the same amount of energy as does 1,000 tons of TNT. The unstated assumption is that somehow the world's population could be gathered into circular crowds, each a few miles in diameter with a population density equal to downtown Hiroshima or Nagasaki, and then a small, Hiroshima-sized, weapon would be exploded over the center of each crowd. Other misleading calculations are based on exaggerations of the dangers from long-lasting radiation and other harmful effects of a nuclear war. Degree myth. Blindness and a disastrous increase of cancers would be the fate of survivors of a nuclear war, because the nuclear explosions would destroy so much of the protective ozone in the stratosphere that far too much ultraviolet light would reach the Earth's surface. Even birds and insects would be blinded. People could not work outdoors in daytime for years without dark glasses, and would have to wear protective clothing to prevent incapacitating sunburn. Plants would be badly injured and food production greatly reduced. Degree facts. Large nuclear explosions do inject huge amounts of nitrogen oxides, gases that destroy ozone, into the stratosphere. However, the percent of the stratospheric ozone destroyed by a given amount of nitrogen oxides has been greatly overestimated in almost all theoretical calculations and models. For example, the Soviet and U.S. atmospheric nuclear test explosions of large weapons in 1952–1962 were calculated by Foley and Ruderman to result in a reduction of more than 10% in total ozone. C. M. H. Foley and M. A. Ruderman, Stratospheric No from Past Nuclear Explosions. Journal of Geophysics, Res. 78. 4441–4450. Yet observations that they cited showed no reductions in ozone. Nor did ultraviolet increase. Other theoreticians calculated sizable reductions in total ozone, but interpreted the observational data to indicate either no reduction, or much smaller reductions than their calculated ones. A realistic simplified estimate of the increased ultraviolet light dangers to American survivors of a large nuclear war equates these hazards to moving from San Francisco to sea level at the equator, where the sea level incidence of skin cancers, seldom fatal, is highest, about 10 times higher than the incidence at San Francisco. Many additional thousands of American survivors might get skin cancer, but little or no increase in skin cancers might result if in the post-attack world deliberate suntanning and going around hatless went out of fashion. Furthermore, almost all of today's warheads are smaller than those exploded in the large weapons tests mentioned above. Most would inject much smaller amounts of ozone-destroying gases, or no gases, into the stratosphere, where ozone deficiencies may persist for years. And nuclear weapons smaller than 500 kilotons result in increases, due to smog reactions, in upper tropospheric ozone. In a nuclear war, these increases would partially compensate for the upper-level tropospheric decreases, as explained by Julius S. Chong and Donald J. Webbles of Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory. Degree myth. Unsurvivable, nuclear winter. Surely will follow a nuclear war. The world will be frozen if only 100 megatons, less than 1% of all nuclear weapons, are used to ignite cities. World-enveloping smoke from fires and the dust from surface bursts will prevent almost all sunlight and solar heat from reaching the Earth's surface. Universal darkness for weeks. Sub-zero temperatures, even in summertime. Frozen crops, even in the jungles of South America. Worldwide famine. Whole species of animals and plants exterminated. The survival of mankind in doubt. Degree facts. Unsurvivable, nuclear winter, is a discredited theory that, since its conception in 1982, has been used to frighten additional millions into believing that trying to survive a nuclear war is a waste of effort and resources, and that only by ridding the world of almost all nuclear weapons do we have a chance of surviving. Non-propagandizing scientists recently have calculated that the climatic and other environmental effects of even an all-out nuclear war would be much less severe than the catastrophic effects repeatedly publicized by popular astronomer Carl Sagan and his fellow activist scientists, and by all the involved Soviet scientists. Conclusions reached from these recent, realistic calculations are summarized in an article, Nuclear Winter Reappraised, featured in the 1986 summer issue of Foreign Affairs, the prestigious quarterly of the Council on Foreign Relations. The authors, Starley L. Thompson and Stephen H. Schneider, are atmospheric scientists with the National Center for Atmospheric Research. They showed that on scientific grounds the global apocalyptic conclusions of the initial nuclear winter hypothesis can now be relegated to a vanishing low level of probability. Book page 18. Their models indicate that in July, when the greatest temperature reductions would result, the average temperature in the United States would be reduced for a few days from about 70 degrees Fahrenheit to approximately 50 degrees. In contrast, under the same conditions, Carl Sagan, his associates, and the Russian scientists predicted a resulting average temperature of about 10 degrees below 0 Fahrenheit, lasting for many weeks. Persons who want to learn more about possible post-attack climatic effects also should read the fall 1986 issue of Foreign Affairs. This issue contains a long letter from Thompson and Schneider which further demolishes the theory of catastrophic, nuclear winter. Continuing studies indicate there will be even smaller reductions in temperature than those calculated by Thompson and Schneider. Soviet propagandists promptly exploited belief in unsurvivable, nuclear winter, to increase fear of nuclear weapons and war, and to demoralize their enemies. Because raging city firestorms are needed to inject huge amounts of smoke into the stratosphere and thus, according to one discredited theory, prevent almost all solar heat from reaching the ground, the Soviets changed their descriptions of how a modern city will burn if blasted by a nuclear explosion. Figure 1.6 pictures how Russian scientists and civil defense officials realistically described before the invention of nuclear winter, the burning of a city hit by a nuclear weapon. Buildings in the blasted area for miles around ground zero will be reduced to scattered rubble, mostly of concrete, steel, and other non-flammable materials that will not burn in blazing fires. Thus in the Oak Ridge National Laboratory translation, ORNLTR 2793, of Civil Defense. Second edition, 500,000 copies, Moscow. 1970. By Igorov, Shliakov, and Alabin, we read, fires do not occur in zones of complete destruction. That are characterized by an overpressure exceeding 0.5 kg per square centimeter, 7 psi, because rubble is scattered and covers the burning structures. As a result, the rubble only smolders, and fires as such do not occur. Figure 1.6. Drawing with caption in a Russian civil defense training film strip. The blazing fires ignited by a surface burst are shown in standing buildings outside the miles-wide zone of complete destruction, where the blast hurled, rubble only smolders. Translation. Radioactive contamination occurs in the area of the explosion and also along the trajectory of the cloud which forms a radioactive track. Book page 19. Firestorms destroyed the centers of Hamburg, Dresden, and Tokyo. The old-fashioned buildings of those cities contained large amounts of flammable materials, were ignited by many thousands of small incendiaries, and burned quickly as standing structures well supplied with air. No firestorm has ever injected smoke into the stratosphere, or caused appreciable cooling below its smoke cloud. The theory that smoke from burning cities and forests and dust from nuclear explosions would cause worldwide freezing temperatures was conceived in 1982 by the German atmospheric chemist and environmentalist Paul Cresson, and continues to be promoted by a worldwide propaganda campaign. This well-funded campaign began in 1983 with televised scientific political meetings in Cambridge and Washington featuring American and Russian scientists. A barrage of newspaper and magazine articles followed, including a scaremongering article by Carl Sagan in the October 30, 1983 issue of Parade, the Sunday tabloid read by millions. The most influential article was featured in the December 23, 1983 issue of Science, the weekly magazine of the American Association for the Advancement of Science, Nuclear Winter, Global Consequences of Multiple Nuclear Explosions, by 5 scientists, R. P. Turco, O. B. Toon, T. P. Ackerman, J. B. Pollock, and C. Sagan. Significantly, these activists listed their names to spell TTAPS, pronounced, taps, the bugle call proclaiming, lights out, or the end of a military funeral. Until 1985, non-propagandizing scientists did not begin to effectively refute the numerous errors, unrealistic assumptions, and computer modeling weakness of the TTAPS and related nuclear winter hypotheses. A principal reason is that government organizations, private corporations, and most scientists generally avoid getting involved in political controversies, or making statements likely to enable anti-nuclear activists to accuse them of minimizing nuclear war dangers, thus undermining hopes for peace. Stephen Schneider has been called a fascist by some disarmament supporters for having written, Nuclear Winter Reappraised, according to the Rocky Mountain News of July 6, 1986. 3 days later, this paper, that until recently featured accounts of unsurvivable nuclear winter, criticized Carl Sagan and defended Thompson and Schneider in its lead editorial, In Study of Nuclear Winter, Let's Scientists Be Scientists. In a free country, truth will out, although sometimes too late to effectively counter fast-hitting propaganda. Effective refutation of nuclear winter also was delayed by the prestige of politicians and of politically motivated scientists and scientific organizations endorsing the TTAPS forecast of worldwide doom. Furthermore, the weakness in the TTAPS hypothesis could not be effectively explored until adequate government funding was made available to cover costs of lengthy, expensive studies, including improved computer modeling of interrelated, poorly understood meteorological phenomena. Serious climatic effects from a Soviet-US nuclear war cannot be completely ruled out. However, possible deaths from uncertain climatic effects are a small danger compared to the incalculable millions in many countries likely to die from starvation caused by disastrous shortages of essentials of modern agriculture sure to result from a Soviet-American nuclear war, and by the cessation of most international food shipments. Book page 20. Copyright 2000 Nuclear War Survival Skills. Also see the New Expedient Shelter book. Requires the DJVU plugin. NWSS Contents. Cover. Addition Notes. Table of Contents Book Order Form Forward. About the Author Acknowledgements Introduction. Ch. 1. The Dangers. Ch. 2. Warnings and Communications. Ch. 3. Psychologic. Ch. 4. Evacuation. Ch. 5. Shelter. Th. Ch. 6. Ventilation. Ch. 7. Protection. Ch. 8. Water. Ch. 9. Food. Ch. 10. Fallout raw. Ch. 11. Light. Ch. 12. Shelter saw. Ch. 13. Surviving. Ch. 14. Expedient. Ch. 15. Improvised. Ch. 16. Minimum PR. Ch. 17. Permanent. Ch. 18. Trans-Pachi. App. Instructio. App. 8.1. Door COV. App. 8.2. Pole COV. App. 8.3. Small PO. App. 8.4. AboveGrow. App. 8.5. AboveGrow. App. 8.6. AboveGR. App. B. How to Mock. App. C. A. Homemade. App. D. Expedient. App. E. How to Mock. App. F. Providing. Selected references. Selected index. Graphics. Nuclear War Survival Skills. Mail Home. Ch. 2. Warnings and Communications. Importance of adequate warning. When Hiroshima and Nagasaki were blasted by the first nuclear weapons ever to be used in war, very few of the tens of thousands of Japanese killed or injured were inside their numerous air raid shelters. The single plane attacks caught them by surprise. People are not saved by having shelters nearby unless they receive warning in time to reach their shelters and unless they heed that warning. Types of warnings. Warnings are of two types, strategic and tactical. Degree strategic warning is based on observed enemy actions that are believed to be preparations for an attack. For example, we would have strategic warning if powerful Russian armies were advancing into Western Europe and Soviet leaders were threatening massive nuclear destruction if the resisting nations should begin to use tactical nuclear weapons. With strategic warning being given by news broadcasts and newspapers over a period of days, Americans in areas that are probably targeted would have time to evacuate. Given a day or more of warning, tens of millions of us could build or improve shelters and in other ways improve our chances of surviving the feared attack. By doing so, we also would help decrease the risk of attack. Degree tactical warning. If a nuclear attack on the United States would be received by our highest officials a few minutes after missiles or other nuclear weapons had been launched against our country. Radar, satellites and other sophisticated means of detection would begin to feed information into our military warning systems almost at once. This raw information would have to be evaluated, and top-level decisions would have to be made. Then attack warnings would have to be transmitted down to communities all over America. Tactical warning, attack warning, of an out-of-the-blue, Pearl Harbor-type attack would be less likely to be received by the average American than would an attack warning given after recognized strategic warning. However, the short time, only 15 to 40 minutes, that would elapse between missile launchings and the resultant first explosions on targets in the United States would make it difficult for even an excellent warning system to alert the majority of Americans in time for them to reach the best available nearby shelter. Strengths and weaknesses of the present official warning system are summarized in the following two sections. Then the life-saving warnings that the first nuclear explosions would give, especially to informed people, are described. Official warning system. The U.S. official warning system is designed to give civilians timely warning by means of siren signals and radio and television announcements. The National Warning System, NWSS, is a wireline network which is to provide attack information to official warning points nationwide. NWSS is not protected against electromagnetic pulse, EMP, effects from nuclear explosions. When the information is received at warning points by the officials who are responsible, they will sound local sirens and initiate radio and TV emergency broadcasts if power has not failed. Officials at NWSS warning points include many local civil defense directors. NWSS receives information from our constantly improving military warning and communications systems. Book page 23. Siren warnings. The attack warning signal is a wavering, wailing sound on the sirens lasting 3 to 5 minutes, or a series of short blasts on whistles or horns. After a brief pause, it is repeated. This signal means only one thing: take protective action, go promptly to the best available shelter. Do not try to telephone for information. Get information from a radio broadcast after you reach shelter. It is federal policy that the attack warning signal will not be sounded unless an enemy attack on the United States has been detected. However, since local authorities may not follow this policy, the reader is advised to check the plans in his community before a crisis arises. The following limitations of attack warnings given by sirens and broadcasting stations should be recognized. Degree: only a relatively small fraction of urban Americans could hear the sirens in the present city systems, especially if most urban citizens had evacuated during a crisis. Degree: except in a crisis threatening the outbreak of nuclear war at any moment, most people who would hear the attack warning signal either would not recognize it or would not believe it was a warning of actual attack. Degree: a coordinated enemy attack may include the detonation of a few submarine-launched ballistic missiles, SLBMs, at high altitudes over the United States within a few minutes of the launching of hundreds of SLBMs and intercontinental ballistic missiles, ICBMs. Such high-altitude bursts would produce electromagnetic pulse, EMP, effects primarily intended to knock out or disrupt U.S. military communications. These EMP effects also could knock out the public power necessary to sound sirens and could put most unprotected broadcasting stations off the air. Radio warnings and emergency communications to the general public will be broadcast by the Emergency Broadcast System, EBS. This system uses AM broadcasting stations as the primary means to reach the public. Selected FM and TV stations are included for backup. All stations during a crisis plan to use their normal broadcast frequencies. EBS stations that are not put off the air by EMP or other effects of early explosions will attempt to confirm the siren warnings of a nuclear attack. They will try to give information to listeners in the extensive areas where sirens and whistles cannot be heard. However, EMP effects on telephones are likely to limit the information available to the stations. The functioning EBS stations should be able to warn listeners to seek the best available nearby shelter in time for most of these listeners to reach such shelter before ICBMs begin to explode. Limitations of the emergency broadcasting system in February 1986 included the fact that EMP protection had been completed for only 125 of the approximately 2,771 radio stations in the emergency broadcast system. 110 of 3,000 existing emergency operating centers also had been protected against EMP effects. Many of the protected stations would be knocked out by blast. Most do not afford their operating personnel fallout protection that is adequate for continuing broadcasts for long in areas subjected to heavy fallout. Warnings given by the attack itself. The great majority of Americans would not be injured by the first explosions of a nuclear attack. In an all-out attack, the early explosions would give sufficient warning for most people to reach nearby shelter in time. 15 minutes or more before big intercontinental ballistic missiles, LCBMs, blasted our cities, missile sites, and other extensive areas, most citizens would see the sky lit up to an astounding brightness, would hear the thunderous sounds of distant explosions, or would note the sudden outage of electric power and most communications. These reliable attack warnings would result from the explosion of submarine-launched ballistic missiles, SLBMs. These are smaller than many ICBMs. The SLBM warheads would explode on strategic air command bases and on many civilian airport runways that are long enough to be used by our big bombers. Some naval bases and high-priority military command and communication centers would also be targeted. The vast majority of Americans do not know how to use these warnings from explosions to help them save their lives. Neither are they informed about the probable strategies of an enemy nuclear attack. One of the first objectives of a coordinated enemy attack would be to destroy our long-range bombers, because each surviving U.S. bomber would be one of our most deadly retaliatory weapons. Once bombers are airborne and well away from their runways, they are difficult to destroy. Book page 24. To destroy our bombers before they could get away, the first SLBMs would be launched at the same time that ICBMs would be fired from their silos in Europe and Asia. U.S. surveillance systems would detect launchings and transmit warnings within a very few minutes. Since some enemy submarines would be only a few hundred miles from their targets, some SLBMs would explode on American targets about 15 or 20 minutes before the first LCBMs would hit. Some SLBMs would strike civilian airport runways that are at least 7,000 feet long. This is the minimum length required by B-52s. There were 210 such runways in the U.S. in 1977. During a crisis, big bombers would be dispersed to many of these long runways, and enemy SLBMs would be likely to target and hit these runways in an effort to destroy the maximum number of bombers. Today most Soviet SLBMs have warheads between 100 kilotons and 1 megaton. See Jane's Weapon Systems, 1987-88. Within 10 to 15 minutes of the beginning of an attack, runways 7,000 feet or longer are likely to be hit by airbursts, to destroy U.S. aircraft and airport facilities. Later cratering explosions may be used to destroy surviving long runways, or at least to produce local fallout so heavy that they could not be used for several days for rearming and refueling our bombers. Therefore, homes within about 4 miles of a runway at least 7,000 feet long are likely to be destroyed before residents receive warning or have time to reach blast shelters away from their homes. Homes 6 miles away could be lightly damaged by such a warhead, with the blast wave from a 1 megaton explosion arriving about 22 seconds after the warning light. Some windows would be broken 40 miles away. But the large majority of citizens would not be injured by these early SLBM attacks. These explosions would be life-saving. Take cover warnings to most Americans, if they have been properly informed. Sudden power and communications failures caused by the electromagnetic pulse, (EMP), effects of nuclear explosions also could serve as attack warnings in extensive areas. An EMP is an intense burst of radiofrequency radiation generated by a nuclear explosion. The strong, quick-rising surges of electric current induced by EMP in power transmission lines and long antennas could burn out most unprotected electrical and electronic equipment. Also likely to be damaged or destroyed would be unprotected computers. The solid-state electrical components of some aircraft and of some motors of modern autos, trucks, and tractors may be put out of commission. Metal bodies give some protection, whereas plastic bodies give little. The usual means of protecting electrical equipment against surges of current produced by lightning are generally ineffective against EMP. The protective measures are known, but to date all too few civilian installations have been protected against EMP effects. 3 or 4 nuclear weapons skillfully spaced and detonated at high altitudes over the United States would produce EMP effects that might knock out most public power, most radio and TV broadcasting stations lacking special protection against these effects, and most radios connected to long antennas. Nuclear explosions on or near the ground may produce damaging EMP effects over areas somewhat larger than those in which such equipment and buildings would be damaged by the blast effects. How to respond to unexpected attack warnings. Although a Pearl Harbor type of attack is unlikely, citizens should be prepared to respond effectively to unexpected warnings. These warnings include: degree extremely bright lights, more light than has been seen before. The dazzling, bright lights of the first SLBM explosions on targets in many parts of the United States would be seen by most Americans. One should not look to determine the source of light and heat, because there is danger of the viewer's eyes being damaged by the heat and light from a large explosion at distances as far as 100 miles away, in clear weather. Look down and away from the probable source, and quickly get behind anything that will shield you from most of the thermal pulses burning heat and intense light. A thermal pulse delivers its heat and light for several seconds for more than 11 seconds if it is from a 1 megaton surface burst and for approximately 44 seconds if from a 20 megaton surface burst. If you are at home when you see the amazingly bright light, run out of rooms with windows. Hurry to a windowless hallway or down into the basement. If you have a shelter close to your house, but separate from it, do not leave the best cover in your home to run outdoors to reach the shelter. Wait until about 2 minutes after first seeing the light. If outdoors when you see the bright light, get behind the best available cover. It would be impossible to estimate the distance to an explosion from its light or appearance, so you should stay under cover for about 2 minutes. A blast wave initially travels much faster than the normal speed of sound, about 1 mile in 5 seconds. But by the time its overpressure has decreased to 1 pound per square inch, psi, a blast wave and its thunderous sound have slowed down and are moving only about 3% faster than the normal speed of sound. Book page 25. If no blast or sound reaches you in 2 minutes, you would know that the explosion was over 25 miles away and you would not be hurt by blast effects, unless cut by shattered window glass. After 2 minutes you can safely leave the best cover in your home and get a radio. Turn the dial to the stations to which you normally listen and try to find information. Meanwhile, quickly make preparations to go to the best shelter you and your family can reach within as minutes the probable time interval before the first LCBMs start to explode. At no time after an attack begins should you look out of a window or stay near a window. Under certain atmospheric conditions, windows can be shattered by a multi-megaton explosion 100 miles away. Degree the sound of explosions. The thunderous booms of the initial SLBM explosions would be heard over almost all parts of the United States. Persons 100 miles away from a nuclear explosion may receive their first warning by hearing it about 7-half a minute later. Most would have time to reach nearby shelter before the LCBMs begin to explode. Degree loss of electric power and communications. If the lights go out and you find that many radio and TV stations are suddenly off the air, continue to dial if you have a battery-powered radio, and try to find a station that is still broadcasting. How to respond to attack warnings during a worsening crisis. If an attack takes place during a worsening crisis, the effectiveness of warnings would be greater. Even if our government did not order an evacuation of high-risk areas, millions of Americans would already have moved to safer areas if they had learned that the enemy's urban civilians were evacuating or that tactical nuclear weapons were being employed overseas. Many prudent citizens would sleep inside the best available shelter and stay in or near shelter most of their waking hours. Many people would have made or improved family car small group shelters and would have supplied them with most essentials. The official warning systems would have been fully alerted and improved. During such a tense crisis period, neighbors or people sheltered near each other should have someone listen to radio stations at all times of the day and night. If the situation worsened or an attack warning were broadcast, the listener could alert the others. One disadvantage of waiting to build expedient shelters until there is a crisis is that many of the builders are likely to be outdoors improving their shelters when the first SLBMs are launched. The SLBM warheads may arrive so soon that the civilian warning systems cannot respond in time. To reduce the risk of being burned, persons working outdoors when expecting an attack should wear shirts, hats, and gloves. They should jump into a shelter or behind a nearby shielding object at the first warning, which may be the sudden cutoff of some radio broadcasts. Remaining inside shelter. Curiosity and ignorance probably will cause many people to come out of shelters a few hours after an attack warning, if no blast or obvious fallout has endangered their area. This is dangerous, because several hours after almost all missiles have been launched, the first enemy bombers may strike. Cities and other targets that have been spared because missiles malfunctioned or missed are likely to be destroyed by nuclear bombs dropped during the first several days after the first attack. Most people should stay inside their shelters for at least 2 or 3 days, even if they are in a locality far from a probable target and even if fallout meter readings prove there is no dangerous fallout. Exceptions would include some of the people who would need to improve shelters or move to better shelters. Such persons could do so at relatively small risk during the interval between the ICBM explosions and the arrival of enemy bombers or the start of fallout deposition a few hours later. Fallout would cover most of the United States within 12 hours after a massive attack. People could rarely depend on information received from distant radio stations regarding changing fallout dangers and advising when and for how long they could go outside their shelters. Weather conditions such as wind speed would cause fallout dangers to vary with distance. If not forced by thirst or hunger to leave shelter, they should depend on their own fallout meter readings or on radiation measurements made by neighbors or local civil defense workers. Book page 26. Copyright 2000 Nuclear War Survival Skills. Nuclear War Survival Skills Mail Home. Ch. 3. Psychological Preparations. Learning what to expect. The more one knows about the strange and fearful dangers from nuclear weapons and about the strengths and weakness of human beings when confronted with the dangers of war. How to keep radios operating. Having a radio to receive emergency broadcasts would be a great advantage. Top previous next. Learning what to expect. The more one knows about the strange and fearful dangers from nuclear weapons and about the strengths and weakness of human beings when confronted with the dangers of war, the better chance one has of surviving. Terror, a self-destructive emotion, is almost always the result of unexpected danger. Some people would think the end of the world was upon them if they happened to be in an area downwind from surface bursts of nuclear weapons that sucked millions of tons of pulverized earth into the air. They might give up all hope if they did not understand what they saw. People are more likely to endure and survive if they learn in advance that such huge dust clouds, particularly if combined with smoke from great fires, may turn day into night as have some volcanic eruptions and the largest forest fires. People also should expect thunder to crash in strange clouds, and the earth to shake. The sky may be lit with the flickering purples and greens of artificial auroras, caused by nuclear explosions, especially those that are miles above the earth. Fear. Fear often is a life-saving emotion. When we believe death is close at hand, fear can increase our ability to work harder and longer. Driven by fear, we can accomplish feats that would be impossible otherwise. Trembling hands, weak legs, and cold sweat do not mean that a person has become ineffective. Doing hard, necessary work is one of the best ways to keep one's fears under control. Brave men and women who are self-confident admit their fears, even when the threat of death is remote. Then they plan and work to lessen the causes of their fears. When the author helped Charles A. Lindbergh design a reinforced concrete blast shelter for his family and neighbors, Lindbergh frankly admitted that he feared both nuclear attack and being trapped. He was able to lessen both of these fears by building an excellent blast shelter with 2 escape openings. Terror. If the danger is unexpected enough or great enough, normal persons sometimes experience terror as well as fear. Terror prevents the mind from evaluating dangers and thinking logically. It develops in 2 stages, which have been described by Dr. Wallo von Gregers, a physician with much war experience, in his book Psychology of Survival. The first stage is apathy. People become indifferent to their own safety and are unable even to try to save themselves or their families. The second stage is a compulsion to flee. Anxiety, fear, and terror can result in symptoms very similar to those caused by radiation injury: nausea, vomiting, extreme trembling, diarrhea. Dr. von Gregers has described terror as being explosively contagious. However, persons who learn to understand the nature of our inherent human traits and behavior and symptoms are less likely to become terrorized and ineffective in the event of a nuclear attack. Emotional paralysis. The most common reaction to great danger is not terror, but a kind of numbing of the emotions which actually may be helpful. Dr. von Gregers calls this emotional paralysis. This reaction allows many persons, when in the grip of great danger, to avoid being overwhelmed by compassionate emotions and horrible sights. It permits them to think clearly and act effectively. Book page 21. Help from fellow Americans. The atomic explosions that destroyed most of Hiroshima and Nagasaki were airbursts and therefore produced no deadly local fallout. So we cannot be sure how people would behave in areas subjected to both blast and fallout from surface bursts. However, the reactions of the Japanese survivors are encouraging, especially in view of the fact that among them the relative number of horribly burned people was greater than is likely to be found among a population that expects a nuclear attack and takes any sort of shelter. Dr. von Gregers summarizes. In most cases the victims were, of course, apathetic and often incapable of rational action, but open panic or extremely disorganized behavior occurred only in exceptional cases among the hundreds of thousands of survivors of the two atomic bombing attacks. Also encouraging. Serious permanent psychological derangements were rare after the atomic bomb attacks, just as they were after the large-scale conventional bombings. Atom bomb survivors. Some maintain that after an atomic attack America would degenerate into anarchy and every man for himself struggle for existence. They forget the history of great human catastrophes and the self-sacrificing strengths most human beings are capable of displaying. After a massive nuclear attack, starvation would afflict some areas, but America's grain-producing regions still would have an abundance of uncontaminated food. History indicates that Americans in the food-rich areas would help the starving. Like the heroic Russians who drove food trucks to starving Leningrad through bursting Nazi bombs and shells. 7 Many Americans would risk radiation and other dangers to bring truckloads of grain and other necessities to their starving countrymen. Surely, an essential part of psychological preparations for surviving a modern war is a well-founded assurance that many citizens of a strong society will struggle to help each other and will work together with little regard for danger and loss. Book page 22. Previous next. How to keep radios operating. Having a radio to receive emergency broadcasts would be a great advantage. The stations that would still be on the air after an attack would probably be too distant from most survivors to give them reliable information concerning local, constantly changing fallout dangers. However, both morale and the prospects of long-range survival would be improved in shelters with a radio bringing word of the larger fallout situation, food relief measures, practical survival skills, and what the government and other organizations were doing to help. Radio contact with the outside world probably can be maintained after an attack if you remember to bring all of your family's battery-powered, portable radios with you to shelter along with all fresh batteries on hand. Protect AM radios by using only their built-in short-loop antennas. The built-in antennas of small portable radios are too short for EMP to induce damaging surges of current in them. Keep antennas of FM, CB, and amateur radios as short as practical, preferably less than 10 inches. When threatened by EMP, a danger that may continue 4 weeks after the initial attack because of repeated, high-altitude explosions, do not add a wire antenna or connect a short radio antenna to a pipe. Remember that a surge of current resulting from EMP especially can damage diodes and transistors, thus ending a radio's usefulness or reducing its range of reception. Keep all unshielded radios at least 6 feet away from any long piece of metal, such as pipes, metal ducts, or wires found in many basements and other shelters. Long metal conductors can pick up and carry large EMP surges, causing induced current to surge in nearby radios and damage them. Shield each radio against EMP when not in use by completely surrounding it with conducting metal if it is kept within 6 feet of a long conductor through which powerful currents produced by EMP might surge. A radio may be shielded against EMP by placing it inside a metal cake box or metal storage can, or by completely surrounding it with aluminum foil or metallic window screen. Degree disconnect the antenna cable of your car radio at the receiver or at least ground the antenna fin not in use by connecting it with a wire to the car frame. Use tape or clothespins to assure good metal-to-metal contact. The metal of an outside mirror is a convenient grounding point. Park your car as near to your shelter as practical, so that after fallout has decayed sufficiently you may be able to use the car radio to get distant stations that are still broadcasting. Degree prevent possible damage to a radio from extreme dampness, which may result from long occupancy of some below-ground shelters, by keeping it sealed in a clear plastic bag large enough so the radio can be operated while inside. An additional precaution is to keep a plastic-covered radio in an airtight container with some anhydrite made from wallboard gypsum, as described in Appendix C. Degree conserve batteries, because after an attack you may not be able to get replacements for months. Listen only periodically to the stations you find give the most useful information. The batteries of transistor radios will last up to twice as long if the radios are played at reduced volume. Book page 27. Copyright 2000 Nuclear War Survival Skills. Also see the New Expedient Shelter book. Requires the DJVU plugin. NWSS Contents. Cover. Addition Notes. Table of Contents Book Order Form Forward. About the Author Acknowledgements Introduction. Ch. 1. The Dangers. Ch. 2. Warnings and Ch. 3. Psychologic. Ch. 4. Evacuation. Ch. 5. Shelter. Th. Ch. 6. Ventilation. Ch. 7. Protection. Ch. 8. Water. Ch. 9. Food. Ch. 10. Fallout raw. Ch. 11. Light. Ch. 12. Shelter saw. Ch. 13. Surviving. Ch. 14. Expedient. Ch. 15. Improvised. Ch. 16. Minimum PR. Ch. 17. Permanent. Ch. 18. Trans-Pachi. App. Instructio. App. 8.1. Door COV. App. 8.2. Pole COV. App. 8.3. Small PO. App. 8.4. AboveGrow. App. 8.5. AboveGrow. App. 8.6. AboveGR. App. B. How to Mock. App. C. A. Homemade. App. D. Expedient. App. E. How to Mock. App. F. Providing. Selected references. Selected index. Graphics. Nuclear War Survival Skills Mail Home. Ch. 4. Evacuation. Changed evacuation requirements. The most threatening Soviet nuclear warheads in the mid-1970s were multi-megaton, such as single warheads of approximately 20 megatons carried by each of over 250 SS-18s. About half of these huge Russian warheads would have hit within a quarter of a mile or less of their intended targets close enough to destroy a missile in its hardened silo. Today's improved Russian warheads have a 50-50 probability of hitting within a few hundred feet of their aiming points. With such accuracy, multi-megaton warheads are not needed to destroy very hard targets, especially missiles in their blast protective silos. Soviet strategy continues to stress the destruction of military targets, in order to minimize Russian losses from retaliatory strikes. This logical, long-established Soviet strategy is emphasized in numerous authoritative Russian books, including the 3 editions of Soviet Military Strategy by Marshal of the Soviet Union V.D. Sokolovsky. One result of this logical strategy has been the replacement of huge Soviet warheads by numerous, much smaller, much more accurate warheads. In 1990 almost all large missiles have several multiple independently targeted re-entry vehicles, MIRV, warheads. Soviet warheads, especially the 10 warheads of 500 kilotons each carried by most SS-18s, could destroy almost all important U.S. fixed military installations, and also almost all U.S. command and control facilities, airport runways longer than 7,000 feet, major seaports, and the factories and refineries that are the basis of our military power. Although an all-out Soviet attack could destroy almost all missile silos and missiles in them, a first strike attack is deterred in part by the possibility that most U.S. missiles in silos would be launched on warning and would be in space, on their trajectories toward Russian targets, before Soviet warheads could reach their silos. How should your plans either to evacuate during a worsening crisis, or to remain in your home area, be influenced by the dramatic changes in the Soviet nuclear arsenal? Some of these changes are indicated by Figure 4.1. That incorporates information on the dimensions of the stabilized clouds of 1 megaton and 200 kiloton explosions, from Reference 6, The Effects of Nuclear Weapons, 1977, and similar information on a 20 megaton cloud derived from a graph on page 20 of The Effects on the Atmosphere QF, a Major Nuclear Exchange, by the Committee on the Atmospheric Effects of Nuclear Explosions, National Research Council, National Academy Press, Washington, D.C. 1985. This NRC graph is based on Ballistic Missile Organization 83-5 Part 1. Dated 29 September 1983, a report that is not generally available. The air bursting of one of the probably few 20 megaton warheads carried by Soviet ICBMs would destroy typical American homes up to about 16 miles from ground zero. In contrast, the air bursting of an approximately 1 megaton warhead, one of the large warheads in today's Soviet arsenal, would destroy most homes within a roughly circular area having a radius of only about 5 miles. So, if you take into consideration the advantages to Soviets of arming their largest ICBMs with several very accurate smaller warheads, each capable of destroying a militarily important target, you may logically conclude that unless your home is closer than 10 miles from the nearest probable target, you need not evacuate to avoid blast and fire dangers. Your planning to avoid incapacitating or fatal exposure to fallout radiation will involve more uncertainties than will your plans to avoid blast and fire dangers. The high-altitude winds that carry fallout farthest before deposition usually blow from west to east. Therefore, in most areas your chances of avoiding extremely dangerous radiation dangers are improved if. Book page 28. Figure 4.1. Stabilized radioactive fallout clouds shown a few minutes after airburst explosions, with distances from ground zeros at which the wood frames of typical homes are almost completely collapsed. The clouds from surface or near surface bursts are almost as large, but the distances of blast damage are reduced by around 38%. You evacuate westward to an area away from likely nearby targets. However, since no one can foretell with certainty in what directions future winds will blow, your plans to remain where you live, or your crisis evacuation plans should include building, improving, or utilizing high protection factor shelter, as explained in following chapters. If you live near a target the destruction of which has high priority in Soviet war-winning strategy, then a decade or so ago it quite likely was targeted by a 20MT warhead. Figure 4.1 shows the awesome size of the stabilized radioactive cloud from a 20MT airburst. This cloud would expand in minutes to this huge size in the thin air of the stratosphere, would contain only extremely small particles, almost all of which would remain airborne for weeks to years, and would result in no fallout deposition that would promptly incapacitate exposed people. A 20MT surface burst or near surface burst would produce a stabilized radioactive cloud extending almost as far in all directions from GZ as would a 20MT air burst. Its tremendous fireball would suck up millions of tons of pulverized rock and would contaminate those particles with its radioactive material. Fallout particles as big as marbles 6 would fall from the stabilized cloud to the ground in minutes. Very heavy fallout could be deposited as far as 18 miles upwind from such a 20MT explosion, with heavy fallout, capable of causing fatalities within days to weeks, extending downwind for several hundred miles. A 1MT surface burst, Fig. 4.1, would produce a stabilized fallout cloud unlikely to result in fallout being deposited in the upwind or crosswind directions from GZ beyond the range of the explosion's home-destroying blast effects. Clearly, the risk of your being endangered by very heavy fallout if you remain 6 miles from GZ of a 1MT surface burst, and happen to be upwind or crosswind from GZ, is less than the risk you would have run a decade ago if you had stayed 18 miles upwind or crosswind from the same target, which had been destroyed by a 20MT surface or near surface burst. Book page 29. Highest risk and high-risk areas. Highest risk areas are those in which buildings are likely to be destroyed by blast and/or fire, and/or where a person in the open for the first 2 weeks after fallout deposition would receive a total radiation dose of 10,000 R or more. The largest highest risk areas would be those within our 5 Minuteman missile fields, within a few miles all around them, and for up to about 150 miles downwind. These huge highest risk areas are indicated by 5 of the largest black fallout patterns on Figure 4.2. Figure 4.2 is an outdated, computer-drawn fallout map based on a multi-megaton attack considered credible 10 years ago. An updated, unclassified fallout map of the United States, showing radiation doses to persons in the open, is not available. This outdated attack included 113 surface bursts of 20 megatons each on urban and industrial targets, an unlikely assumption similar to those used in making some official civil defense risk area maps that assumed surface bursts on all targets nationwide. Employing all surface bursts makes little sense to the military, because air bursting the same weapons would destroy most military installations, as well as factories and other urban and industrial assets, over approximately twice as large an area. As will be explained later, to survive in such areas people would have to stay inside very good shelters for several weeks, or, after 2 weeks or more, leave very good shelters and drive in a few hours to an area relatively free of fallout dangers. A very good fallout shelter is one that reduces the radiation dose received by its occupants to less than 1/200th of the dose they would have received outdoors during the same period. If the 2-week dose outdoors were 20,000 R, such a shelter with a protection factor of 200 pf 200, would prevent each occupant from receiving a dose greater than 100 R, not enough to incapacitate. Even a completely below-ground home basement, unless greatly improved as described in Chapter 5, would give entirely inadequate protection. High-risk fallout areas are those where the 2-week dose outdoors is between 5,000 and 10,000 R. In such areas, good fallout shelters would be essential, supplied at least with adequate water and baby food for 2 weeks. Furthermore, survivors would have to remain inside shelters for most of each day for several additional weeks. The radiation dangers in the shaded areas of the map are shown decreasing as the distances from the explosions increase. This generally is the case, although sometimes rain or snow carries radioactive particles to the ground, producing rainouts of exceptionally heavy fallout farther downwind. Furthermore, this computer-drawn map made at Oak Ridge National Laboratory does not indicate the very dangerous fallout near the isolated surface bursts. Although the most dangerous fallout would be carried by high-altitude winds that usually blow from west to east, such simplified fallout patterns as those shown should be used only as rough guides to help improve chances of evacuating a probable blast area or very heavy fallout area and going to a less dangerous area. Wind directions are undependable. An enemy's targeting can be unexpected, weapons can miss. A prudent citizen, no matter where he is, should try to build a shelter that gives excellent protection against fallout radiation. A major disadvantage of all types of risk area maps is the fact that poorly informed people often misinterpret them and conclude that if they are outside a mapped risk area, they are relatively safe from blast, fire, and even deadly fallout dangers. Another reason for not placing much reliance on risk area maps like Figure 4.2 is that such unclassified maps available in 1986 are based on the largest attacks considered possible a decade ago. In 1986 the sizes of Soviet warheads are much smaller, their numbers are much larger, and their total megatonnage and capability to produce fallout remain about the same as 10 years ago. The outdated attack scenario used in producing Figure 4.2 also involved the surface bursting of multi-megaton warheads totaling 3,190 megatons on military targets, including over 2,000 megatons logically surface bursted on our 5 Minuteman missile fields. Such an attack in our missile fields would produce about the same amount of fallout as is shown in Figure 4.2. Today, however, heavy fallout from our missile fields would extend somewhat shorter distances downwind, because of the lower heights of the stabilized radioactive clouds from 1 megaton and smaller surface and near-surface bursts, as compared to those of multi-megaton warheads that would have been exploded 10 years ago, at a time when a 20-megaton warhead was typical of the Soviet nuclear ICBM arsenal. In 1986, hundreds of targets besides those indicated in Figure 4.2 might be hit, but the total area of the United States subjected to lethal fallout probably would be less than as shown in Figure 4.2. To maximize areas of destruction by blast and fire, most targets in urban and/or industrial areas would be attacked with air bursts, which would produce little or no promptly lethal or incapacitating fallout except perhaps in scattered, hot spots, where rainouts or snowouts could bring huge numbers of tiny, very radioactive particles to Earth within hours after the air bursting of today's kiloton-range Soviet warheads. And since most Americans live far away from hard targets, especially far from missile silos, downwind from which extremely heavy fallout is likely, most of us living in or near high-risk areas probably would be endangered primarily by blast and fire, not fallout, in the event of a Soviet attack. Book page 30. Figure 4.2 simplified. Outdated fallout patterns showing total radiation doses that would be received by persons on the surface and in the open for the entire 14 days following the surface bursting of 5,050 megatons on the targets indicated, if the winds at all elevations blew continuously from the west at 25 miles per hour. Book page 31. Whether to evacuate. Let's assume that Russian cities were being evacuated, or that tactical nuclear weapons were beginning to be used in what had been an overseas conventional war involving the United States. In such a worsening crisis, most Americans could improve their survival chances by getting out of the highest risk and high-risk areas. U.S. capabilities for war crisis evacuation are poor and tending to worsen. Several years ago, out of the approximately 3,100 evacuation plans required nationwide, about 1,500 had been made, and these involved only about one-third of Americans living in risk areas. By 1986, some cities and states had abandoned their war crisis evacuation plans. Most still have plans that would save millions if ordered in time during a crisis lasting at least a few days and completed before the attack. Who would order an evacuation under threat of attack, and under what circumstances, remain unanswered questions. Furthermore, compulsory evacuation during a war crisis was not and is not part of any official American evacuation plan. So, if you believe that a nuclear attack on the United States is possible and want to improve your chances of surviving, then well before a desperate crisis arises you had better either make preparations to improve your and your family's survival chances at or near where you live, or plan and prepare to evacuate. Spontaneous evacuations, in which Americans would make their own decisions without the authorities having recommended any movement, probably would occur during a worsening war crisis. Traffic jams and other complications are less likely to occur if citizens start leaving high-risk areas on their own, over a period of several hours to a few days, rather than if almost everyone, on receiving recommendations from officials, at once begins a poorly controlled evacuation. Spontaneous evacuation by Gulf Coast residents, begun under threat of an approaching hurricane, have lessened subsequent traffic problems in the evacuations ordered or recommended by officials several hours later. Except in areas where the local civil defense war crisis evacuation plans are well developed, most Americans living farther than 10 miles from the nearest probable separate target probably can best improve their chances of surviving a nuclear attack by preparing to remain at or near their homes and there to make or improve good shelters. Exceptions include those living in the vicinity of targets of great military importance to the Soviets, especially our missile fields, on which many warheads would be surface or near surface bursted, producing extremely heavy fallout for up to 150 miles downwind. Americans living in these greatly endangered areas would do well to make their plans in keeping with the local official civil defense evacuation plans, at least regarding directions and distances to localities not likely to be endangered by heavy fallout. Nuclear submarine ports, strategic air command bases, and Air Force installations with long runways also would be destroyed by even a limited Soviet counterforce or disarming attack. These prime strategic assets are likely to be blasted by submarine-launched ballistic missiles, SLBMs, in the first 15 or 20 minutes of the war. SLBM warheads are not as accurate as ICBM warheads, and air bursts can destroy bombers and submarines in port over about twice as large areas as if these same weapons are exploded at or near the surface. Therefore, SLBM warheads probably would be air bursted on these prime, soft, targets, with little or no local fallout. In an all-out Soviet attack, hours later long runways are likely to be cratered by accurate ICBM warheads and by bombs, to make sure our returning bombers could not use them. On the following page are listed considerations, favorable and unfavorable, to evacuation. These comparative lists may help you and your family make a more logical decision regarding evacuation. Book page 32. Evacuation factors table. Favorable to evacuation. Unfavorable to evacuation. You live in a highest risk or high risk area. You live outside a highest risk or high risk area and could build an expedient fallout shelter and make other survival preparations where you live. You have transportation, this means a car and enough gasoline, and roads are open to a considerably lower risk area. You have no means of transportation or you believe that roads are likely to be blocked by the time you make your decision. You are in fairly good health or can evacuate with someone capable of taking care of you. You are sick, decrepit, or lack the will to try to survive if things get tough. Your work is not of the kind that your community depends on, such as a policeman, fireman, or telephone operator. You cannot suddenly leave your home area for several days without hurting others. You have some tools with which to build or improve a fallout shelter. You also have water containers, food, clothing, etc., adequate for life in the area to which you would go. You lack the tools, etc., that would be helpful but not necessarily essential to successful evacuation. Instructions for building expedient fallout and blast shelters and for making expedient life support equipment are given in following chapters. The reader is advised to study all of this book carefully before making up his mind regarding basic survival action. The need for an evacuation checklist. A good flyer, no matter how many years has flown, runs through a checklist covering his plane before taking off. Similarly, a citizen preparing under crisis pressures to do something he has never done before evacuate should use a checklist to be sure that he takes with him the most useful of his available possessions. A family planning to use an expedient shelter or basement at or near home also should use the evacuation checklist on the following page to make sure needed survival items are not overlooked. The family of 6 pictured in Figure 4.3 use the evacuation checklist given below to select the most useful things that could be carried in and on their small car. They assembled categories of items in separate piles, then selected some items to take with them from each pile. They were able to leave their home 76 minutes after receiving the evacuation checklist. Following chapters of this book include descriptions of this family's success in evacuating, building a pole-covered trench shelter, and living in it continuously for 77 hours. Book page 33. Evacuation checklist. Includes items for building or improving shelters. Loading procedure. Make separate piles for each category, except categories 1 and 5. Then load the car with some items from each category, taking as much as can be safely carried and being careful to leave room for all passengers. The most needed items. Category 1. Survival information. Shelter building and other nuclear survival instructions. Maps. All available small battery-powered radios and extra batteries. A fallout meter such as a homemade KFM, see Appendix C, and writing materials. Category 2. Tools. Shovel, pick, saw, a bow saw is best, axe or hatchet, file, knife, pliers, and any other tools specified in the building instructions for the shelter planned. Also take work gloves. Category 3. Shelter building materials. Rainproofing materials, plastic, shower curtains, cloth, etc. As specified in the instructions for the type of shelter planned also, unless the weather is very cold, a homemade shelter ventilating pump such as a cap, or the materials to build one, see Appendix B. Category 4. Water. Small, filled containers plus all available large polyethylene trash bags, smaller plastic bags and pillowcases, water purifying material such as Clorox, and a teaspoon for measuring. Category 5. Peacetime valuables. Money, credit cards, negotiable securities, valuable jewelry, checkbooks, and the most important documents kept at home. Evacuation may be followed not by nuclear war, but by continuing unstable nuclear peace. Category 6. Light. Flashlights, candles, Materials to improvise: cooking oil lamps, 2 clear glass jars of about 1 pint size, cooking oil, cotton string for wicks, see Chapter 11, light kitchen matches, and a moisture-proof jar for storing matches. Category 7. Clothing. Cold weather boots, overshoes, and warm outdoor clothing, even in summer, since after an attack these would be unobtainable, raincoats and ponchos. Wear work clothes and work shoes. Category 8. Sleeping gear. A compact sleeping bag or 2 blankets per person. Category 9. Food. Food for babies, including milk powder, cooking oil, and sugar, has the highest priority. Compact foods that require no cooking are preferred. Include at least 1 pound of salt, available vitamins, a can and bottle opener, a knife, and 2 cooking pots with lids, 4 QT size preferred. For each person, 1 cup, bowl, and large spoon. Also, a bucket stove, or minimum materials for making a bucket stove, a metal bucket, 10 all-wire coat hangers, a nail, and a cold chisel or screwdriver, see Chapter 9, Food. Category 10. Sanitation items. Plastic film or plastic bags in which to collect and contain excrement, a bucket or plastic container for urine, toilet paper, tampons, diapers, and soap. Category 11. Medical items. Aspirin, a first aid kit, all available antibiotics and disinfectants, special prescription medicines, if essential to a member of the family, potassium iodide, for protection against radioactive iodine, see Chapter 13, spare eyeglasses, and contact lenses. Category 12. Miscellaneous. 2 square yards of mosquito netting or insect screen with which to screen the shelter openings if insects are a problem, insect repellents, a favorite book or 2. B. Some useful items to take if car space is available. 1. Additional tools. 2. A tent, a small camp stove, and some additional kitchen utensils. Book page 34. Evacuating by car. The small car shown in Figure 4.3 was skillfully loaded for a safe evacuation trip. To make room for supplies, the back seat was left at home. The load on top of the car included blankets, a small rug, and a small tent, all made of springy materials which kept the load from becoming compacted and working loose under the 1/4-inch nylon ropes tightened around it. The 2 loop-ended ropes went over the load and around the top of the car, passing over the tops of the closed doors. Using muscle power. Hazards of evacuation would include highways blocked by wrecks and stalled vehicles. If leadership and know-how were provided, the muscle power of people usually could quickly clear a highway. During a major Chinese evacuation before advancing Japanese armies in World War II, I observed Chinese, using only muscle power, quickly clear a mountain road of wrecks and other obstructions. Americans can do the same, if someone convinces them that they can do it, as proved by a wintertime episode on Monarch Pass over the Continental Divide in Colorado. At least 100 vehicles were held up after a large wrecking truck overturned on the icy highway. The patrolmen were doing nothing until I told them how the Chinese handled such a situation. The patrolman then called for volunteers from among the delayed motorists to lift the overturned truck back onto its wheels. In less than 15 minutes, about 50 people had combined their muscle power and opened Monarch Pass to traffic. Citizens should take direct action to keep traffic moving during a crisis evacuation. Making an expedient or permanent shelter instead of evacuating. Millions of Americans have homes within very large urban industrial areas, probably not all of which would be subjected to blast and fire dangers. Many, whose homes are in the suburbs or adjacent towns in these metropolitan areas, could logically decide not to evacuate, but to build earth-covered shelters that are very near their homes and to supply them with life support essentials. Figure 4.3. 6 members of a Utah family arriving at a rural shelter building site 64 miles from their urban home. Book page 35. Likewise, people living even as close as 5 miles from an isolated probable target may decide to build a good shelter near their supplies, rather than to evacuate. This is a good idea, provided that 1. Their homes are far enough away from probable aiming points to make such shelters practical, and 2. Enough time, space, tools, materials, and supplies are available. The photo, figure 4.4, shows a family with no adult male that built an expedient shelter that would give far better fallout, blast, and fire protection than almost any home. They succeeded, despite the necessity of working on cold November days with snow flurries. The top 2 inches of earth were frozen and the next 2 feet so dry that most of it had to be loosened with their dull pick. No member of this family had done any serious digging before, yet they built a shelter that would have given about 100 times as much protection against fallout radiation as would a typical small frame house and at least 25 times as much as a typical home basement. Fallout shelters are designed for protection against radiation from fallout particles. Although fallout shelters lack blast doors and other means for keeping out blast, the better types would prevent their occupants from being killed by blast effects in extensive areas where people in houses would have little chance of surviving. In this book, an expedient shelter generally means an expedient fallout shelter. Even as simple an earth-covered fallout shelter as this door-covered trench shelter, if built well separated from flammable buildings, usually would save its occupants' lives in extensive areas devastated by blast and/or fire. The area of probable survival in a good earth-covered fallout shelter would extend from where blast damage would be light but fires likely to be numerous, inward toward GZ to where most homes would be collapsed by blast and/or destroyed by fire. This ring-shaped area of probable survival from blast and/or fire effects of a 1 mt air burst would extend from about 8 miles from GZ inward to approximately 5.5 miles. Its area would be about 105 square miles, more than the 95 square miles in the circular area with a radius of 5.5 miles centered on GZ and within which this simple a shelter probably would be collapsed by the blast overpressure of a 1 mt air burst. Door-covered trench shelters and most of the other types of earth-covered expedient shelters described in this book have been proven dependable in test explosions conducted by the Defense Nuclear Agency. Figure 4.4. This family completed their protection factor 200 PF 200 fallout shelter, a door-covered trench shelter with 2 feet of earth on its roof, 34 hours after receiving the building instructions at their home. In many areas, this and even better types of expedient fallout shelters affording considerable blast protection could be built by untrained families, following the written, field-tested instructions in this book. Furthermore, as shown in Appendix D, expedient blast shelters, within a few days a small but significant fraction of the population could build expedient blast shelters complete with expedient blast doors and providing at least 15 psi blast protection. Book page 36. Copyright 2000 Nuclear War Survival Skills. Also see the new Expedient Shelter book. Requires the DJVU plugin. NWSS Contents. Cover. Addition Notes. Table of Contents Book Order Form Forward. About the Author Acknowledgements Introduction. Ch. 1. The Dangers. Ch. 2. Warnings and Ch. 3. Psychologic. Ch. 4. Evacuation. Ch. 5. Shelter, the greatest need. Ch. 6. Ventilation. Ch. 7. Protection. Ch. 8. Water. Ch. 9. Food. Ch. 10. Fallout raw. Ch. 11. Light. Ch. 12. Shelter saw. Ch. 13. Surviving. Ch. 14. Expedient. Ch. 15. Improvised. Ch. 16. Minimum PR. Ch. 17. Permanent. Ch. 18. Transpachi. App. Instructio. App. 8.1. Door COV. App. 8.2. Pole COV. App. 8.3. Small PO. App. 8.4. AboveGrow. App. 8.5. AboveGrow. App. 8.6. AboveGR. App. B. How to Mock. App. C. A. Homemade. App. D. Expedient. App. E. How to Mock. App. F. Providing. Selected references. Selected index. Graphics. Nuclear War Survival Skills. Mail Home. Ch. 5. Shelter, the greatest need. Adequate shelter to improve your chances of surviving a nuclear attack. Shelter against beta and alpha particles in addition to the invisible. Public shelters in the event of an unexpected attack. Top previous next. Adequate shelter. To improve your chances of surviving a nuclear attack, your primary need would be an adequate shelter. Equipped for many days of occupancy. A shelter that affords good protection against fallout radiation and weather would be adequate in more than 95% of the area of the United States. However, even in almost all areas not endangered by blast and fire during a massive nuclear attack, the fallout protection provided by most existing buildings would not be adequate if the winds blew from the wrong direction during the time of fallout deposition. To remain in or near cities or other probable target areas, one would need better protection against blast, fire, and fallout than is provided by most shelters in buildings. Blast tests have proved that the earth-covered expedient fallout shelters described in this book can survive blast effects severe enough to demolish most homes. 5. This chapter is concerned primarily with expedient shelters that give excellent protection against fallout radiation. These earth-covered fallout shelters could be built in 48 hours or less by tens of millions of Americans following field-tested, written instructions. 8 Expedient blast shelters are discussed in Appendix D. The special blast doors and other design features needed for effective blast protection require more work, materials, and skill than are needed for expedient fallout shelters. If average Americans are to do their best when building expedient shelters and life support equipment for themselves, they need detailed information about what to do and about why it is to their advantage to do it. We are not a people accustomed to blindly following orders. Unfortunately, during a crisis threatening nuclear war, it would take too long to read instructions explaining why each important feature was designed as specified. Therefore, only a few reasons are included in the step-by-step, illustrated instructions given in Appendix A for building 6 types of earth-covered expedient shelters during a crisis. In this chapter, reasons will be given for designing a pole-covered trench shelter as specified in the Oak Ridge National Laboratory instructions given in Appendix A.2. The 2 pages of drawings and plans given at the end of Appendix A.2 show the parts of this shelter, except for the essential shelter ventilating pump installed in its entrance trench. The following account of how an urban family, after evacuating, used these instructions to build such a shelter in less than 36 hours also includes explanations of various radiation dangers and of simple means to build protection against these dangers. This family, like scores of other families recruited to build shelters or life support equipment, was offered a sum about equivalent to laborers' wages if its members completed the experiment within a specified time. The test period began the moment the family received the written, illustrated instructions preparatory to evacuating by car, as mentioned in the preceding chapter. Like the other test families, this family was paid for all of its materials used. If a family worked hard and completed the project in half the specified time, it was paid a cash bonus. Throughout such tests, workers were guided only by the written instructions, which were improved after each successive test. Book page 37. The successful outcome of almost all the shelter building experiments indicates that tens of millions of Americans in a nuclear war crisis would work hard and successfully to build earth-covered expedient shelters that would give them better protection against fallout, blast, and fire than would all but a very small fraction of existing buildings. However, this belief is dependent on 2 conditions. 1. That in a desperate, worsening crisis our country's highest officials would supply strong, motivating leadership, and 2. That Americans would have received well in advance shelter building and other practical, tested survival instructions. Shelter against radiation. The family previously pictured evacuating by car, Figure 4.3, drove 64 miles to build a shelter at the site shown in Figure 5.1. Although the August sun was very hot in this irrigated Utah valley, the family members did not build in the shade of nearby trees. To avoid digging through roots, they carried the poles about 150 feet and dug their trench near the edge of the cornfield. The father and the oldest son did most of the work of making the shelter. The mother and second son had health problems. The 2 youngest children were not accustomed to work. The family followed an earlier version of the plans and instructions given in Appendix A for building a pole-covered trench shelter. Because the earth was firm and stable, the trenches were dug with vertical walls. If the earth had been less stable, it would have been necessary to slope the walls, increasing the width at the top of the main trench from 3-1/2 to 5 feet. Before placing the roof poles, the workers assured themselves a more comfortable shelter by covering the trench walls. They had brought a large number of the plastic garbage bags required in their home community and split some bags open to make wall coverings. Bed sheets or other cloth could have been used. The room of this 6-person shelter was 3-1/2 foot wide, 4-1/2 foot high, and 16-1/2 foot long. A small stand-up hole was dug at one end, so each tall occupant could stand up and stretch several times a day. The trenches for entry and emergency exit were dug only 22 inches wide, to minimize radiation entering the shelter through these openings. One wall of these two narrow trenches was an extension of the room wall shown on the right in Figure 5.1. Figure 5.1. Placing 9-foot poles for the roof of a pole-covered trench shelter. Book page 38. The family sat and slept along the left wall, to be better shielded from radiation coming through the openings. This shelter was designed so that its main trench could be enlarged to make a much more livable room without disturbing its completed roof. For this reason, the 9-foot roofing poles were placed off-center, with the 2 extra feet resting on the ground to the right of the main room. Whenever practical, expedient shelters should be built so that they can be readily enlarged to make semi-permanent living quarters. After it becomes safe to emerge for limited periods, occupants could sleep and spend much of their waking time in such a rainproof dugout that affords excellent protection against continuing radiation. In cold weather, living in a dugout like this is more comfortable than living in a tent or shack. After the fallout radiation dose rate outdoors has decayed to less than about 2 R per hour, the small vertical entry could be enlarged and converted to a steeply inclined stairway. The importance of giving inexperienced shelter builders detailed instructions is illustrated by the unnecessary work done by the young women shown in Figure 5.2. They had agreed to try to build a polycovered trench shelter, working unassisted and using only hand tools. Because the summer sun in Utah was hot, they selected a shady site under a large tree. The brief instructions they received included no advice on the selection of a building site. Cutting and digging out the numerous roots was very difficult for them and required several of the 22 hours they spent actually working. Another disadvantage of making a shelter under trees is that more of the gamma rays from fallout particles on the leaves and branches would reach and penetrate the shelter than if these same particles were on the ground. Many gamma rays from fallout particles on the ground would be scattered or absorbed by striking rocks, clods of earth, tree trunks, or houses before reaching a below-ground shelter. Figure 5.2. 2 non-athletic college girls who completed a 4-person pole-covered trench shelter in 35-1/2 hours, despite tree roots. Book page 39. Types of shielding. Shelters provide protection against radiation by utilizing 2 types of shielding: barrier shielding and geometry shielding. Degree barrier shielding is shown by Figure 5.3, a simplified illustration. In a real fallout area, a man in an open trench would have fallout particles all over and around him. The 3-foot thickness of earth shown, or a 2-foot thickness of concrete, will provide an effective barrier, attenuating, absorbing, about 99.9% of all gamma rays from fallout. In the illustration, only a single fallout particle 3 feet from the edge of the trench is considered. Only 1 gamma ray out of 1,000 could penetrate the 3 feet of earth shown and strike the person in the trench. Rays from particles farther away than 3 feet would be negligible. Rays from particles closer than 3 feet would be attenuated according to the thickness of earth between the fallout particle and the man in the trench. However, the man in the trench would not be protected from skyshine, which is caused by gamma rays scattering after striking the nitrogen, oxygen, and other atoms of the air. The man's exposed head, which is just below ground level, would be hit by about 1/10 as many gamma rays as if it were 3 feet above ground, Figure 5.3. Even if all fallout could be kept out of the trench and off the man and every part of the ground within 3 feet of the edges of the trench, skyshine from heavy fallout on the surrounding ground could deliver a fatal radiation dose to the man in the open trench. Skyshine reaches the ground from all directions. If the man were sitting in a deeper trench, he would escape more of this scattered radiation, but not all of it. For good protection he must be protected overhead and on all sides by barrier shielding. The barrier shielding of the pole-covered trench shelter shown in Figure 5.4 was increased by shoveling additional earth onto its buried roof. After father and son had mounded earth about 18 inches deep over the centerline of the roof poles, a large piece of 4 mm thick polyethylene was placed over the mound. This waterproof material served as a buried roof, after it was covered with more earth. Any rainwater trickling through the earth above the plastic would have run off the sloping sides of the buried roof, and away from the shelter. Degree geometry shielding reduces the radiation dose received by shelter occupants by increasing the distances between them and fallout particles, and by Figure 5.3. Simplified illustration of barrier shielding and skyshine, scattered gamma radiation. An open trench provides poor protection. ORNL. DWG 78.7205. Book page 40. Figure 5.4. Increasing the barrier shielding over a pole-covered trench shelter. Providing turns in the openings leading into the shelter. Figure 5.5 is a sectional drawing of the shelter entry built by the Utah family. The farther you can keep away from a source either of light or of harmful radiation, the less light or other radiation will reach you. If fallout particles are on the roof of a tall building and you are in the basement, you will receive a much smaller radiation dose from those particles than if they were on the floor just above you. Likewise, if either visible light or gamma rays are coming through an opening at the far end of a passageway, less will reach you at the other end if the passageway is long than if it is short. Turns in passageways are very effective in reducing the amount of radiation entering a shelter through them. A right-angle turn, either from a vertical or horizontal entry, causes a reduction of about 90%. Note: fallout shelters need not provide additional shielding to protect occupants against initial nuclear radiation that is emitted from the fireballs of nuclear explosions. See Figs. 1.1 and 1.4. Large nuclear weapons would be employed in an attack on the United States. The initial nuclear radiation from the sizes of explosions that may endanger Americans would be greatly reduced in passing through the miles of air between the fireballs and those fallout shelters far enough away to survive the blast effects. The smaller an explosion, the larger the dose of initial nuclear radiation it delivers at a given blast overpressure distance from ground zero. For a discussion of the more difficult shielding requirements of blast shelters that would enable occupants to survive blast effects much closer to explosions and therefore would be subjected to much larger exposures of initial nuclear radiation, see Appendix D, Expedient Blast Shelters. Figure 5.6 shows the completed shelter after it was occupied by the family of 6 just 32% hours after receiving the shelter building instructions and beginning preparations to evacuate. This family won a bonus for completion within 36 hours and also a larger bonus given if all members then stayed inside continuously for at least 72 hours. To get a better idea of how 6 people can live in such a small shelter, look at the drawings at the end of Appendix A.2. In warm or hot weather, shelters, especially crowded ones, must be well ventilated and cooled by an adequate volume of outdoor air pumped through them. This family had built an efficient homemade air pump, a cap, and used it as described in Chapter 6 and Appendix B, book page 41. Figure 5.5. Skyshine coming into a shelter through a vertical entry would be mostly absorbed while turning into and traveling down the entryway trench. ORNL. DWG 78-7204 Figure 5.6. Earth mounded over a 3-foot wide pay-covered trench shelter. The canvas canopy would protect the vertical entry against both fallout and rain. A smaller canopy over the air duct emergency exit at the other end is obscured by the mounded earth. Book page 42. All of the earth excavated in digging the trenches was mounded over the roof poles, making a covering 30 inches deep. This shelter had a protection factor PF of over 300. That is, persons inside would receive less than 1,300th of the gamma-ray dose of fallout radiation that they would receive if they were standing outside in the open. To have made the roof covering more than 36 inches thick would not have increased the protection against radiation very much, unless the entry trench and the air duct emergency exit trench had been dug considerably longer. Field tests have shown that some families, given only 48 hours, cannot dig the longer trenches, cut the additional poles, and shovel on the additional earth necessary for a shelter that would offer significantly better protection than the shelters shown here. The pole-covered trench shelter and the other shelters described in Appendix A all have been built by untrained families within 48 hours, the minimum time assumed to be available to Americans before a possible attack if the Russians should begin to evacuate their cities. Earth arching used to strengthen shelters. Several types of expedient shelters can be made to withstand greater pressures if their roofs are built of yielding materials and covered with enough earth to attain earth arching. This arching results when the yielding of the roof causes part of the load carried by the roof to be shifted to the overlying earth particles, which become rearranged in such a way that an arch is formed. This arch carries the load to surrounding supports that are less yielding. These supports often include adjacent earth that has not been disturbed. To attain earth arching, the earth covering the yielding roof must be at least as deep as half the width of the roof between its supports. Then the resultant earth arch above the roof carries most of the load. A familiar example of effective earth arching is its use with sheet metal culverts under roads. The arching in a few feet of earth over a thin-walled culvert prevents it from being crushed by the weight of heavy vehicles. Figure 5.7 shows how a flexible roof yields under the weight of 30 inches of earth mounted over it and how earth arching develops. After the arch is formed, the only weight that the yielding roof supports is the weight of the small thickness of earth between the roof and the bottom of the arch. Protective earth arching also results if a shelter is covered with a material that compresses when loaded, or if the whole roof or the whole shelter can be pushed down a little without being broken. Figure 5.7. Earth arching over a yielding roof enables a shelter to withstand much greater pressures. ORNL. DWG 78.7441. Book page 43. Top previous next. Shelter against beta and alpha particles. In addition to the invisible, light-like gamma rays, fallout particles radiate two types of hazardous invisible particles, beta and alpha particles. These radiations would be minor dangers to informed people in fallout areas, especially to those who had entered almost any kind of shelter before the fallout began to be deposited in their area. Degree beta particles are high-speed electrons given off by some of the radioactive atoms in fallout. Only the highest energy beta particles can penetrate more than about 10 feet of air or about 1/8 inch of water, wood, or human body tissue. Any building that keeps out fallout particles will prevent injury from beta radiation. The only frequently serious dangers are from 1. Internal beta radiation doses from fallout-contaminated food or drink, and 2. Beta burns from fresh fallout particles. Fresh fallout particles are no more than a few days old and therefore very radioactive. If fresh particles remain for at least several tens of minutes in contact with the skin, beta burns are likely to result. If only thin clothing separates fresh fallout particles from the skin, a considerably longer time will elapse before their radiation causes beta burns. In dry, windy weather, fresh fallout particles might get inside one's nose and ears, along with dust and sand, and could cause beta burns if not promptly washed off or otherwise removed. Prompt washing will prevent beta burns. If water is not available, brushing and rubbing the fallout particles off the skin will help. If a person is exposed outdoors where there is heavy, fresh fallout for a long enough time to receive a large dose of gamma radiation, the highest energy beta radiation given off by fresh fallout particles on the ground may be a relatively minor danger to his eyes and skin. Even ordinary glasses give good protection to the eyes against such beta radiation, and ordinary clothing gives good protection to the skin. Ordinary clothing will shield and protect the body quite well from all but the highest energy beta particles given off by fresh fallout deposited on the clothing. Fallout-contaminated clothing should be removed as soon as practical, or at least brushed and beaten before entering a shelter room, to rid it of as many fallout particles as possible. Fallout particles that are many days old will not cause beta burns unless large quantities are on the body for hours. Most of the knowledge about beta burns on human skin was gathered as a result of an accident during the largest U.S. H-bomb test in the tropical Pacific. 6 winds blew the fallout in a direction not anticipated by the meteorologists. 5 hours after the Multimegaton surface burst, Some natives of the Marshall Islands noticed a white powder beginning to be deposited on everything exposed, including their bare, moist skin. Unknown to them, the very small particles were fresh fallout. Most fallout is sand-like, but fallout from bursts that have cratered calcareous rock, such as coral reefs and limestone, is powdery or flaky, and white. Since the natives knew nothing about fallout, they thought the white dust was ashes from a distant volcanic eruption. For 2 days, until they were removed from their island homes and cared for by doctors, they paid practically no attention to the white dust. Living in the open and in lightly constructed homes, they received from the fallout all around them a calculated gamma-ray dose of about 175 R in the 2 days they were exposed. The children played in the fallout-contaminated sand. The fallout on these islanders' scalps, bare necks, and the tops of their bare feet caused itching and burning sensations after a time. Days later, beta burns resulted, along with extreme discoloration of the skin. Beta burns are not deep burns, however, it took weeks to heal them. Some, in spite of proper medical attention, developed into ulcers. No serious permanent skin injury resulted, however. For survivors confined inside crowded, unsanitary shelters by heavy fallout, and without medicines, beta burns could be a worse problem than were similar burns to the Marshall Islanders. All of the Marshall Islanders unknowingly ate fallout-contaminated food and drank fallout-contaminated water for 2 days. Mainly as a result of this, radioactive iodine was concentrated in their thyroid glands, and thyroid abnormalities developed years later. There is a simple, very low-cost means of attaining almost complete protection against this delayed hazard: taking minute prophylactic doses of a salt, potassium iodide. This will be discussed in Chapter 13. In dry, dusty, windy areas, the human nasal passages usually filter out much dust. A large part of it is swallowed and may be hazardous if the dust is contaminated with fallout. Under such dry, windy conditions, beta burns also could be caused by large amounts of dust lodged inside the nasal passages. Breathing through a dust mask, towel, or other cloth. Book page 44. Would give good protection against this localized hazard. In conclusion, persons under nuclear attack should make considerable effort to protect themselves from beta radiation. Degree alpha particles, identical to the nuclei of helium atoms, are given off by some of E radioactive atoms in fallout. These particles have very little penetrating power. 1 to 3 inches of air will stop them. It is doubtful that alpha particles can get through unbroken skin. They cannot penetrate even a thin fabric. 0.6 alpha particles are hazardous only if materials that emit them, such as the radioactive element plutonium, enter the body and are retained in bone, lung tissue, or other parts of the body. Any shelter that excludes fallout particles affords excellent protection against this radiation danger. Unless survivors eat or drink fallout-contaminated food or water in considerably larger quantities than did the completely uninformed natives of the Marshall Islands, danger from alpha particles would be minor. Protection against other nuclear weapons effects. Degree flash burns are caused by the intense rays of heat emitted from the fireball within the first minute following an explosion. 6 This thermal radiation travels at the speed of light and starts to heat or burn exposed people and materials before the arrival of the blast wave. Thermal radiation is reduced but not eliminated if it passes through rain, dense clouds, or thick smoke. On a clear day, serious flash burns on a person's exposed skin can be caused by a 20 megaton explosion that is 25 miles away. A covering of clothing, preferably of white cloth that reflects light, can reduce or prevent flash burns on those who are in a large part of an area in which thermal radiation is a hazard. However, in areas close enough to ground zero for severe blast damage, the clothing of exposed people could be set on fire and their bodies badly burned. Degree fires ignited by thermal radiation and those resulting from blast and other causes especially would endanger people pinned down by fallout while in or near flammable buildings. Protective measures against the multiple dangers from fire, carbon monoxide, and toxic smokes are discussed in Chapter 7. Degree flash blindness can be caused by the intense light from an explosion tens of miles away in clear weather. Although very disturbing, the blindness is not permanent. Most victims recover within seconds to minutes. Among the Hiroshima and Nagasaki survivors, people who had been in the open more than persons expecting a nuclear attack would be, there were a number of instances of temporary blindness that lasted as long as 2 or 3 hours, but only one case of permanent retinal injury was reported. Flash blindness may be produced by scattered light. The victim of this temporary affliction usually has not looked directly at the fireball. Flash blindness would be more severe at night, when the pupils are larger. Retinal burns, a permanent injury, can result at great distances if the eye is focused on the fireball. People inside any shelter with no openings through which light can shine directly would be protected from flash burns and eye damage. Persons in the open with adequate warning of a nuclear explosion can protect themselves from both flash blindness and retinal burns by closing or shielding their eyes. They should get behind anything casting a shadow quickly. Skin burns from heated dust, the popcorning effect. When exposed grains of sand and particles of earth are heated very rapidly by intense thermal radiation, they explode like popcorn and pop up into the air. 6 While this dust is airborne, the continuing thermal radiation heats it to temperatures that may be as high as several thousand degrees Fahrenheit on a clear day in areas of severe blast. Then the shock wave and blast winds arrive and can carry the burning hot air and dust into an open shelter. 9 Animals inside open shelters have been singed and seriously burned in some of the nuclear air burst tests in Nevada. 9 Thus, Japanese working inside an open tunnel shelter at Nagasaki within about 100 yards of ground zero were burned on the portion of their skin that was exposed to the entering blast wind, even though they were protected by 1 or 2 turns in the tunnel. 4.4 None of these Japanese workers who survived the blast wave effects had fatal burns or suffered serious radiation injuries, which they certainly would have suffered had they been outside and subjected to the thermal pulse and the intense initial nuclear radiation from the fireball. Experiments conducted during several nuclear test explosions have established the amount of thermal radiation that must be delivered to exposed Earth to produce the popcorning effect. 6 Large air bursts may result in exposed skin being burned by hot dust and heated air produced at overpressure ranges as low as 3 or 4 psi. Book page 45. However, calculations indicate that the large surface bursts most likely to endanger Americans would not result in the occupants of small, open shelters being burned by these effects except at somewhat higher overpressures. Protection is simple against the heated dust and very hot air that may be blown into an open shelter by the blast. When expecting an attack, occupants of an open shelter should keep towels or other cloths in hand. When they see the bright light from an explosion, they should cover their heads and exposed skin. If time and materials are available, much better protection is given by making expedient blast doors, as described in Appendix D. When occupants see the very bright light from a large explosion miles away, they can close and secure such doors before the arrival of the blast wave several seconds later. Essential life support equipment. Shelters can be built to give excellent protection against all nuclear weapon effects, except in places within or very close to cratered areas. But most shelters would be of little use in areas of heavy fallout unless supplied with enough life support equipment to enable occupants to stay in the shelters until conditions outside become endurable. In heavy fallout areas, most high protection factor shelters would be crowded. Except in cold weather, most would need a ventilating pump to remove warmed air and bring in enough cooler outdoor air to maintain survivable temperature-humidity conditions. Means for storing adequate water is another essential life support requirement. These and other essential or highly desirable life support needs are covered in following chapters. Basement shelters. The blast and fire effects of a massive, all-out attack of the magnitude possible in 1987 would destroy or damage most American homes and other buildings and endanger the occupants of shelters inside them. Outside the blast and/or fire areas, the use of shelters inside buildings would not be nearly as hazardous. However, an enemy might also target some areas into which large numbers of urban Americans had evacuated before the attack, although such targeting is not believed to be included in Soviet strategy. Earth-covered expedient shelters in a blast area give better protection against injury from blast, fire, or fallout than do almost all basements. But during the more likely kinds of crises threatening nuclear war, most urban Americans, including those who would evacuate into areas outside probable blast areas, probably would lack the tools, materials, space, determination, physical strength, or time required to build good expedient shelters that are separate from buildings and covered with earth. As a result, most unprepared urban citizens would have to use basements and other shelters in existing structures, for want of better protection. Shelters in buildings, including basement shelters, have essentially the same requirements as expedient shelters: adequate shielding against fallout radiation, strength, adequate ventilation, cooling, water, fallout radiation meters, food, hygiene, etc. Sketches and short descriptions of ways to improve the fallout protection afforded by home basements are to be found in widely distributed civil defense pamphlets, including two entitled, "In Time of Emergency," and "Protection in the Nuclear Age." In 1987, millions of copies of these pamphlets are stockpiled for possible distribution during a crisis. Unfortunately, most of such official instructions were written years ago, when the deliverable megatonnage and the number of Soviet warheads were small fractions of what they are today. Official civil defense instructions now available to average Americans do not inform the reader as to what degree of protection against fallout radiation, what protection factor, is given by the different types of do-it-yourself shelters pictured. There is no mention of dependable ways to provide adequate cooling ventilation, an essential requirement if even a home basement is to be occupied by several families in warm or hot weather. Outdated or inadequate information is given about water, food, the improvement of shelter in one's home, and other survival essentials. No field-tested instructions at present are available to guide householders who may want to strengthen the floor over a home basement so that it can safely support 2 feet of shielding earth piled on it. In areas of heavy fallout, such strengthening often would be needed to safely support adequate overhead shielding, especially if the house were to be jarred by a light shock from a distant explosion. In the following paragraphs, a way to greatly improve the fallout protection afforded by a typical home basement is outlined. If improved in this manner, a basement would provide excellent fallout protection for several families. First, earth should be placed on the floor above to a depth of about 1 foot. Earth can be carried efficiently by using sacks or pillowcases, using the techniques described in Chapter 8 for carrying water. Book page 46. If earth is not available because the ground is frozen or because of the lack of digging tools, other heavy materials, containers of water, heavy furniture, books, etc., should be placed on the floor above. These materials should weigh enough to produce a loading of about 90 pounds per square foot, about the same weight as earth 1 foot thick. This initial loading of the floor joists causes them to carry some of the weight that otherwise would be supported by the posts that then are to be installed. Next, a horizontal beam is installed so as to support all of the floor joists under their centers. Figure 5.8 shows a beam and one of its supporting posts. Such a supporting beam preferably is made by nailing 3 2x6s securely together. 3 2x4s would serve quite well. Figure 5.8. Supporting beam and one of its posts installed to increase the load of shielding material that can be carried safely by the floor above a home basement. Cut posts to fit exactly under the beam. If trees at least 4 inches in diameter are not available, make posts by nailing boards together. Position the 2 outermost posts within 2 feet of the ends of the beam. Space the posts at even intervals, with each post under a floor joist. A post under every third joist is ideal. This usually means a spacing between posts of about 4-1/2 a foot. If the basement is 20 feet long, 5 posts are enough. Nail each post to the beam, and secure the bases of each with brace boards laid on the basement floor, as illustrated. Finally, place a second 1-foot thick layer of earth on the floor above. If the basement windows are protected with boards and if all but a part of one window and all the above-ground parts of the basement walls are covered with earth 2 feet thick, the basement shelter will have a protection factor of several hundred against fallout radiation. Adequate ventilation and cooling should be assured by using a homemade air pump, a cap made and installed as described in Appendix B. Forced ventilation is especially necessary if more than one family occupies the basement in warm or hot weather. More work and materials are required to improve a home basement in this manner than are needed to build a covered trench shelter for one family. An earth-covered shelter separate from buildings will provide equally good protection against radiation, better protection against blast, and much better protection against fire. If a family cannot build a separate, earth-covered shelter outdoors, often it would be advisable to make a very small shelter in the most protected corner of the basement. Such an indoor shelter should be of sit-up height, about 40 inches for tall people, and no wider than 3 feet. Its walls can readily be built of chairs, benches, boxes, and bureau drawers. Interior doors make an adequately strong roof. Expedient shielding materials, to be placed on the roof and the 2 exposed sides, can be ordinary water containers and bureau drawers, boxes, and pillowcases filled with earth or other heavy materials. Or, if heavy-duty plastic trash bags or 4mm polyethylene film are available, make expedient water containers and use them for shielding. To do so, first line bureau drawers, boxes, pillowcases, trash cans, etc. with plastic. Place the lined containers in position to shield your shelter, then fill these expedient water containers with drinkable water, see Chapter 8. As demonstrated by hot weather occupancy tests of such very small indoor shelters, a small cap or other air pump must be operated to maintain a forced flow of air through such a crowded shelter, to prevent intolerable temperature-humidity conditions. See Chapter 6 for ventilation cooling requirements, including the provision of an adequately large opening in each end of a shelter. In some basements a second small cap would be needed in hot weather to pump outdoor air through the basement. This cap could be operated by pulling a cord from within the small shelter, using an improvised pulley, as described in Appendix B book page 47. Next. Public shelters. In the event of an unexpected attack, many unprepared Americans should and would take refuge in nearby marked public shelters. Throughout the populated areas that would not be subjected to blast, fire, or heavy fallout, the use of public shelters could save millions of lives. All persons concerned with survival should remember that the large majority of officially surveyed and marked shelters give better protection against radiation than most unimproved home basements. Persons preparing to go to public shelters should be aware that many lack forced ventilation and that the blowers and fans of most forced ventilation systems would be stopped by loss of electric power due to electromagnetic pulse effects or by other effects of nuclear explosions on electrical systems. A blast wave at an overpressure range as low as 1 psi, 144 pounds per square foot, would wreck most shelter ventilating fans. In 1987, no water or food normally is stocked. A person who brought to a public shelter 10 large plastic trash bags and 10 pillow slips, to make 10 expedient water bags in which 60 gallons of water could be stored, as described in Chapter 8, would help both himself and dozens of other shelter occupants. If he hoped to share the basement in a strange family's home, his chances of being welcomed would be improved if he brought a small homemade shelter ventilating pump and other survival items. The same small pump would be impractical in a large public shelter. An Oak Ridge National Laboratory study completed in 1978 found that if all citizens were to go to National Shelter Survey (NSS) shelters within 1 mile of their homes, 69% of those who found space would be in shelters rated for 1,000 or more occupants. The average number of shelter spaces in this largest class of public shelters was 3,179. The prospect of living in an unequipped shelter crowded with this many unprepared people, each of whom would have only 10 square feet of floor space, is a strong motivation to work hard to build and equip a small, earth-covered shelter. Deciding what kind of shelter to build or use. Before deciding what kind of shelter you and your family should build or use, it is best to read all of this book. Your final decision should include consideration of ways to provide life support equipment discussed in following chapters. At this stage, however, the reader will find it helpful to review important reasons why different types of shelters offer the best hope of survival to different people, in different areas, and under different conditions. This book is written primarily to improve the survival chances of people who cannot or do not build permanent shelters. The information which follows will help you select the best expedient or available shelter for your family. Shelter near or in your home. If your home is 10 or more miles from an average target such as a major airport with long runways, or is 20 or more miles from a great city with several strategic targets, you are fortunate. You can prudently build or use a shelter close to home. No one can foretell accurately which way the winds will blow or where weapons will explode, so, if practical, you should build a shelter that gives better protection against fallout, blast, and fire than shelters in buildings. Most people living outside targeted areas could build such a shelter in 2 days or less, using one of the designs of earth-covered expedient shelters detailed in Appendix A. Even if you plan to evacuate, you should decide where you would take shelter nearby in case you were unable to do so. There is always a chance that an attack may be launched without warning, giving insufficient time to evacuate. Or the missile aimed at the area in which you live may miss its target. If your targeted home area were not hit, moderately heavy fallout might be the only danger. Even an improved basement shelter would be adequate in that case. Earth-covered expedient family shelters. Advantages of earth-covered, expedient family shelters. Better protection against heavy fallout, blast, and fire than afforded by the great majority of shelters in buildings. The possibility of building in favorable locations, including places far removed from target areas, and places where it is impractical to build or to improve large group shelters giving good protection. Book page 48. The opportunity for men, women, and children to work together to provide good protection in minimum time. A better chance to benefit from thoughtful preparations made in advance than would be the case in public shelters where water, food, etc. must be shared. Less risk of personality clashes, hysteria under stress, exposure to infectious diseases, and other problems that arise when strangers are crowded together for days or weeks. Disadvantages of earth-covered, expedient shelters. It may be difficult to meet the requirement for time, space, people able to work hard, materials, and tools and to get all these together at the building site. Building is difficult if heavy rain or snow is falling or if the ground is deeply frozen. However, untrained Americans have built good fallout shelters with shielding provided by 5 or more feet of packed snow, 11 including a winter version of the crib-walled pole shelter described in Appendix A. The practicality of several Russian designs of snow-covered expedient shelters also has been demonstrated by winter construction tests in Colorado. 12. The fewer occupants of family shelters could not provide as many helpful skills as would be found in most public shelters, with tens to thousands of occupants. The lack of instruments for measuring changing radiation dangers. However, the occupants could make a homemade fallout meter by following the instructions in Appendix C, or buy a commercial instrument before a rapidly worsening crisis arises. Public and other existing shelters. Advantages of the great majority of public and other existing shelters, most of which are in buildings. Their immediate availability in many localities, without work or the need to supply materials and tools. The provision of fair to excellent fallout protection generally much better than citizens have available in their homes. The availability in some shelters of fallout meters and occupants who know how to use them and who can provide other needed skills. The chance for persons who are not able to carry food or water to a public shelter to share some brought by the more provident occupants. Disadvantages of the great majority of public and other existing shelters available to large numbers of people. The location of most of them in targeted areas. Poor protection against blast, fire and carbon monoxide. Lack of water and means for storing it, and lack of stocked food. No reliable air pumps, which are essential in warm or hot weather for supplying adequate ventilating cooling air to maintain endurable conditions in fully occupied shelters, especially below ground. Uncertainties regarding the availability of fallout meters and occupants who know how to use them. No dependable lights, sanitary facilities, or other life support equipment, with few exceptions. The crowding together of large numbers of people who are strangers to each other. Under frightening conditions that might continue for weeks, the greater the number of people, the greater would be the risks of the spread of infectious diseases and of hysteria, personality clashes, and the development of other conflicts. BELOWGROUND Expedient Earth-Covered Fallout Shelters. Appendix A details 2 designs of below-ground shelters, 3 designs of above-ground shelters, and 1 design that affords excellent protection built either below or above ground. Advantages of below-ground, earth-covered expedient fallout shelters. They afford better protection than do above-ground, earth-covered types. Less time, work, and materials are required to build them than to build equally protective above-ground designs. Book page 49. If built sufficiently separated from houses and flammable woods, they provide much better protection against fire hazards than do shelters in buildings. If dug in stable earth, even types with unshored earth walls give quite good blast protection up to overpressure ranges of at least 5 psi, where most homes and buildings would be destroyed by blast or fire. Disadvantages of below-ground expedient fallout shelters. They are not practical in areas where the water table or rock is very near the surface. It is impractical to build them in deep frozen ground. They are usually more crowded and uncomfortable than improved basement shelters. Expedient blast shelters. Advantages of expedient blast shelters. Occupants of expedient blast shelters described in Appendix D could survive uninjured in extensive blast areas where fallout shelters would not prevent death or injury. Blast doors would protect occupants from shock waves, dangerous overpressures, blast winds, and burns on exposed skin caused by the popcorning effect and heated air. The expedient blast shelters described in Appendix D of this book were built and blast tested in Defense Nuclear Agency blast tests. Their air supply systems were not damaged by blast effects that would have bent over or broken off the above-ground, vertical air supply pipes typical of even expensive imported Swiss and Finnish permanent family blast shelters. Notwithstanding this weakness, such permanent blast shelters will save many lives. The horizontal blast doors of these tested expedient blast shelters were not damaged because they were protected on all sides by spiked-together blast protector logs surrounded by ramped earth. In contrast, the horizontal blast door of the most expensive blast shelter described in a widely distributed Federal Emergency Management Agency pamphlet, number H12-3, is unprotected on its sides. This untested blast door probably would be torn off and blown away if struck by a strong blast wave, following blast winds, and pieces of houses and trees that would be hurled hundreds of feet. The blast-tested expedient blast valve described in Appendix D will prevent entry of blast waves through a shelter's ventilation pipes and resultant destruction of the ventilation pump and possible injury of occupants. Disadvantages of expedient blast shelters. They require more time, materials, tools, skill, and work than are needed for building expedient fallout shelters. Especially expedient blast shelters should be well separated from buildings and woods that, if burned, are likely to produce dangerous quantities of carbon monoxide and toxic smoke. Their ventilation openings permit the entry of many more fallout particles than do the ventilation pipes with goosenecks and filters of typical permanent blast shelters. However, deadly local fallout probably will not be a major danger in the blast areas where the great majority of Americans live, because a rational enemy will employ airbursts to destroy the mostly soft targets found in those areas. Airbursts can destroy most militarily significant soft targets over about twice as many square miles as can the surface or near-surface bursting of the same weapons. Fortunately, airbursts produce only tiny particles, and only a small fraction of these, while they still are very radioactive, are likely to be promptly brought to Earth in scattered hot spots by rainouts and snowouts. Thus, relatively few prompt fatalities or delayed cancer cases from air-burst fallout are likely to result even from the air bursting of today's smaller Soviet warheads that would inject most of their particles into the troposphere at altitudes from which wet deposition can take place. Warning: permanent home fallout and blast shelters described in widely available FEMA pamphlets have protection factors in line with the PF40 minimum standard for public shelters in buildings. In heavy fallout areas, a sizable fraction of the occupants of PF40 shelters will receive radiation doses large enough to incapacitate or kill them later. Permanent shelters built specifically to protect against nuclear weapon effects should have PFs much higher than PF40. None of the permanent home or family shelters described in official OCD, DCPA, or FEMA free shelter building instruction pamphlets have been built for evaluation and/or testing, a finding confirmed to the author in 1987 by a retired shelter specialist who for some 20 years served in Washington with FEMA and its predecessors. Book page 50. Copyright 2000 Nuclear War Survival Skills. Also see the New Expedient Shelter book. Requires the DJVU plugin. NWSS Contents. Cover. Edition notes. Table of contents. Book order form. Forward. About the author acknowledgements introduction. Ch. 1. The dangers. Ch. 2. Warnings and Ch. 3. Psychologic. Ch. 4. Evacuation. Ch. 5. Shelter. Ch. 6. Ventilation and cooling of shelters. Ch. 7. Protection. Ch. 8. Water. Ch. 9. Food. Ch. 10. Fallout raw. Ch. 11. Light. Ch. 12. Shelter saw. Ch. 13. Surviving. Ch. 14. Expedient. Ch. 15. Improvised. Ch. 16. Minimum PR. Ch. 17. Permanent. Ch. 18. Trans-Pachi. App. Instructio. App. 8.1. Door COV. App. 8.2. Pole COV. App. 8.3. Small PO. App. 8.4. Abovegrow. App. 8.5. Abovegrow. App. 8.6. Above GR. App. B. How to mock. App. C. A. Homemade. App. D. Expedient. App. E. How to mock. App. F. Providing. Selected references. Selected index. Graphics. Nuclear war survival skills. Mail home. Ch. 6. Ventilation and cooling of shelters. Critical importance. If high protection factor shelters or most other shelters that lack adequate forced ventilation were fully occupied for several days in warm or hot weather. Stopping or restricting shelter ventilation when instrument readings or observations show that heavy fallout has begun to be deposited. Top previous next. Critical importance. If high protection factor shelters or most other shelters that lack adequate forced ventilation were fully occupied for several days in warm or hot weather, they would become so hot and humid that the occupants would collapse from the heat if they were to remain inside. It is important to understand that the heat and water vapor given off by the bodies of people in a crowded, long-occupied shelter could be deadly if fallout prevents leaving the shelter. When people enter an underground shelter or basement in the summertime, at first the air feels cool. However, if most shelters are fully occupied for a few days without adequate ventilation, the floors, walls, and ceilings, originally cool, will have absorbed about all the body heat of which they are capable. Some shelters will become dangerously hot in a few hours. Unless most of the occupants' body heat and water vapor from sweat are removed by air circulated through a typical shelter, the heat-humidity conditions will become increasingly dangerous in warm or hot weather. One of the most important nuclear war survival skills people should learn is how to keep occupied shelters adequately ventilated in all seasons and cool enough for many days of occupancy in warm or hot weather. Methods for ventilating with homemade devices and for keeping ventilating air from carrying fallout particles into shelters are described in Appendices A and B. Instructions for directional fanning, the simplest means for forcing adequate volumes of air to flow through shelters, are given at the end of this chapter. Making and using an expedient air pump. The best expedient way to maintain livable conditions in a shelter, especially in hot weather, is to make and use a large volume shelter ventilating pump. Field tests have proved that average Americans can build the expedient air pump described in Appendix B in a few hours, with inexpensive materials found in most households. This simple pump was invented in 1962 by the author. One called it a punka pump, because its hand-pulled operation is somewhat like that of an ancient fan called a punka, still used by some primitive peoples in hot countries. Unlike the punka, however, this air pump can force air to move in a desired direction and is a true pump. It was named the Kearny Air Pump (CAP) by the Office of Civil Defense following tests of various models by Stanford Research Institute, the Protective Structures Development Center, and General American Transportation Company. These tests confirmed findings first made at Oak Ridge National Laboratory regarding the advantages of the CAP both as a manually operated pump for forcing large volumes of outdoor air through shelters and as a device for distributing air within shelters and fanning the occupants. See Figure 6.1. The air pump instructions given in Appendix B are the result of having scores of families and pairs of untrained individuals, including children, build and use this air pump. They were guided by successively improved versions of these detailed, written instructions, that include many illustrations, see Appendix B. Some people who are experienced at building things will find these instructions unnecessarily long and detailed. However, shelter building experiments have shown that the physically stronger individuals, usually the more experienced builders, should do more of the hard, manual work when shelters are built, and that those less experienced at building should do the lighter work, including making shelter ventilating pumps. These detailed, step-by-step instructions have enabled people who never. Book page 51. Photograph, figure 6.1. A 6-foot cap tested for durability at Oak Ridge. After 1,000 hours of operation during which it pumped air through a room at a rate of 4,000 cubic feet per minute, 4,000 cfm, there were only minor tears in the plastic flaps. Photograph, figure 6.2. Behind the girl is the homemade air pump that made it possible for a family of 6 to live in a crowded trench shelter for more than 3 days. Outside, the temperature rose to 930 F. Before had attempted to build a novel device of any kind to make serviceable air pumps. The air pump instructions given in Appendix B repeat some information in this chapter. This repetition is included both to help the reader when he starts to build an air pump and to increase the chances of the best available complete instructions being given to local newspapers during some future crisis. The instructions given in this book could be photographed, reproduced, and mass distributed by newspapers. Figure 6.2 shows, behind the girl, a 20-inch wide by 36-inch high cap installed in the entry trench of a trench shelter. The father of the Utah family described earlier had made this simple pump at home, using only materials and tools found in many homes as described in Appendix B. He carried the pump on top of his car to the shelter building site. The pendulum-like, flap valve pump was swung from 2 cabinet hinges, not shown, screwed onto a board. The board was nailed to roof poles of the narrow entry trench extending behind the girl in the photograph. The pull cord was attached to the pump frame below its hinge top and extended along one trench wall for the whole length of the shelter. Any one of the 6 occupants could pull this cord and easily pump as much as 300 cubic feet per minute of outdoor air through the shelter and through the insect screens over both its entrances. Without these screens, the numerous mosquitoes in this irrigated area would have made the family's shelter stay very unpleasant. During the 77 hours that the family continuously occupied their narrow, covered trench, the temperatures outside rose as high as 930 F. Without the air pump, the 6 occupants would have been driven from their shelter by unbearable temperature-humidity conditions during the day. 8. The photo in Figure 6.2 also shows how the air pump hung when not being operated, partially blocking the entry trench and causing a chimney effect flow of air at night. There was a 10-inch space between the air pump and the trench floor, and the resulting flow of air maintained adequate ventilation in the cool of the desert night. When outdoor temperatures dropped as low as 450 F, cool outdoor air flowed down into the entry and under the motionless air pump, replacing the body-warmed air inside the shelter. The entering cool air continuously forced the warm air out of the shelter room at ceiling height through the emergency crawlway exhaust trench at the other end. When the weather is cool, a piece of plastic or tightly woven cloth could be hung in the doorway of a well-designed, narrow shelter, to cause a flow of fresh air in the same manner. Book page 52. Numerous shelter occupancy tests have proved that modern Americans can live for weeks in an adequately cooled shelter with only 10 square feet of floor space per person. 13 Other tests, such as one conducted by the Navy near Washington, D.C. during an abnormally cool 2 weeks in August 1962, have shown that conditions can become difficult even when summertime outdoor air is being pumped through a long-occupied shelter at the rate of 12 cubic feet per minute, per person. 15 This is 4 times the minimum ventilation rate for each occupant specified by the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, for American shelters. 3 cubic feet per minute, 3 CFM. 3 CFM is about 3 times the supply of outdoor air needed to keep healthy people from having headaches as a result of exhaled carbon dioxide. In hot, humid weather, much more outdoor air than 12 CFM per person must be supplied to a crowded, long-occupied shelter, as will be described in the following section and in Appendix B. Maintaining endurable shelter conditions in hot weather. The Navy test mentioned above showed how much modern Americans who are accustomed to air conditioning could learn from jungle natives about keeping cool and healthy by skillfully using hot, humid, outdoor air. While working in jungles from the Amazon to Burma, I observed the methods used by the natives to avoid unhealthful conditions like those experienced in the Navy shelter, which was ventilated in a conventional American manner. These jungle methods include the first 5 of the 6 cooling methods listed in this section. During 24 years of civil defense research, my colleagues and one have improved upon the cooling methods of jungle people, primarily by the invention and thorough field testing of the homemade cap described in Appendix B, and of the directional fans covered by the instructions at the end of this chapter. Even during a heat wave in a hot part of the United States, endurable conditions can be maintained in a fully occupied, below-ground shelter with this simple pump, if the test-proven requirements listed below are all met. Most basement shelters and many above-ground shelters also can be kept at livable temperatures in hot weather if the cooling methods listed below are all followed. Degree supply enough air to carry away all the shelter occupants' body heat without raising the effective temperature of the air at the exhaust end of the shelter by more than 2 degrees Fahrenheit. The effective temperature of the air to which a person is exposed is equivalent to the temperature of air at 100% relative humidity that causes the same sensation of warmth or cold. Effective temperature combines the effects of the temperature of the air, its relative humidity, and its movement. An ordinary thermometer does not measure effective temperature. In occupancy tests of crowded shelters when the supply of outdoor air was hot and dry, shelter occupants have been surprised to find that they felt hottest at the air exhaust end of their shelter, where the temperature reading was lower than at the air intake end. Their sweaty bodies had acted as evaporative air coolers, but their body heat had raised the effective temperature, a reliable indicator of heat stress. If 40 cubic feet per minute 40 cfm per person of outdoor air is supplied and properly distributed, then even if the outdoor air is at a temperature which is typical of the hottest hours during a heat wave in a hot, humid area of the United States, the effective temperature of the shelter air will be increased no more than 2 degrees Fahrenheit by the shelter occupant's body heat and water vapor. Except for a relatively few sick people dependent on air conditioning, anyone could endure air that has an effective temperature only 2 degrees Fahrenheit higher than that of the air outdoors. There are exceptions to this ventilation requirement when the ceiling or walls of basement or above-ground shelters in buildings are heated by the sun to levels higher than skin temperature. In such shelters, more than 40 cfm of outdoor air per occupant must be supplied. However, if a shelter is covered by at least 2 feet of earth, it will be so well insulated that its ceiling and walls will not get hot enough to heat the occupants. Degree move the air gently, so as not to raise its temperature. In the aforementioned Navy test, a high-speed, electric ventilating pump and the frictional resistance of pipes and filters raise the temperature of the air supplied to the shelter by 3 degrees Fahrenheit under extreme heat wave conditions. An air supply 3 degrees Fahrenheit hotter than outdoor air could be disastrous, especially if considerably less than 40 cfm per occupant is supplied, and body heat raises the air temperature several additional degrees. Book page 53. Degree distribute the air quite evenly throughout the shelter. In a trench shelter, where air is pumped in at one end and flows out the other, good distribution is assured. In larger shelters, such as basements, ventilating air will move from the air supply opening straight to the air exhaust opening. Persons out of this air stream will not be adequately cooled. By using one or more additional, smaller caps also described in Appendix B, fresh air can be distributed easily throughout large shelter rooms, and the occupants will be gently fanned. Degree provide occupants with adequate drinking water and salt. In extremely hot weather, this means 4 quarts of water per day per person and 1 tablespoon, 10 grams, of salt, including the salt in food. Degree wear as few clothes as practical. When the skin is bare, moving air can evaporate sweat more efficiently for effective cooling. Air movement can keep bare skin drier, and therefore less susceptible to heat rash and skin infections. In the inadequately ventilated Navy test shelter, 34 of the 99 initially healthy young men had heat rash and 23 had more serious skin complaints at the end of their sweaty 2-week confinement, although their overall physical condition had not deteriorated. 15 However, at sick call every day all of these Navy test subjects with skin complaints were treated by medical corpsmen. In a nuclear war, very few shelter occupants would have medicines to treat skin diseases and infections, that if not taken care of usually worsen rapidly under continuously hot, humid conditions. Simple means for preventing skin diseases and infections means proved very effective by jungle natives and by our best trained jungle infantrymen in World War II are described in the Prevention of Skin Diseases section of Chapter 12. Keep pumping about 40 cfm of air per person through the shelter both day and night during hot weather, so that the occupants and the shelter itself will be cooled off at night. In the Navy test, the ventilation rate of 7 to 12 cfm was not high enough to give occupants the partial relief from heat and sweating that people normally get at night. 15 In a National Academy of Sciences meeting on protective shelters, an authority stated, laboratory experiments and field investigations have shown that healthy persons at rest can tolerate daily exposures to ETs, effective temperatures, up to 900 F, provided they can get a good night's sleep in a cooler environment. 14 An effective temperature 900 F is higher than the highest outdoor effective temperature during a heatwave in the south or in American deserts. Adequate ventilation in cold weather. In freezing weather, a below-ground shelter covered with damp earth may continue to absorb almost all of its occupants' body heat for many days and stay unpleasantly cold. In one winter test of such a fully occupied shelter, the temperature of the humid air in the shelter remained around 50 degrees Fahrenheit. 16 Under such conditions, shelter occupants should continue to ventilate their shelter adequately, to avoid the following conditions. A dangerous buildup of carbon dioxide from exhaled breath, the first symptoms of which are headaches and deeper breathing. Headaches from the carbon monoxide produced by smoking. When the ventilation rate is low, smoking should not be permitted, even near the exhaust opening. Headaches, collapse, or death due to carbon monoxide from open fires or gasoline lanterns that release gases into the shelter air. Natural ventilation. Enough air usually will be blown through an above-ground shelter if sufficiently large openings are provided on opposite sides and if there is any breeze. But if the weather is warm and still and the shelter crowded, the temperature-humidity conditions soon can become unbearable. Adequate natural ventilation for below-ground shelters is more difficult. Even if there is a light breeze, not much air will make a right-angle turn and go down a vertical entry, make another right-angle turn, and then flow through a trench or other shelter partially obscured by people and supplies. In cool weather, occupants' body heat will warm the shelter air and make it lighter than the outdoor air. If a chimney-like opening or vent duct is provided in the ceiling, the warmed, lighter air will flow upward and out of the shelter, provided an adequate air intake vent is open near the floor. An Eskimo igloo is an excellent example of how very small ventilation openings, skillfully located in the ceiling and at floor level, make it possible in cold weather for chimney-type natural ventilation to supply the 1 cfm per person of outdoor air needed to prevent exhaled carbon dioxide from becoming dangerously concentrated. In warm weather, chimney-type natural ventilation usually is inadequate for most high protection factor shelters that are fully occupied for days. And in hot weather, when as much as 40 cfm per occupant is required, body-warmed shelter air is no lighter than the outdoor air. Chimney-type ventilation fails completely under these conditions. Book page 54. Shelter ventilation without filters. Numerous tests have shown that the hazards from fallout particles carried into shelters by unfiltered ventilating air are minor compared to the dangers from inadequate ventilation. A 1962 summary of the official standards for ventilating systems of fallout shelters stated, air filters are not essential for small family-size shelters. 17 more recent findings have led to the same conclusion for large fallout shelters. A 1973 report by the Subcommittee on Fallout of the National Academy of Sciences on the radioiodine inhalation problem stated this conclusion. The opinion of the subcommittee is that inhalation is far less of a threat than ingestion, eating or drinking, and does not justify countermeasures such as filters in the ventilating systems of shelters. 18. Recommendations such as those above realistically face the fact that, if we suffer a nuclear attack, the vast majority of Americans will have only the fallout protection given by buildings and some expedient shelters. Consequently, how best to use available resources must be the primary consideration when planning for protection against the worst dangers of a nuclear attack. Relatively minor hazards may have to be accepted. For unprepared people, inhalation of fallout particles would be a minor danger compared to being forced out of a shelter because of dangerously inadequate ventilation. The most dangerous fallout particles are those deposited on the ground within the first few hours after the explosion that produces them. Typically, these hot particles would be so large and fast-falling that they would not be carried into expedient shelters equipped with low-velocity air intake openings, such as those described in this book. Nor would these most dangerous, hot, fallout particles be sucked into gooseneck air intake pipes, or other properly designed air intake openings of a permanent shelter. For most shelters built or improved hurriedly during a crisis, it will be impractical to provide filtered air. The car-over trench shelter pictured in Figure 6.3 points up the overriding need for pumped air for occupants of crowded shelters during warm or hot weather. This simple shelter provides fallout protection about 4 times as effective as that given by a typical home basement. After the car was driven over the trench, earth was shoveled into the car and its trunk and on top of its hood. At one end was a combined crawlway entrance, air intake opening. At the other end, a 1-foot square air exhaust opening. Each opening was covered by a small awning. To keep loose shielding earth from running under the car and into the trench, the upper edges of 5-foot wide strips of polyethylene film first were attached with duct tape to the sides and ends of the car, about 2 feet above the ground. Then earth was piled onto the parts of the film strips that were lying on the ground, to secure them. Finally, earth was piled against the vertical parts of the attached film strips. Figure 6.3. Pulling a small stick frame cap to keep temperatures endurable for occupants of a car-over trench shelter in warm weather. Enough air also can be supplied with a small directional fan, although more laboriously. Placing earth rolls, see page 150. Around the sides of an earth-loaded car provides better, more secure side shielding, but requires more materials and work. Inhalation dangers. Only extremely small fallout particles can reach the lungs. The human nose and other air passages can filter out almost all particles 10 micrometers, 10 microns, or larger, in diameter, and about 95% of those exceeding 5 micrometers. See reference 6, page 599. 5 micrometers equal 5 millionths of a meter, or 5 thousandths of a millimeter. Using a dust mask or breathing through cloth would be helpful to keep from inhaling larger hot fallout particles which may cause beta burns in noses, sinuses, and bronchial tubes. Many such retained particles may be swallowed when cleared from one's air passageways by the body's natural protective processes. As shown below in Figure 6.4, a relatively large particle 40 microns, 40 in diameter, spherical, and with the sand-like density of most fallout particles falls about 1,300 feet in 8 hours. A dark-colored particle 40 microns in diameter is about as small a speck as most people can see with the naked eye. Most 40 diameter fallout particles would take a book page. 55. Illustration, Figure 6.4. Stabilized radioactive fallout clouds shown a few minutes after the explosions, with distances that spherical fallout particles having diameters of 40, 50, and 100 microns fall in 8 hours. 6. Few days to fall from the cloud of a 1 megaton explosion down far enough into the troposphere to be occasionally scavenged and promptly brought to Earth by rain or snow while still very radioactive. In 1987, however, most of the thousands of deployed Soviet ICBM warheads are 550 kilotons or smaller. See Jane's Weapon Systems, 1987-88. The stabilized clouds of such explosions would be mostly in the troposphere, and some of even the tiniest particles, those small enough to be breathed into one's lungs, would be promptly scavenged and deposited in scattered, hot spots. Fortunately, most of the very small and tiniest fallout particles would not be deposited for days to months, by which time radioactive decay would have made them much less dangerous. Breathing tiny radioactive particles into one's lungs would constitute a minor health hazard compared to other dangers that would afflict an unprepared people subjected to a large-scale nuclear attack. Scavenging of radioactive particles. Scavenging is most effective below about 30,000 feet, the maximum height of most rain and snow clouds. See Figure 6.4. Because the Soviets have deployed thousands of ICBMs with warheads of only 100 to 550 kilotons. Americans face increased dangers from very radioactive particles scavenged by rainouts or snowouts. The resultant hot spots of fallout heavy enough to kill unsheltered people in a few weeks could be scattered even hundreds of miles downwind from areas of multiple explosions, especially missile fields. Prudent Americans, even those living several hundred miles from important targets, whenever practical should equip their shelters with adequate ventilating pumps and dust filters. This potential danger from extremely small fallout particles will be worsened if the United States deploys mobile ICBMs such as Midgetman, probably on large military reservations in the West. The Soviet Union already has mobile ICBMs in its nuclear forces. In the event of a Soviet attack, our hard-to-target mobile missiles probably would be subjected to a barrage of relatively small warheads air-bursted so as to blanket their deployment areas. The resultant large clouds of extremely small radioactive particles in the troposphere usually would be blown eastward, and resultant life-endangering hot spots from rainouts and/or snowouts could be scattered clear to the Atlantic coast. Fortunately, even in many expedient shelters completed in a few days, filtered air can be provided by using a homemade cap to pump air through furnace or air conditioner filters, as described in the last section of Appendix B. To learn how you can supply a shelter at low cost with air so well filtered that essentially all extremely small fallout particles and infective aerosols are removed, see Appendix E, How to Make a Homemade Plywood Double-Action Piston Pump and Filter. Book page 56. These worsening potential dangers from extremely small, hot, fallout particles brought promptly to Earth by scavenging are not likely to endanger nearly as many Americans' lives as would 24-hour fallout of much larger particles from surface and near-surface explosions. Providing enough outdoor air to shelters, rather than filtered air, will continue to deserve first priority. Top previous next. Stopping or restricting shelter ventilation. When instrument readings or observations show that heavy fallout has begun to be deposited, shelter occupants should decide whether to restrict or stop ventilation. If it is windy outside, even some sand-like fallout particles may be blown into a shelter with large ventilation openings. However, ventilation should not be restricted long enough to cause weaker occupants to be on the verge of collapse from overheating, or to result in headaches from exhaled carbon dioxide. If a house is burning dangerously close to a separate, earth-covered shelter, closing the shelter's ventilation openings for an hour or two usually will prevent the entry of dangerous concentrations of carbon monoxide, carbon dioxide, or smoke. Most houses will burn to the ground in less than 2 hours. When an attack is expected, a shelter, occupied or soon to be occupied, should be kept as cool as practical by pumping large volumes of outdoor air through it when the outdoor air is cooler than the shelter air. This also will assure that the air is fresh and low in exhaled carbon dioxide. Then, if a need arises to stop or restrict ventilation, the shelter can be closed for longer than could be done safely otherwise. Ventilation, cooling of permanent shelters. A permanent family fallout shelter, built at moderate cost before a crisis, should have a ventilation system that can supply adequate volumes of either filtered or unfiltered air, pumped in through an air intake pipe and out through an air exhaust pipe. Provision also should be made for the grim possibility that fallout could be so heavy that a shelter might have to be occupied for weeks, or even part-time for months. A small or medium-sized permanent shelter should be designed so that most of the time after an attack it can have adequate natural ventilation through its entryway and emergency exit. During hot spells, forced ventilation through these same large air passageways should be provided by using a homemade cap. This manual air pump, described in Appendix B, can force large volumes of air through low resistance openings with minimum effort. Ways to ventilate and cool permanent shelters are described in Chapter 17, Permanent Family Fallout Shelters for Dual Use, and in Appendix E, How to Make and Use a Homemade Plywood Double-Action Piston Pump and Filter. Warning. Many official instructions for building and ventilating shelters are life-endangering. The reader is advised not to read this section if pressed for time during a crisis, unless he is considering building an expedient or permanent shelter described in an official civil defense publication. Because of the worldwide extreme fear of radiation, civil defense specialists who prepare official self-help instructions for building shelters have made radiation protection their overriding objective. Apparently the men in Moscow and Washington who decide what shelter building and shelter ventilating instructions their fellow citizens receive, especially instructions for building and improving expedient shelters, do not understand the ventilation requirements for maintaining endurable temperature, humidity conditions in crowded shelters. It must be remembered that shelters may have to be occupied continuously for days in warm or hot weather. Russian small expedient shelters are even more dangerously underventilated than are most of their American counterparts, and can serve to illustrate similar ventilation deficiencies of American shelters. Figure 6.5 is a Russian drawing, with its caption translated, of a wood-earth shelter, in a Soviet self-help civil defense booklet, Anti-Radiation Shelters in Rural Areas. This booklet, published in a 200,000-copy edition, includes illustrated instructions for building 20 different types of expedient shelters. All 20 of these shelters have dangerously inadequate natural ventilation, and none of them have air pumps. Note that this high protection factor, covered trench shelter, depends on air flowing down through its dust filter with straw packing, hay, and out through its small exhaust duct with damper. As part of Oak Ridge National Laboratory's participation in Defense Nuclear Agency's Dice Throw 1978 blast test, I built 2 Russian polycovered trench shelters. These were like the shelter shown in Figure 6.5, except that each lacked a trapdoor and filter. As anticipated, so little air flowed through these essentially dead-ended test shelters that temperatures soon became unbearable. Book page 57. Illustration, Figure 6.5. Figure 20. Wood-earth shelter without lining of the walls for clay soils. 10 occupants. 1 trapdoor. 2 dust filter with a straw packing, hay. 3 earth cover 60 to 80 cm thick. 4 roofing made of poles. 5 exhaust duct with damper. 6 curtain made of tightly woven cloth. 7 removable container for wastes. 8 water collecting sump. Note: bill of materials is rough lumber, 2.7 cubic meters. Nails, 0.12 kilogram. Wire, 0.64 kilogram. Work requirement, 90 to 110 man-hours. Shielding coefficient, 250 to 300. Russian earth-covered expedient fallout shelters are based on military dugouts designed for brief occupancy during a conventional attack. Subsequently, they were improved for fallout protection but were made much less habitable by Soviet civil defense specialists. Apparently these specialists were ignorant of ventilation requirements, and almost certainly they did not field test small expedient fallout shelters for habitability. Tens of millions of Russians have been taught to build such shelters. Once any bureaucracy issues dangerously faulty equipment or instructions, it rarely corrects them except under pressure. I have experienced this reluctance even during wartime, when trying to improve faulty combat equipment that was causing American soldiers to lose their lives. Continuing proofs of such bureaucratic reluctance to correct dangerous errors are hundreds of thousands of potentially life-endangering civil defense pamphlets and booklets, especially the several editions of In Time of Emergency kept nationwide in hundreds of communities, primarily for crisis distribution. Some American official instructions for building expedient shelters have been slowly improved over the decades. The best are given in the June 1985 edition of Protection in the Nuclear Age, one of the Federal Emergency Management Agency's widely available free booklets. Yet even in this improved edition no mention is made of the crucial need for forced ventilation during warm weather, nor for expedient, simple means for providing pumped air. Also, in the June 1985 edition of Protection in the Nuclear Age, the second crawlway entry, exit of the above-ground, door-covered shelter, see Appendix 8.4, is replaced by a 4-6 inches dia pipe for ventilation, which makes this very small shelter essentially dead-ended and thereby eliminates adequate ventilation in warm weather. With only a 6-inch diameter air exhaust opening, not nearly enough air can flow naturally in warm weather through this crowded shelter's room, only about 39 inches wide by 34 inches high. As proved by habitability tests in Florida and elsewhere, a cap or directional fan must be used, even with 2 crawlway entry exits. Book page 58. The essential second crawlway entry, exit of the above-ground door-covered shelter was eliminated as the result of a recommendation by a contractor for FEMA charged with field testing and evaluating expedient shelters, and improving abbreviated shelter building instructions. No habitability tests were required. So the contractor concluded in his 1978 report to FEMA that the second entry, exit should be eliminated because the building of entries is time-consuming, and with this small a shelter a second entry is really not justified. In peacetime, bureaucracies of all nations tend to divide up responsibilities between specialists and to promote means by which non-prestigious wartime problems can apparently be solved with the least expense and work. Directional fanning to ventilate shelters. The directional fanning instructions on the following 2 pages may save more lives than any other instructions given in this book for a home-makeable survival item. I regret that no one rediscovered this pre-mechanization, simple, yet effective way of manually pumping air until after the original nuclear war survival skills was published. In 1980, Dr. William Olson, a NASA research engineer long concerned with improving self-help civil defense, rediscovered one kind of directional fanning. Since then, with the assistance of able Americans and others, I have designed and tested several types of directional fans. I have field tested and repeatedly improved the instructions to enable average people to quickly learn how to make and use such fans effectively. The great advantage of directional fanning is that almost anyone who is given the field-tested instructions can quickly make and use one of these simple fans. Only very widely available materials are needed. The main disadvantage is that directional fanning is a more laborious way to ventilate a shelter than using caps, as described in detail in Appendix B. Americans are not likely to receive directional fanning instructions from the Federal Emergency Management Agency. FEMA's predecessors, the Office of Civil Defense and the Defense Civil Preparedness Agency, were unable to get the millions of dollars necessary to buy factory-made caps and other manual air pumps to ventilate officially designated fallout shelters, and FEMA has avoided shelter ventilating controversies. No widely available official American publication includes instructions for making and using any expedient air pumping device. Thanks to Congressman Ike Skelton, Democrat of Missouri and strong civil defense advocate, in 1981 I was able to demonstrate directional fanning to Louis Giuffrida, at that time the director of FEMA. I gave directional fans to the FEMA specialists concerned with shelter ventilation, all of whom have since left FEMA. To date, although directional fanning instructions have been reproduced in 3 private civil defense publications, and some 600 copies of a metric version of the instructions were distributed to British civil defense professionals at the 1984 Annual Study of Civil Defense and Emergency Planning Officers, FEMA has not even evaluated directional fanning. In contrast, in 1981 I gave copies of instructions for both caps and directional fans to Dr. Yinji Xu, the director of the People's Republic of China's National Research and Design Institute of Civil Defense, and the next day he started evaluating these simple devices. At that time I was traveling extensively in China as an official guest, exchanging civil defense information. Dr. Yin, who heads all Chinese civil defense research and development, went with his top ventilation and shelter design specialists to a furniture factory in Beijing. There I watched workmen quickly build both a large and a small cap, and also directional fans. Then Dr. Yin and his specialists began using their air velocity meters to measure the volumes of air that these simple devices could pump. On the following days I participated in more ventilation tests using caps and directional fans in tunnel blast shelters in Beijing and in the port city of Dalian. While watching these top Chinese civil defense professionals make and test caps and directional fans, I kept thinking, this is the way Thomas Edison and Henry Ford would have evaluated simple devices of possible great importance to millions. The reader is urged to keep the following 2 pages of directional fanning instructions ready for reproduction in a crisis. The sections on the small 2-handled directional fan and the large 1-man fan will be the most useful to unprepared people. Ventilation by pairs of men using bedsheet fans is an effective method for forcing very large volumes of outdoor air through tunnels, corridors and mines with ceilings at least 9 feet high provided they have 2 large openings. However, this method requires organization and discipline. Book page 59. Directional fanning to ventilate shelters. Directional fanning is the simplest way to force enough outdoor air through typical basement, trench, and other expedient shelters to maintain endurable conditions, even in extremely hot, humid weather. During a worsening nuclear crisis, most unprepared citizens probably will not have the time and/or materials needed to make a cap or other efficient shelter ventilating pump, even if they have the instructions. In contrast, tests with average citizens have indicated that if they have instructions for making and using directional fans, and if there are a few hours of warning time before the attack, then the majority will be able to ventilate all of their expedient shelters, except some of the largest. The principal disadvantage of directional fans is that they are more laborious to operate than are caps, that are manually powered, pendulum-like air pumps that conserve energy. A directional fanning to ventilate and cool smaller shelters. A two-handled directional fan of the size illustrated, 14 in x 16 in, with a 6 in handle, is less tiring to use and requires less manual dexterity than does a one-handled fan with the same size blade. With this small two-handled fan, you quite easily can force about 300 cubic feet per minute, 300 cfm, of outdoor air through a crowded trench or basement shelter. This is enough air for up to 9 adults crowded into a small shelter in extremely hot, humid weather, and enough for about 100 people in cold weather. By fanning vigorously, 500 to 600 cubic feet per minute have been forced through a small covered trench shelter. Fig 59a illustration. To make a durable two-handled fan, first make its frame out of 2 sticks each 14 inches long and 2 sticks each 22 inches long. See sketch. To strengthen the corners, overlap the sticks about 1/2 inch, as shown. When using sticks cut from a tree, select ones with diameters of about 3 feet inch, and make shallow notches in all 4 sticks before tying together the 4 corners of the blade. If you do not have strong string, use 1/2 inch wide strips of bedsheet cloth, or other strong cloth, slightly twisted. If using sawed sticks, be sure to use none smaller than 3/4 inch in cross-section. If you have very small nails or brads, use only one to connect each corner, then tie each corner securely. To prevent possible blistering of hands, wrap cloth around the fan handles, or wear gloves. To cover the fan's blade, any strong, light fabric, such as bedsheet cloth, serves well if you are going to sew on the cloth. First cuts 26 x 30 inch piece. Wrap the 30-inch width smoothly crosswise around the frame, after cutting 4 notches in the cloth's corners, so that the tied-together parts of the sticks will not be covered. Pin or tape the cloth to make a smooth blade. Finally sew securely. If waterproof construction adhesive is available, a smaller piece of cloth can be used and the blade can be covered in a very few minutes. If time and/or materials are very limited, make a fan with its blade merely a piece of cloth connecting 2 22-inch long sticks. This very simple fan is reasonably effective, although tiring to use. Cardboard covering a blade is likely to become damp and fragile in the humid air of a crowded shelter. Very light sheet metal makes a good fan blade and requires only 2 sticks. A blade of 4-inch plywood is too heavy. If no sticks are available, a double thickness of heavy, stiff cardboard 22 inches long by 14 inches wide will pump almost as much air if used as a handleless fan. The pieces should be securely tied or taped together. If waterproof tape is available, cover the parts that you will grip with sweaty hands, thus preventing dampening and softening the cardboard. For maximum ventilation, the air intake opening of a shelter should be at least as large as its air exhaust opening. If the air exhaust opening of your small shelter is much larger than that shown in the sketches, block part of it off to reduce it to approximately this 24-inch high by 20-inch wide size, for more effective use with this fan. The air should be fanned out of the shelter in the direction in which the air is naturally flowing. For maximum ventilation rate, fan about 40 strokes per minute. With one or more directional fans, air inside a shelter can be distributed effectively and the occupants cooled. Also, if during the time of maximum fallout dose rate the occupants get close together in the most protective part of the shelter, they often will get unbearably hot unless fanned. To fan air out through an air exhaust opening, sit facing the opening with your elbows about 4 inches lower than the bottom of the opening. Then count 1, 2, 3 while you Figure PG 59b. Illustration 1. Quickly raise the fan to a vertical position close in front of your face and immediately fan push a slug of air into the opening, ending the power stroke with your arms fully extended and with the fan almost horizontal and out of the way of air that was sucked behind the fan and is still flowing out through the opening. 2. 3. After a slight pause, leisurely withdraw the almost horizontal fan until the bottom of its blade almost touches your stomach, preparatory to the next power stroke. To increase the flow of air through a shelter, while fanning the occupants. Have 2 or more occupants sitting inside the shelter. Each use a fan of the size described above to fan the air so as to increase its velocity in the direction in which air already is flowing through the shelter. Such directional fanning is especially effective in increasing the air flow through small, narrow shelters. To avoid higher radiation exposures near openings, build an essentially airtight partition across the shelter room, with a 24-inch high x 20-inch wide hole in it through which to fan. By fanning through a 24 x 20-inch hole in a cardboard partition built across a doorway inside a U-shaped permanent trench shelter 76 feet long, the air flow is increased by an average of 327 cubic feet per minute. Bidirectional fanning to larger shelters. Ventilate and cool larger shelters. 1. With a large one-man fan. Figure PG 59c. Illustration. To ventilate larger basements, big covered trenches, and other large shelters lacking adequate ventilation, use 1 or more large one-man fans. See sketch. Note that the 20x 30-inch fan blade is made like a 2-stick kite, and that the upper end of the longer diagonal stick serves as 10-inch handle. The model illustrated is made of 2 nominal 1x 2-inch boards, one 46 inches long and the other 35 inches long. These boards are connected at a point 17-half an inch from their lower ends, first with a single clinched nail, and then by being tied securely. The edges of the handle are rounded smooth. The blade frame is covered on both sides with strong bedsheet cloth, that is wrapped around and secured to the strong cords or wires tied to notches cut in the boards or sticks near the 4 corners of the blade. If cord or wire is not available, 4 2-inch wide strips of strong cloth, slightly twisted, serve well. Book page 60. A durable but laboriously heavy fan can be made in a few minutes using a 20x 30-inch piece of 1/4 inch plywood nailed to a single 46-inch long 1x 2-inch hoard. Or use a single round stick about 1-1/4 inch in diameter, flattened on one side. A fan with its blade made of 2 sheets of very heavy cardboard tied on both sides of a 1x 2-inch board is decidedly effective when dry. However, typical cardboard will become soft and worthless in most crowded, long-occupied humid shelters. To fan directionally, it is best to stand just outside and to one side of a doorway, so that your body does not obstruct the airflow. Preferably stand opposite and facing the open door, which should be secured open and perpendicular to its doorway. Hold the fan like a golf club and swing it with your arms extended. Then slowly count 1, 2 while you 1. Make the power stroke with the fan blade broadside until the end of the stroke, when you quickly turn it 90 degrees. 2. Make the pendulum-like return stroke with the fan blade kept edgewise, feathered, to the airflow until the end, when you quickly turn it 90 degrees, preparatory to making the next power stroke. To pump more air, block off the upper part of the doorway with cloth, cardboard, plywood, etc. To prevent air from flowing back in the wrong direction through the upper part of the doorway. See sketch on preceding page. Whenever practical, directionally fan the air in the same direction that the air is naturally flowing through the shelter. More air usually can be pumped through a shelter if the fan is used to force air out through the air exhaust opening. This reduces the air pressure inside the shelter and causes fresh outdoor air to be sucked into the shelter through the air intake doorway, or through other large air intake openings. Thus with one fan 1,000 cubic feet per minute can be pumped through a fully occupied shelter. This is enough outdoor air if it is properly distributed within the shelter to maintain tolerable conditions for weeks for 25 occupants during extremely hot weather, and for up to about 300 occupants during cold weather. To ventilate and cool a room having only one doorway and no other opening, do not block off any part of the doorway. If air is fanned into such a room through the lower part of its completely open doorway, then air will flow back out of the room through the upper part of the doorway. However, this pumps much less air than when a separate, large air exhaust opening is provided. To increase the flow of outdoor air through a tunnel shelter, several fanners equally spaced along its length should each fan in the direction of the natural airflow. This procedure was first proved practical during a 1981 ventilation test that Cresson Kearny participated in with Chinese civil defense officials in the port city of Dalian. In this test 5 fanners, each with a fan of approximately the size illustrated, forced air from the outdoors through a 395-foot section between 2 opened entrances of a typical Chinese tunnel shelter. The airflow was increased from a natural flow of 290 cubic feet per minute to 3.680 cubic feet per minute. The 5 excellent Chinese fans each had a blade made of a piece of 3 mm, approximately 1/8 in, plywood nailed to a single board. 2. With a bedsheet fan. Use a 2-man bedsheet fan to force thousands of cubic feet per minute of outdoor air through a tunnel or long corridor having at least a 9-foot ceiling and a large opening at each end. The most practical design tested was made from a strong double bedsheet cut down to 6-foot width, with the wide hem at its head end left unchanged and with a similar-sized hem sewn in its opposite end, to give a finished length of 6 feet. A 6-foot-long, nominal 1x 2-inch board, or an approximately 1-1/2 inch diameter stick, was secured inside each end hem of various models with waterproof construction adhesive, or with tacks, or by tying. Before a board was inserted, its edges were rounded. Round sticks were smoothed. 2 persons preparing to use a bedsheet fan, see sketch, should stand facing each other, at right angles to the desired direction of airflow, with the cloth extended horizontally between them. Each fanner should grip his stick with one hand near its downwind end and with his other hand near its center. A pair of directional fanners get ready to make a power stroke by leaning in the upwind direction, as illustrated. Then the pair of fanners should count 1, 2, 3 while they 1. Make the power stroke by rapidly sweeping their sticks and the attached cloth in an arc, until they are leaning in the downwind direction and the sticks and cloth are again horizontal. See sketch. 2, 3. Hold the sticks and cloth horizontal, to permit air that was sucked behind the cloth to continue flowing in the desired direction, while leisurely moving the bedsheet fan back to the starting position. During this move the fanners change hands, as illustrated. Note that what was the upper side of the fan at the beginning of the power stroke now has become the lower side. 2 men thus fanning vigorously produced a net airflow of 5,500 cubic feet per minute through an empty school corridor that is 8 feet wide, has a 9-foot ceiling, and is 194 feet long. The doors at both ends were open. To adequately ventilate and cool people crowded into a long tunnel in hot weather, a pair of bedsheet fanners should be positioned about every 100 feet along its length. Figure PG 60, illustration. The practicality of using bedsheet fans to ventilate some very large mines or caves having 2 or more large openings was proved by tests with members of the Citizens Preparedness Group of Greater Kansas City. These tests were conducted in 1982 near Kansas City in a huge limestone mine that has a ceiling averaging about 17 feet high, corridors about 35 feet wide, columns of unexcavated rock about 15 feet square, and over 1 million square feet of level, dry floor space. The air inside is dead, remarkably still, because the only openings are 2 truck-sized portals on one side of the mine. 5 pairs of bedsheet fanners, spaced about 75 feet apart down a corridor, after fanning for several minutes produced a measured airflow of approximately 100,000 cubic feet per minute through this part of this corridor. With many more pairs of bedsheet fanners working, enough air for at least 10,000 occupants could be sucked into this mine through one of its 17x 20-foot portals, fanned down a corridor to the far dead end of the mine, then fanned through a cross corridor, and finally fanned back out through the corridor that has the second truck-sized portal at its outer end. A pair of pre-mechanization coal miners produced a directed airflow, by holding a piece of canvas vertically between them while they quickly walked a short ways in the direction of the desired airflow. They walked back with the canvas held horizontally between them. Then they repeated. See additional advantages of directional fans. 1. No installation is needed. thus saving working time and materials for making habitable shelters hurriedly built or upgraded during a crisis. 2. Directional fans enable shelter occupants to quickly reverse the direction of air flow through their shelter when outdoor wind changes cause the direction of natural air flow to be reversed. 3. 4 or more directional fans when used to circulate air within a shelter room can serve like air ducts, while simultaneously fanning occupants. 4. Directional fans are very unlikely to be damaged by blast effects severe enough to wreck bladed fans or other fixed ventilation devices placed at or near air intake or air exhaust openings, but not severe enough to injure shelter occupants. Book page 61. Copyright 2000 Nuclear War Survival Skills. Also see the New Expedient Shelter book. Requires the DJVU plugin. NWSS Contents. Cover. Edition notes. Table of contents. Book order form. Forward. About the author. Acknowledgements. Introduction. Ch. 1. The dangers. Ch. 2. Warnings and Ch. 3. Psychologic. Ch. 4. Evacuation. Ch. 5. Shelter. Ch. 6. Ventilation. Ch. 7. Protection against fires and carbon monoxide. Ch. 8. Water. Ch. 9. Food. Ch. 10. Fallout. Raw. Ch. 11. Light. Ch. 12. Shelter. Saw. Ch. 13. Surviving. Ch. 14. Expedient. Ch. 15. Improvised. Ch. 16. Minimum PR. Ch. 17. Permanent. Ch. 18. Trans-Pachi. App. Instructio. App. 8.1. Door COV. App. 8.2. Pole COV. App. 8.3. Small PO. App. 8.4. AboveGrow. App. 8.5. AboveGrow. App. 8.6. AboveGR. App. B. How to Mock. App. C. A. Homemade. App. D. Expedient. App. E. How to Mock. App. F. Providing. Selected references. Selected index. Graphics. Nuclear War Survival Skills. Mail Home. Ch. 7. Protection against fires and carbon monoxide. Relative dangers. Fire and its consequences probably would be the third-ranking danger to unprepared Americans subjected to a massive nuclear attack. Direct blast effects would be first, covering a large fraction of densely populated areas and killing far more people. Considerably fewer fatalities seem likely to result from the second-ranking danger, fallout radiation. The facts about fire hazards. Firestorms would endanger relatively few Americans. Only the older parts of a few American cities have buildings close enough together, over a large enough area, to fuel this type of conflagration. Such fires have not occurred in cities where less than about 30% of a large area was covered with buildings. 19. In the blast area of Hiroshima, a terrifying firestorm that burned almost all buildings within an area of about 4.4 square miles resulted from many fires being ignited almost simultaneously. Many were caused by heat radiation from the fireball. Even more fires were due to secondary effects of the blast, such as the overturning of stoves. The buildings contained much wood and other combustible materials. The whole area burned like a tremendous bonfire. Strong winds that blew in from all directions replaced the huge volumes of hot air that rose skyward from the intense fires. Lack of oxygen is not a hazard to occupants of shelters in or near burning buildings or to those in shelters that are closed tightly to prevent the entry of smoke or fallout. Carbon monoxide, toxic smoke from fires, or high concentrations of carbon dioxide from shelter occupants' exhaled breaths would kill occupants before they suffered seriously from lack of oxygen. Fires ignited by heat radiation. Figure 7.1 shows a wood frame house after it was heated for 1 second by heat radiation from a small nuclear weapon exploded in a Nevada test. This test house had no furnishings, but the heat was intense enough to have ignited exposed upholstery, curtains, bedding, papers, etc. In a typical home. Heat radiation will set fire to easily ignitable materials, dry newspapers, thin dark fabrics, dry leaves and dry grass, in about the same extensive areas over which blast causes moderate damage to frame houses. The blast wave and high-speed blast winds will blow out many flames. However, tests have shown that fire will continue to smolder within some materials such as upholstery and dry rotted wood, and after a while it often will burst into flame and will spread. The burning automobile pictured in Figure 7.2 is an example of such ignition beyond the range of severe blast damage. The number of fires started by heat radiation in areas where blast is not severe can be reduced by whitewashing the insides of window panes and by removing flammable materials from places in and around houses where heat radiation could reach them. Also, occupants of shelters in some homes that would be only slightly damaged by blast could move quickly to extinguish small fires and throw out smoldering upholstered articles before fallout is deposited. Book page 62. Figure 7.1. Heat radiation charred the paint on this house, which had been painted white to reflect heat rays. The charring instantaneously produced the smoke. However, precautions had been taken to prevent this typical U.S. house from being destroyed by fire, because the test was made to enable engineers to study the effects of blast, rather than fire. The house was demolished by the 5 psi overpressure blast that struck seconds later, but it did not burn. Figure 7.2. Thermal radiation from a nuclear explosion entered the car above through its closed windows and ignited the upholstery. The windows were blown out by the blast a few seconds later. However, the explosion was at such a distance that the blast wave was not severe enough to dent the car body. Book page 63. Earth-covered shelters can be protected against heat radiation from nuclear explosions and other causes by painting any exposed wood and other combustible materials at shelter openings with a thick coating of slaked lime, old-fashioned whitewash. The World War II firebombing of Kassel was less effective than were similar raids on other German cities because the roof timbers of buildings had been so treated. 20. Figure 7.3 illustrates the effectiveness of a thick coating of slaked lime in protecting a rough pine board against ignition by heat radiation. No flames from the burning logs touched the board. Before this photograph was taken, the uppermost burning logs of a vertical-sided pile were removed so that the board could be seen clearly. Chinese civil defense instructions recommend coating exposed wood with both slaked lime and mud. 21 If only mud is available, a coating of it protects wood quite well. If kept damp, a mud coating is even more effective. Simply keeping all exposed flammable materials damp is helpful. In blast areas, cloth or plastic canopies over the openings of expedient shelters usually would be ignited by the heat and certainly would be blown away by even moderate blast winds. If extra canopies and stakes could be made and kept inside the shelter, these replacements could be quickly erected after blast winds subside and before fallout begins at least 15 minutes after the explosion. If no spare canopies were available, it would be best to keep the available canopies and their stakes inside the shelter, if it were not raining. Forest and brush fires. Unless forests or brushy areas are dry, it is difficult to start even scattered fires. Dangerous mass fires would be unlikely, except in blast areas where the heat radiation would be very intense. However, people building a shelter would do well to select a shelter site at least as far away from trees as the height of the tallest tree that could fall on the shelter because of fire and smoke hazards in dry weather, and because digging a shelter among tree roots is difficult. Figure 7.3. Heat radiation had ignited the flaming half of the board on the ground, while the half near the shovel painted white with a thick coating of slaked lime had not even begun to smoke. Book page 64. Causes of fire. Figure 7.4 pictures the same house shown in Figure 7.1 after it had been struck by the blast effects of a small nuclear test explosion at the 5 psi overpressure range. If the house had been hit by the blast effects of a multimegaton weapon, with longer-lasting blast winds, it would have been wrecked about as completely at the 3 psi overpressure range. At the 3 psi overpressure range, the blast winds from an explosion 1,000 times as powerful as the Nevada test explosion that wrecked this house would blow 10 times as long. This longer duration, 100 mph blast wind would increase the damage done by the blast wave. The 3 psi overpressure range from a 20 megaton surface burst is about 10 miles from the center of the crater, and from a 1 megaton surface burst, about 4 miles. 6. If the blast-wrecked house shown in the illustration had had a furnace in operation when it was demolished, the chances of its being set on fire would have been high. In Hiroshima, many of the first fires resulted from secondary effects of blast, especially the overturning of stoves, and not from heat radiation. Although the air burst produced no fallout, firefighters from undamaged, nearby communities were unable to reach most of the burning areas because of blast debris blocking the roads. Later they were kept from burning areas by the intense heat. Some water mains were broken, which made water unavailable for firefighting in certain areas. In the event of an attack on the United States employing many surface bursts, fallout would prevent firefighting for days to weeks in a large part of the most populated regions. The basements of many substantial buildings will withstand 5 psi blast effects and can prevent occupants from suffering serious injuries from blast. Most home basements can be reinforced with stout boards and posts so as to give good protection against blast effects up to considerably higher than 5 psi. But considering the dangers of fires in probable blast areas, it is safer to build an earth-covered shelter well removed from buildings than it is to seek protection in shelters inside buildings. Carbon monoxide and toxic smoke. If an undamaged building is burning, people inside may be killed by carbon monoxide, toxic smoke, or fiery hot air. Tests have shown that even fast-burning, rubble-free fires produce very high concentrations of carbon monoxide. If large-scale fires are burning near a shelter, the dangers from both carbon dioxide and carbon monoxide may continue for as long as 1-2 hours after ignition. 22 Therefore, the ventilation pipes or openings of a shelter should not be placed close to a building that might be expected to burn. In the smoldering rubble of a large test fire, after 24 hours the carbon monoxide concentration was still more than 1% and the air temperature was 1,900 degrees Fahrenheit. A carbon monoxide concentration of only 0.08%, 8 parts CO in 10,000 parts of air, will cause headache, dizziness, and nausea in 45 minutes, and total collapse in 2 hours. Figure 7.4. Unburned wreckage of the same two-story wood frame house pictured in Figure 7.1 after being wrecked by the 5 psi blast effects of a small nuclear test explosion. Book page 65. Realization of carbon monoxide dangers to persons in simple fallout shelters and basements may have led the writers of Soviet civil defense publications to define the zone of total destruction as the blast areas where the overpressure exceeds 7 psi and residential and industrial buildings are completely destroyed. The rubble is scattered and covers the burning structures, and, as a result the rubble only smolders, and fires as such do not occur. 23 smoldering fires produce more carbon monoxide than do fiercely burning fires. Whether or not the occupants of basement shelters survive the direct blast effects is of little practical importance in those blast areas where the rubble overhead burns or smolders. So in the zone of complete destruction, Russian rescue brigades plan to concentrate on saving persons trapped inside excellent blast shelters by the rubble. About 135,000 Germans lost their lives in the tragic city of Dresden during 3 days of firebomb raids. Most casualties were caused by the inhalation of hot gases and by carbon monoxide and smoke poisoning. 20 Germans learned that when these dangers were threatening an air raid shelter, the occupants' best chance of survival was to run outside, even if the bombs were still falling. But in a nuclear war the fallout dose rate may be so high that the occupants of a shelter threatened by smoke and carbon monoxide might suffer a more certain and worse death by going outside. Instead, if they know from instrument readings and their calculations that they probably would receive a fatal dose before they could reach another shelter, the occupants should close all openings as tightly as possible. With luck, carbon monoxide in deadly concentrations would not reach them, nor would they be overcome by heat or their own respiratory carbon dioxide before the fire dangers ended. Dr. A. Broido, a leading experimenter with fires and their associated dangers, reached this conclusion. If I were building a fallout shelter I would spend a few extra dollars to build it in my backyard rather than in my basement, locating the intake vent as far as possible from any combustible material. In such a shelter I would expect to survive anything except the close-in blast effects. 22. This advice also applies to expedient shelters built during a crisis. Book page 66. Copyright 2000 Nuclear War Survival Skills. Also see the new Expedient Shelter book. Requires the DJVU plugin. NWSS Contents. Cover. Addition Notes. Table of Contents Book Order Form Forward. About the Author Acknowledgements Introduction. Ch. 1. The Dangers. Ch. 2. Warnings and Ch. 3. Psychologic. Ch. 4. Evacuation. Ch. 5. Shelter. Ch. 6. Ventilation. Ch. 7. Protection. Ch. 8. Water. Ch. 9. Food. Ch. 10. Fallout raw. Ch. 11. Light. Ch. 12. Shelter saw. Ch. 13. Surviving. Ch. 14. Expedient. Ch. 15. Improvised. Ch. 16. Minimum PR. Ch. 17. Permanent. Ch. 18. Trans-Pachi. App. Instructio. App. 8.1. Door COV. App. 8.2. Pole COV. App. 8.3. Small PO. App. 8.4. AboveGrow. App. 8.5. AboveGrow. App. 8.6. AboveGR. App. B. How to Mock. App. C. A. Homemade. App. D. Expedient. App. E. How to Mock. App. F. Providing. Selected references. Selected index. Graphics. Nuclear War Survival Skillsmail Home. Ch. 8. Water. Water and salt. Requirements. Painful thirst has been experienced by very few Americans. Disinfecting water. Waterborne diseases probably would kill more survivors of a nuclear attack than would fallout contaminated water. Top previous next. Water and salt requirements. Painful thirst has been experienced by very few Americans. We take for granted that we will always have enough water to drink. Most of us think of food and water, in that order, when we think of survival essentials that should be stored. But if unprepared citizens were confined in a shelter by heavy fallout, they soon would realize that they should have given first priority to storing adequate water. For the kidneys to eliminate waste products effectively, the average person needs to drink enough water so that he urinates at least 1 pint each day. When water is not limited, most people drink enough to urinate 2 pints. Additional water is lost in perspiration, exhaled breath, and excrement. Under cool conditions, a person could survive for weeks on 3 pints of water a day if he eats but little food and if that food is low in protein. Cool conditions, however, would be the exception in crowded below-ground shelters occupied for many days. Under such circumstances 4 or 5 quarts of drinking water per day are essential in very hot weather, with none allowed for washing. For a 2-week shelter stay, 15 gallons per person should be stored in or close to a shelter. This amount usually would provide for some water remaining after 2 weeks, to prevent thirst in case fallout dangers were to continue. In a 1962 Navy shelter occupancy test lasting 2 weeks, 99 sailors each consumed an average of 2.4 quarts, 2.3 liters, of water per day. 0.15 The test was conducted in August near Washington, D.C. The weather was unseasonably cool. The shelter was not air-conditioned except during the last 2 days of the test. When one is sweating heavily and not eating salty food, salt deficiency symptoms especially cramping are likely to develop within a few days. To prevent this, 6 or 8 grams of salt, about 1/4 of an ounce, or 1/2 tablespoon, should be consumed daily in food and drink. If little or no food is eaten, this small daily salt ration should be added to drinking water. Under hot conditions, a little salt makes water taste better. Carrying water. Most families have only a few large containers that could be used for carrying water to a shelter and storing it in adequate amounts for several weeks. Polyethylene trash bags make practical expedient water containers when used as waterproof liners inside smaller fabric bags or pillowcases. Plastic bags labeled and being treated with insecticides or odor-controlling chemicals should not be used. Figure 8.1 shows a teenage boy carrying over 10 gallons, more than 80 pounds, of water, well-balanced front and back for efficient packing. Each of his 2 burlap bags is lined with 2 20-gallon polyethylene trash bags, one inside the other. To avoid possible pinhole leakage, it is best to put one waterproof bag inside another. To close a plastic bag of water so that hardly any will leak out, first spread the top of the bag until the 2 inner sides of the opening are together. Then fold in the center so that the folded opening is 4 thicknesses, and smooth, see figure 8.2. Continue smoothly folding in the middle until the whole folded up opening is only about 1-1/2 an inch wide. Then fold the top of the bag over on itself so the folded up opening points down. With a strip of cloth or a soft cord, bind and tie the folded over part with a bow knot, as illustrated. Book page 67. Figure 8.1. Carrying 80 pounds of water in 2 burlap bags, each lined with 2 larger plastic trash bags, one inside the other. Photograph. Figure 8.2. Folding and tying the mouth of a water-filled plastic bag. Illustration. For long hikes, it is best to tie the water-holding plastic bags so that the openings are higher than the water levels inside. To transport this type of expedient water bag in a vehicle, tie a rope around the fabric outer bag near its opening, so that the rope also encircles and holds the plastic liner bags just below their tied-shut openings. The other end of this rope should then be tied to some support, to keep the openings higher than the water level. To use 2 fabric bags or pillowcases to carry a heavy load of water contained in larger plastic liner bags, connect the 2 fabric bags as shown in figure 8.1. A small pebble, a lump of earth, or a similar object should be tied inside the opening of each bag before the 2 are tied together, to hold them securely. The bag that is to be carried in front should have the pebble tied about 4 inches further down from the edge of its opening than the pebble tied in the bag to be carried in back. This keeps the pebbles from being pressed against the carrier's shoulder by a heavy load. A pair of trousers with both legs tied shut at the bottoms can be used to carry a balanced load if pillowcases or other fabric bags are not at hand. Such a balanced load can be slung over the shoulder with the body erect and less strained than if the same weight were carried in a single bag-like pack on the back. However, trouser legs are quite narrow and do not provide room to carry more than a few gallons. To prevent water from slowly leaking through the tied-shut openings of plastic bags, the water levels inside should be kept below the openings. Storing water. When storing expedient water bags in a shelter, the water levels inside should be kept below the openings. Not many expedient shelters would be large enough to store an adequate volume of water for an occupancy lasting 2 or more weeks. Plastic-lined storage pits, dug in the earth close to the shelter, are dependable for storing large volumes of water using cheap, compact materials. Figure 8.3. Vertical section of cylindrical water storage pit lined with 2 30-gallon waterproof plastic bags. This pit held about 20 gallons. Illustration, ORNLDWG 770423R, book page 68. Figure 8.3 shows a cylindrical water storage pit dug so as to have a diameter about 2 inches smaller than the inflated diameter of the 2 30-gallon polyethylene trash bags lining it, one bag inside the other. Before a plastic bag is placed in such a pit, the ends of roots should be cut off flush to the wall with a sharp knife, and sharp rocks should be carefully removed. The best way to keep the upper edges of the pit lining bags from slipping into the pit is shown in figure 8.3. Make a circular wire hoop the size of the opening of the bag, and tape it inside the top. In firm ground, the upper edges of double bags have been satisfactorily held in place simply by sticking 6 large nails through the turned under edges of the bags and into the firm earth. Figure 8.3 shows how to roof and cover a water storage pit so as to protect the water. The buried roof of waterproof material prevents any contamination of the stored water by downward percolating rainwater, which could contain bacteria or small amounts of radioactive substances from fallout. The thick earth cover over the flexible roofing gives excellent blast protection, due to the earth arching that develops under blast pressure. In a large Defense Nuclear Agency blast test, A filled water storage pit of the size illustrated was undamaged by blast effects at an overpressure range which could demolish the strongest above-ground buildings, 53 psi. A simpler way to store water is illustrated in Fig. 8.4. If the soil is so unstable that an unshored water storage pit with vertical sides cannot be dug, the opening of the bag, or of one bag placed inside another, can simply be tied shut so as to minimize leakage, see Figure 8.4. Fill the bag with water, tie it, and place it in the pit. Then bury it with earth to the level of the water inside. A disadvantage of this method is leakage through the tied-shut openings due to pressure of loose earth on the bag. To lessen leakage, leave an air space between the filled bag and a roofing of board or sticks, so that the weight of earth piled on top of the roofing will not squeeze the bag. This storage method has another disadvantage. After the earth covering and the roof are removed, it is difficult to bail out the water for use because as water is bailed out, the loose surrounding earth moves inward and squeezes the bag above the lowered water level. Figure 8.4. These two 30-gallon polyethylene trash bags, one inside the other, held 16 gallons of water. They were undamaged by 50 psi blast effects while buried in dry, very light soil. The plywood roof and the earth placed over the water bag were removed before this picture was taken. Figure 8.5. Post-blast view of plastic-lined water storage pit undamaged at a 6.7 psi overpressure range. This pit held about 200 gallons. Large volumes of water can be stored in plastic-lined rectangular pits. In order to roof them with widely available materials such as ordinary, inch plywood or small poles, the pits should be dug no wider than 3 feet. Figure 8.5 pictures such a pit, 8 feet long, 27 inches wide, and 30 inches deep. It was lined with a 10-foot wide sheet of 4 mil polyethylene. The edges of this plastic sheet were held in place by placing them in shallow trenches dug near the sides of the pit and covering them with earth. Book page 69. Earth was mounted over the plywood roof to a depth of about 30 inches, with a buried roof of polyethylene. The earth cover and its buried roof were similar to the pit covering illustrated by Figure 8.3. This rectangular pit contained about 200 gallons of water. No water leaked out after the pit had been subjected to blast effects severe enough to have flattened most substantial buildings. However, rectangular pits at higher overpressures failed, due to sidewall caving that caused leaks. In a subsequent blast test by Boeing Aerospace Company, a plastic-lined water pit was undamaged at the 200 psi overpressure range. First, a rectangular pit 4 feet wide, 12 feet long, and 2 featuring deep was dug. Then inside this pit a 2XL0X2 featuring water storage pit was dug, and lined with plastic film. After being filled full of water, the storage pit was covered with plywood, on which was shoveled 2 featuring of earth. Plastic garbage cans are usually watertight. Most used metal garbage cans are not. If thoroughly cleaned and disinfected with a strong chlorine bleach solution, watertight garbage cans can serve for emergency water storage, as can some wastebaskets. If new plastic film is available, it can be used as a lining to waterproof any strong box. To lessen the chances of the plastic being punctured, rough containers first should be lined with fabric. If shelter is to be taken in or near a building, water trapped in hot water heaters and toilet flush tanks or stored in tubs might be available after an attack. Siphoning. Pouring water out of a heavy water storage bag is inconvenient and often results in spillage. Dipping it out can result in contamination. If a tube or piece of flexible garden hose is available, siphoning, see Figure 8.6, is the best way. A field-tested method is described below. To prevent the suction end of the tube from being obstructed by contact with the plastic liner of the bag, tape or tie a wire protector to the end, as pictured later in this section. To start siphoning, suck on the tube until water reaches your mouth. Next, fold over the tube near its end, to keep the tube full. Lower its closed end until it is near its position shown in Figure 8.6. Then release your hold on the tube, to start siphoning. To cut off the water, fold over the tube and secure it shut with a rubber band or string. Illustration, Fig. 8.6. Using a tube to siphon water from a fabric bag lined with a larger plastic bag. ORNLDWG78-14676. Water can be siphoned from a covered water storage pit into a below-ground shelter so that the siphon will deliver running water for weeks, if necessary. The Utah family mentioned earlier siphoned all they needed of the 120 gallons of water stored in a nearby lined pit. A field-tested method of siphoning follows. 1. Dig the water storage pit far enough away from the shelter so that the covering mounds will not interfere with drainage ditches. 2. Use a flexible tube or hose which is no more than 25 feet long. For a single family, a flexible rubber tube with an inside diameter of inch, such as surgical tubing, would be best. A flexible 2-inch hose of the type used with mobile homes and boats serves well. As indicated by figure 8.7, the tube should be long enough to extend from the bottom of the water pit to within about a foot of the shelter floor. 3. Make sure that the end in the water pit will not press against plastic and block the flow of water. This can be avoided by 1. Making and attaching a wire protector to the end of the tube, as shown in figure 8.8, or 2. Taping or tying the end to a rock or other object, to keep the end in the desired position. 4. Protect the tube by placing it in a trench about 4 inches deep. This small trench is best dug before roofing either the storage pit or the shelter. Be sure a roof pole or board does not crush the tube. Cover the tube with earth and tie it so that the end in the storage pit cannot be accidentally pulled out of position. Book page 70. Figure 8.7. Water siphoned into a below-ground shelter. ORNLDWG78-11471. Illustration. Figure 8.8. 2 wire protectors, each made of 2 pieces of coat hanger wire taped to a 1/2-inch flexible hose and a rubber tube. Shown on the right is a tube closed with a rubber band to stop a siphoned flow of water. Illustration. 5. To start the flow of water into the shelter, hold the free end of the tube at about the height of the surface of the water in the storage pit, while pulling gently on the tube so that the part in the shelter is practically straight. Exhale as much breath as you can. Then place the end of the tube in your mouth, and suck hard and long. The longer the tube or hose and the larger its diameter, the more times you will have to suck to start the flow of water. 6. Without taking the tube out of your mouth, shut it off airtight by bending it double near the end. 7. Exhale, straighten the tube, and suck again, repeating until you feel a good flow of water into your mouth while still sucking. Shut off the flow by bending the tube double before taking it out of your mouth. 8. Quickly lower the end of the tube, which is now full of water, and place the closed end in a container on the shelter floor. Finally, open the end to start the siphoned flow. 9. When you have siphoned enough water, stop the flow by bending the tube double. Keep it closed in the doubled over, airtight position with a strong rubber band or string, as shown in figure 8.8. To prevent loss of water by accidental siphoning, suspend the end of the tube a couple of inches higher than the surface of the water in the storage pit outside and close to where the tube comes into the shelter. Despite precautions, air may accumulate in the highest part of the tube, blocking a siphon flow and making it necessary to restart the siphoning by repeating the sucking. Top previous next. Disinfecting water. Waterborne diseases probably would kill more survivors of a nuclear attack than would fallout-contaminated water. Before an attack, if water from a municipal source is stored in expedient containers that could be unclean, it should be disinfected. For long storage, it is best to disinfect all water, since even a few organisms may multiply rapidly and give stored water a bad taste or odor. Properly disinfected water remains safe for many years if stored in thick plastic or glass containers sealed airtight. For multi-year storage, do not use thin plastic containers, such as milk jugs, which in time often develop leaks. Book page 71. Any household bleach solution, such as Clorox, that contains sodium hypochlorite as its only active ingredient may be used as a source of chlorine for disinfecting. The amount of sodium hypochlorite, usually 5.25%, is printed on the label. In recent years, perhaps as a precaution against drinking undiluted chlorine bleach solution, some household bleach containers show a warning such as, "Not for personal use." This warning can be safely disregarded if the label states that the bleach contains only sodium hypochlorite as its active ingredient, and if only the small quantities specified in these and other instructions are used to disinfect water. Add 1 scant teaspoonful to each 10 gallons of clear water, and stir. Add 2 scant teaspoonfuls if the water is muddy or colored. Wait at least 30 minutes before drinking, to allow enough time for the chlorine to kill all the microorganisms. 24 Properly disinfected water should have a slight chlorine odor. To disinfect small quantities of water, put 2 drops of household bleach containing 5.25% sodium hypochlorite in each quart of clear water. Use 4 drops if the water is muddy or colored. 24 If a dropper is not available, use a spoon and a square-ended strip of paper or thin cloth about 1/4 inch wide by 2 inches long. Put the strip in the spoon with an end hanging down about 2 inch beyond the end of the spoon. Then when bleach is placed in the spoon and the spoon is carefully tipped, drops the size of those from a medicine dropper will drip off the end of the strip. As a second choice, 2% tincture of iodine can be used. Add 5 drops to each quart of clear water, and let stand 30 minutes. 24 If the water is cloudy, add 10 drops to each quart. Commercial water purification tablets should be used as directed. If neither safe water nor chemicals for disinfecting it are available during a crisis, store plenty of the best water at hand, even muddy river water. Most mud settles to the bottom in a few days, even in a crowded shelter. Ways often could be found to boil water. Bringing water to a boil for 1 minute kills all types of disease-causing bacteria. 24 Boiling for 10 to 20 minutes is required to kill some rarer infective organisms. Sources of water in fallout areas. Survivors of a nuclear attack should realize that neither fallout particles nor dissolved radioactive elements or compounds can be removed from water by chemical disinfection or boiling. Therefore, water should be obtained from the least radioactive sources available. Before a supply of stored drinking water has been exhausted, other sources should be located. The main water sources are given below, with the safest source listed first and the other sources listed in decreasing order of safety. 1. Water from deep wells and from water tanks and covered reservoirs into which no fallout particles or fallout contaminated water has been introduced. Caution: although most spring water would be safe, some spring water is surface water that has flowed into and through underground channels without having been filtered. 2. Water from covered seepage pits or shallow, hand-dug wells. This water is usually safe if fallout or fallout-contaminated surface water has been prevented from entering by the use of waterproof coverings and by waterproofing the surrounding ground to keep water from running down outside the well casing. Figure 8.9 is taken from a Chinese Civil Defense Manual. 21 It shows a well dug to obtain safe water from a fallout-contaminated source. If the earth is not sandy, gravelly, or too porous, filtration through earth is very effective. 3. Contaminated water from deep lakes. Water from a deep lake would be much less contaminated by dissolved radioactive material and fallout particles than water from a shallow pond would be, if both had the same amount of fallout per square foot of surface area deposited in them. Furthermore, fallout particles settle to the bottom more rapidly in deep lakes than in shallow ponds, which are agitated more by wind. 4. Contaminated water from shallow ponds and other shallow, still water. 5. Contaminated water from streams, which would be especially dangerous if the stream is muddy from the first heavy rains after fallout is deposited. Illustration: Fig. 8.9. A water filtering well. This Chinese drawing specifies that this well should be dug 5 to 10 meters, roughly 5 to 10 yards, from a pond or stream. Book page 72. The first runoff will contain most of the radioactive material that can be dissolved from fallout particles deposited on the drainage area. 25 Runoff after the first few heavy rains following the deposit of fallout is not likely to contain much dissolved radioactive material, or fallout. 6. Water collected from fallout-contaminated roofs. This would contain more fallout particles than would the runoff from the ground. 7. Water obtained by melting snow that has fallen through air containing fallout particles, or from snow lying on the ground onto which fallout has fallen. Avoid using such water for drinking or cooking, if possible. Water from wells. The wells of farms and rural homes would be the best sources of water for millions of survivors. Following a massive nuclear attack, the electric pumps and the pipes in wells usually would be useless. Electric power in most areas would be eliminated by the effects of electromagnetic pulse, MP, from high-altitude bursts and by the effects of blast and fire on power stations, transformers, and transmission lines. However, enough people would know how to remove these pipes and pumps from wells so that bale cans could be used to reach water and bring up enough for drinking and basic hygiene. Figure 8.10. Lower part of an expedient bale can. The unattached, caged, valve can be made of a material that does not have the springiness of soft rubber. ORNLDW078669-1R. Illustration, how to make a simple bale can is illustrated in Figure 8.10. An ordinary large fruit juice can will serve, if its diameter is at least 1 inch smaller than the diameter of the well casing pipe. A hole about 1 inch in diameter should be cut in the center of the can's bottom. The hole should be cut from the inside of the can. This keeps the inside of the bottom smooth, so it will serve as a smooth seat for a practically watertight valve. To cut the hole, stand the can on a flat wood surface and press down repeatedly with the point of a sheath knife, a butcher knife, or a sharpened screwdriver. The best material for the circular, unattached valve shown in Figure 8.10 is soft rubber, smooth and thin, such as inner tube rubber. Alternately, the lid of a can about 3/4 inch smaller in diameter than the bale can may be used, with several thicknesses of plastic film taped to its smooth lower side. Plastic film about 4 mils thick is best. The bale handle of a bale can should be made of wire, with a loop at the top to which a rope or strong cord should be attached. Filling time can be reduced by taping half a pound of rocks or metal to the bottom of the bale can. Removing fallout particles and dissolved radioactive material from water. The dangers from drinking fallout-contaminated water could be greatly lessened by using expedient settling and filtration methods to remove fallout particles and most of the dissolved radioactive material. Fortunately, in areas of heavy fallout, less than 2% of the radioactivity of the fallout particles contained in the water would become dissolved in water. 0.25 If nearly all the radioactive fallout particles could be removed by filtering or settling methods, few casualties would be likely to result from drinking and cooking with most fallout-contaminated water. Degree filtering. Filtering through earth removes essentially all of the fallout particles and more of the dissolved radioactive material than does boiling water distillation, a generally impractical purification method that does not eliminate dangerous radioactive iodines. Earth filters are also more effective in removing radioactive iodines than are ordinary ion exchange water softeners or charcoal filters. In areas of heavy fallout, about 99% of the radioactivity in water could be removed by filtering it through ordinary earth. 73. Figure 8.11. Expedient filter to remove radioactivity from water. ORNLDWG77-18431. Illustration. To make the simple, effective filter shown in Figure 8.11, the only materials needed are those found in and around the home. This expedient filter can be built easily by proceeding as follows. 1. Perforate the bottom of a 5-gallon can, a large bucket, a watertight wastebasket, or a similar container with about a dozen nail holes. Punch the holes from the bottom upward, staying within about 2 inches of the center. 2. Place a layer about 1 inch thick of washed pebbles or small stones on the bottom of the can. If pebbles are not available, twisted coat hanger wires or small sticks can be used. 3. Cover the pebbles with 1 thickness of terrycloth towel, burlap sackcloth, or other quite porous cloth. Cut the cloth in a roughly circular shape about 3 inches larger than the diameter of the can. 4. Take soil containing some clay. Almost any soil will do from at least 4 inches below the surface of the ground. Nearly all fallout particles remain near the surface except after deposition on sand or gravel. 5. Pulverize the soil, then gently press it in layers over the cloth that covers the pebbles, so that the cloth is held snugly against the sides of the can. Do not use pure clay, not porous enough, or sand, too porous. The soil in the can should be 6 to 7 inches thick. 6. Completely cover the surface of the soil layer with 1 thickness of fabric as porous as a bath towel. This is to keep the soil from being eroded as water is poured into the filtering can. The cloth also will remove some of the particles from the water. A dozen small stones placed on the cloth near its edges will secure it adequately. 7. Support the filter can on rods or sticks placed across the top of a container that is larger in diameter than the filter can. A dishpan will do. The contaminated water should be poured into the filter can, preferably after allowing it to settle as described below. The filtered water should be disinfected by one of the previously described methods. If the 6 or 7 inches of filtering soil is a sandy clay loam, the filter initially will deliver about 6 quarts of clear water per hour. If the filtration rate is faster than about 1 quart in 10 minutes, remove the upper fabric and recompress the soil. After several hours, the rate will be reduced to about 2 quarts per hour. When the filtering rate becomes too slow, it can be increased by removing and rinsing the surface fabric, removing about 1 inch of soil, and then replacing the fabric. The life of a filter is extended and its efficiency increased if muddy water is first allowed to settle for several hours in a separate container, as described below. After about 50 quarts have been filtered, rebuild the filter by replacing the used soil with fresh soil. Degree settling. Settling is one of the easiest methods to remove most fallout particles from water. Furthermore, if the water to be used is muddy or murky, settling it before filtering will extend the life of the filter. The procedure is as follows. 1. Fill a bucket or other deep container 3/4 full of the contaminated water. 2. Dig pulverized clay or clayey soil from a depth of 4 or more inches below ground surface, and stir it into the water. Use about a 1-inch depth of dry clay or dry clayey soil for every 4-inch depth of water. Stir until practically all the clay particles are suspended in the water. Book page 74. 3. Let the clay settle for at least 6 hours. The settling clay particles will carry most of the suspended fallout particles to the bottom and cover them. 4. Carefully dip out or siphon the clear water, and disinfect it. Degree settling and filtering. Although dissolved radioactive material usually is only a minor danger in fallout-contaminated water, it is safest to filter even the clear water produced by settling, if an earth filter is available. Finally, as always, the water should be disinfected. Post-fallout replenishment of stored water. When fallout decays enough to permit shelter occupants to go out of their shelters for short periods, they should try to replenish their stored water. An enemy may make scattered nuclear strikes for weeks after an initial massive attack. Some survivors may be forced back into their shelters by the resultant fallout. Therefore, all available water containers should be used to store the least contaminated water within reach. Even without filtering, water collected and stored shortly after the occurrence of fallout will become increasingly safer with time, due particularly to the rapid decay of radioactive iodines. These would be the most dangerous contaminants of water during the first few weeks after an attack. Book page 75. Copyright 2000 Nuclear War Survival Skills. Also see the New Expedient Shelter book. Requires the DJVU plugin. NWSS Contents. Cover. Addition Notes. Table of Contents Book Order Form Forward. About the Author Acknowledgements Introduction. Ch. 1. The Dangers. Ch. 2. Warnings and Ch. 3. Psychologic. Ch. 4. Evacuation. Ch. 5. Shelter. Ch. 6. Ventilation. Ch. 7. Protection. Ch. 8. Water. Ch. 9. Food. Ch. 10. Fallout raw. Ch. 11. Light. Ch. 12. Shelter saw. Ch. 13. Surviving. Ch. 14. Expedient. Ch. 15. Improvised. Ch. 16. Minimum PR. Ch. 17. Permanent. Ch. 18. Transpachi. App. Instructio. App. 8.1. Door COV. App. 8.2. Pole COV. App. 8.3. Small PO. App. 8.4. Abovegrow. App. 8.5. Abovegrow. App. 8.6. Above GR. App. B. How to mock. App. C. A. Homemade. App. D. Expedient. App. E. How to mock. App. F. Providing. Selected references. Selected index. Graphics. Nuclear war survival skills. Mail home. Ch. 9. Food. Minimum needs. The average American is accustomed to eating regularly and abundantly. Cooking with minimum fuel in areas of heavy fallout. Grains supplemented with beans. People who live on essentially vegetarian diets eat a little of their higher quality protein food at every meal. Degree. Vitamin D. This basic ration has two disadvantages. If sufficient milk is not obtainable. Top. Previous. Next. Minimum needs. The average American is accustomed to eating regularly and abundantly. He may not realize that for most people food would not be essential for survival during the first 2 or 3 weeks following a nuclear attack. Exceptions would be infants, small children, and the aged and sick, some of whom might die within a week without proper nourishment. Other things are more important for short-term survival. Adequate shelter against the dangers from blast and fallout, an adequate supply of air, and enough water. The average American also may not realize that small daily amounts of a few unprocessed staple foods would enable him to survive for many months, or even for years. A healthy person, if he is determined to live and if he learns how to prepare and use whole grain wheat or corn, can maintain his health for several months. If beans are also available and are substituted for some of the grain, the ration would be improved and could maintain health for many months. The nutritional information given in this chapter is taken from a July 1979 publication, Maintaining Nutritional Adequacy During a Prolonged Food Crisis. 26. This book brings together from worldwide sources the nutritional facts needed to help unprepared people use unaccustomed foods advantageously during the prolonged crisis that would follow a heavy nuclear attack. The practical know-how which will be given in this chapter regarding the expedient processing and cooking of basic grains and beans is based on old ways which are mostly unknown to modern Americans. These methods have been improved and field-tested by civil defense researchers at Oak Ridge National Laboratory. Loss of high-protein animal foods. A massive nuclear attack would eliminate the luxurious, complicated American system of food production, processing, and distribution. Extensive, heavy fallout and the inability of farmers to feed their animals would kill most of the cattle, hogs, and chickens that are the basis of our high-protein diet. The livestock most likely to survive despite their owners' inability to care for them would be cattle on pasture. However, these grazing animals would swallow large numbers of fallout particles along with grass, and many would drink contaminated water. Their digestive tracts would suffer severe radiation damage. 27 Also, they would suffer radiation burns from fallout particles. Thus, in an outdoor area where the total dose from gamma radiation emitted within a few days from fallout particles on the ground might be only 150 R, most grazing animals probably would be killed by the combined effects of external gamma ray radiation, beta burns, and internal radiation. 27. Precautions when eating meat. In areas where the fallout would not be enough to sicken animals, their meat would be safe food. In fallout areas, however, animals that have eaten or drunk fallout-contaminated food or water will have concentrated radioactive atoms and molecules in their internal organs. The thyroid gland, kidneys, and liver especially should not be eaten. If an animal appears to be sick, it should not be eaten. The animal might be suffering from a sickening or fatal radiation dose and might have developed a bacterial infection as a result of this dose. Meat contaminated with the toxins produced by some kinds of bacteria could cause severe illness or death if eaten, even if thoroughly cooked. Book page 76. Under crisis conditions, all meat should be cooked until it is extremely well done, cooked long past the time when it loses the last of its pink color. To be sure that the center of each piece of meat is raised to boiling temperature, the meat should be cut into pieces that are less than 1/2 inch thick before cooking. This precaution also reduces cooking time and saves fuel. Survival of breeding stock. Extensive areas of the United States would not receive fallout heavy enough to kill grazing animals. The millions of surviving animals would provide some food and the fertile breeding stock needed for national recovery. The loss of fertility caused by severe radiation doses is rarely permanent. Extensive experiments with animals have shown that the offspring of severely irradiated animals are healthy and fertile. 27. Living on basic plant foods. Even if almost all food-producing animals were lost, most surviving Americans should be able to live on the foods that enable most of the world's population to live and multiply: grains, beans, and vegetables. And because of the remarkable productivity of American agriculture, there usually would be enough grain and beans in storage to supply surviving Americans with sufficient food for at least a year following a heavy nuclear attack. 28. The problem would be to get the unprocessed foods, which are stored in food-producing regions, to the majority of survivors who would be outside these regions. Surprisingly little transportation would be needed to carry adequate quantities of these unprocessed foods to survivors in famine areas. A single large trailer truck can haul 40,000 pounds of wheat, enough to keep 40,000 people from feeling hunger pains for a day. More than enough such trucks and the fuel needed to carry basic foods to food-short areas would survive a massive nuclear attack. 28. It is likely that reasonably strong American leadership and morale would prevail so that, after the first few weeks, millions of the survivors in starving areas should receive basic unprocessed foods. Eating food produced in the years after a large attack would cause an increase in the cancer rate, due primarily to its content of radioactive strontium and cesium from fallout-contaminated soil. Over the first 30 years following an attack, this increase would be a small fraction of the number of additional cancer deaths that would result from external radiation. 29. Cancer deaths would be one of the tragic, delayed costs of a nuclear war, but altogether would not be numerous enough to endanger the long-term survival of the population. Live off the land. Very few survivors of a heavy attack would be in areas where they could live off the land like primitive hunters and gatherers. In extensive areas where fallout would not be heavy enough to kill human beings, wild creatures would die from the combined effects of external gamma radiation, swallowed fallout particles, and beta burns on their bodies. Survival plans should not include dependence on hunting, fishing, or gathering wild plants. Food for shelter occupants. Most people would need very little food to live several weeks. However, the time when survivors of blast and fallout would leave their shelters would mark the beginning of a much longer period of privation and hard manual labor. Therefore, to maintain physical strength and morale, persons in shelters ideally should have enough healthful food to provide well-balanced, adequate meals for many weeks. In most American homes there are only enough ready-to-eat, concentrated foods to last a few days. Obviously, it would be an important survival advantage to keep on hand a 2-week supply of easily transportable foods. In any case, occupants of shelters would be uncertain about when they could get more food and would have to make hard decisions about how much to eat each day. Those persons who have a fallout meter, such as the homemade instrument described in Chapter 10, could estimate when and for how long they could emerge from shelter to find food. As a result, these persons could ration their limited foods more effectively. During the first few weeks of a food crisis, lack of vitamins and other essentials of a well-balanced diet would not be of primary importance to previously well-nourished people. Healthful foods with enough calories to provide adequate energy would meet short-term needs. If water is in short supply, high-protein foods such as meat are best eaten only in moderation, since a person eating high-protein foods requires more water than is needed when consuming an equal number of calories from foods high in carbohydrates. Book page 77. Expedient processing of grains soybeans. Whole kernel grains or soybeans cannot be eaten in sufficient quantities to maintain vigor and health if merely boiled or parched. A little boiled whole kernel wheat is a pleasantly chewy breakfast cereal, but experimenters at Oak Ridge got sore tongues and very loose bowels when they tried to eat enough boiled whole kernel wheat to supply even half of their daily energy needs. Some pioneers, however, ate large quantities of whole kernel wheat without harmful results after boiling and simmering it for many hours. Even the most primitive peoples who subsist primarily on grains grind or pound them into a meal or paste before cooking. Rice is the only important exception. Few Americans know how to process whole kernel grains and soybeans, our largest food reserves, into meal. This ignorance could be fatal to survivors of a nuclear attack. Making an expedient metate, the hollowed-out grinding stone of Mexican Indians, proved impractical under simulated post-attack conditions. Pounding grain into meal with a rock or a capped, solid-ended piece of pipe is extremely slow work. The best expedient means developed and field-tested for pounding grain or beans into meal and flour is an improvised 3-pipe grain mill. Instructions for making and using this effective grain pounding device follow. Improvised grain mill. The grain mill described can efficiently pound whole grain wheat, corn, etc. into meal and flour, thereby greatly improving digestibility and avoiding the diarrhea and sore mouths that would result from eating large quantities of unground grain. To build. 1. Cut 3 lengths of pipe, each 30 inches long. 3/4 inch diameter steel pipe, such as ordinary water pipe, is best. 2. Cut the working ends of the pipe off squarely. Remove all roughness, leaving the full wall thickness. Each working end should have the full diameter of the pipe. 3. In preparation for binding the 3 pieces of pipe together into a firm bundle, encircle each piece of pipe with cushioning, slip-preventing tape, string or cloth in the locations illustrated. 4. Tape or otherwise bind the 3 pipes into a secure bundle so that their working ends are as even as possible and are in the same plane, resting evenly on a flat surface. 5. Cut the top smoothly out of a large can. A 4-inch diameter, 7-inch high fruit juice can is ideal. If you do not have a can, improvise something to keep grain together while pounding it. Figure ORNLDW073-11449, illustration, book page 78. To make meal and flour. 1. Put clean, dry grain 1 inch deep in the can. 2. To prevent blistering your hands, wear gloves, or wrap cloth around the upper part of the bundle of pipes. 3. Place the can, or open-ended cylinder, on a hard, smooth, solid surface, such as concrete. 4. To pound the grain, sit with the can held between your feet. Move the bundle of pipes straight up and down about 3 inches, with a rapid stroke. 5. If the can is 4 inches in diameter, in 4 minutes you should be able to pound 1-1/2 lb. 1 cup of whole kernel wheat into 1/5 lb. of fine meal and flour, and 3/10 lb. of coarse meal and fine cracked wheat. 6. To separate the pounded grain into fine meal, flour, coarse meal, and fine cracked wheat, use a sieve made of window screen. 7. To separate flour for feeding small children, place some pounded grain in an 18x18-inch piece of fine nylon net, gather the edges of the net together so as to hold the grain, and shake this bag-like container. 8. To make flour fine enough for babies, pound fine meal and coarse flour still finer, and sieve it through a piece of cheesecloth or similar material. As soon as fallout decay permits travel, the grain grinding machines on tens of thousands of hog and cattle farms should be used for milling grain for survivors. It is vitally important to national recovery and individual survival to get back as soon as possible to labor-saving, mechanized ways of doing essential work. In an ORNL experiment, a farmer used a John Deere grinder mixer powered by a 100 HP tractor to grind large samples of wheat and barley. When it is used to grind rather coarse meal for hogs, this machine is rated at 12 tons per hour. Set to grind a finer meal flour mixture for human consumption, it ground both hard wheat and feed barley at a rate of about 9 tons per hour. This is 2,400 times as fast as using muscle power to operate even the best expedient grain mill. With its finest screen installed, this large machine can produce about 3 tons of whole wheat flour per hour. Unlike wheat and corn, the kernels of barley, grain sorghums, and oats have rough, fibrous hulls that must be removed from the digestible parts to produce an acceptable food. Moistening the grain will toughen such hulls and make them easier to remove. If the grain is promptly pounded or ground into meal, the toughened hulls will break into larger pieces than will the hulls of undampened grain. A small amount of water, weighing about 2% of the weight of the grain, should be used to dampen the grain. For 3 pounds of grain, about 6 cups, sprinkle with about 1 ounce, 28 grams, or about 2 tablespoons, of water, while stirring constantly to moisten all the kernels. After about 5 minutes of stirring, the grain will appear dry. The small amount of water will have dampened and toughened the hulls, but the edible parts inside will have remained dry. Larger pieces of hull are easier to remove after grinding than smaller pieces. One way to remove ground-up hulls from meal is by flotation. Put some of the meal hulls mixture about 1 inch deep in a pan or pot, cover the mixture with water, and stir. Skim off the floating hulls, then pour off the water and more hulls. Sunken pieces of hulls that settle on top of the heavier meal can be removed with one's fingers as the last of the water is poured off. To produce a barley meal good for very small children, the small pieces of hulls must again be separated by flotation. Figure 9.1 illustrates sieving fine, dry barley meal and the smaller pieces of hulls from the coarser meal and the larger pieces. The sieve was a piece of window screen that measured inches before its sides were folded up and form an open-topped box. Illustration, Fig. 9.1. Sieving ground barley through a window screen sieve. Book page 79. To lessen their laxative effects, all grains should be ground as finely as possible, and most of the hulls should be removed. Grains also will be digested more easily if they are finely ground. The occupants of crowded shelters should be especially careful to avoid foods that cause diarrhea. Previous next. Cooking with minimum fuel. In areas of heavy fallout, people would have to remain continuously in crowded shelters for many days. Then they would have to stay in the shelters most of each 24 hours for weeks. Most shelter occupants soon would consume all of their ready-to-eat foods. Therefore, they should have portable, efficient cook stoves. A cook stove is important for another reason, to help maintain morale. Even in warm weather, people need some hot food and drink for the comforting effect and to promote a sense of well-being. This is particularly true when people are under stress. The bucket stove pictured on the following pages, Figs. 9.2 and 9.3, was the most satisfactory as several models of expedient stoves developed at Oak Ridge and later field-tested. Degree bucket stove. If operated properly, this stove burns only about 1/2 pound of dry wood or newspaper to heat 3 quarts of water from 600 F to boiling. Materials required for the stove. A metal bucket or can, 12 to 16 quart sizes preferred. The illustrations show a 14-quart bucket and a 6-quart pot. 9 all-metal coat hangers for the parts made of wire. To secure the separate parts of the movable coat hanger wire grate, 2 feet of finer wire is helpful. A 6x 10-inch piece of a large fruit juice can, for a damper. Construction. With a chisel or a sharpened screwdriver, and a hammer, cut a 4-1/2 x 4-1/2 inch hole in the side of the bucket about 1-1/2 an inch above its bottom. To avoid denting the side of the bucket when chiseling out the hole, place the bucket over the end of a log or similar solid object. To make the damper, cut a 6-inch wide by 10-inch high piece out of a large fruit juice can or from similar light metal. Then make the 2 coat hanger wire springs illustrated, and attach them to the piece of metal by bending and hammering the outer 1 inch of the 2 6-inch long sides over and around the 2 spring wires. This damper can be slid up and down, to open and close the hole in the bucket. The springs hold it in any desired position. If materials for making this damper are not available, the air supply can be regulated fairly well by placing a brick, rock, or piece of metal so that it will block off part of the hole in the side of the bucket. To make a support for the pot, punch 4 holes in the sides of the bucket, equally spaced around it and about 3-1/2 an inch below the bucket's top. Then run a coat hanger wire through each of the 2 pairs of holes on opposite sides of the bucket. Bend these 2 wires over the top of the bucket, as illustrated, so that their 4 ends form free-ended springs to hold the cooking pot centered in the bucket. Pressure on the pot from these 4 free-ended, sliding springs does not hinder putting it into the stove or taking it out. Bend and twist 4 or 5 coat hangers to make the movable grate, best made with the approximate dimensions given in Figure 9.2. For adjusting the burning pieces of fuel on the grate, make a pair of 12-inch long tongs of coat hanger wire, as illustrated by Figure 9.3. To lessen heat losses through the sides and bottom of the bucket, cover the bottom with about 1 inch of dry sand or earth. Then line part of the inside and bottom with 2 thicknesses of heavy-duty aluminum foil, if available. To make it easier to place the pot in the stove or take it out without spilling its contents, replace the original bucket handle with a longer piece of strong wire. Operation. The bucket stove owes its efficiency to 1. The adjustable air supply that flows up through the burning fuel, 2. The movable grate that lets the operator keep the maximum amount of flame in contact with the bottom of the cooking pot. And 3. The space between the sides of the pot and the inside of the bucket that keeps the rising hot gases in close contact with the sides of the pot. In a shelter, a bucket stove should be placed as near as practical to an air exhaust opening before a fire is started in it. Book page 80. Figure 9.2. Bucket stove with adjustable damper and movable wire grate. Photo 1397-78A. Book page 81. Figure 9.3. Bucket stove with its sliding damper partly closed. Foot-long tongs of coat hanger wire are especially useful when burning twisted half pages of newspaper. Book page 82. If wood is to be burned, cut and split dry wood into small pieces approximately 1/2 inch square and 6 inches long. Start the fire with paper and small slivers of wood, placing some under the wire grate. To keep fuel from getting damp in a humid shelter, keep it in a large plastic bag. If newspaper is to be burned, use half pages folded and twisted into 5-inch long sticks, as illustrated. Using the wire tongs, feed a paper stick into the fire about every half minute. Add fuel and adjust the damper to keep the flame high enough to reach the bottom of the pot, but not so high as to go up the sides of the pot. To use the bucket stove for heating in very cold weather, remove the pot and any insulation around the sides of the bucket. Burns somewhat more fuel per minute. If used with the fireless cooker described on the following pages, a bucket stove can be used to thoroughly cook beans, grain, or tough meat in water. 3 quarts of such food can be cooked with less fuel than is required to soft boil an egg over a small campfire. Degree fireless cooker. Figure 9.4. Boiling hot pot of food being placed in an expedient fireless cooker. A fireless cooker cooks by keeping a lidded pot of boiling hot food so well insulated all around that it loses heat very slowly. Figure 9.4 shows one of these simple fuel-saving devices made from a bushel basket filled with insulating newspapers, with a towel-lined cavity in the center. The cavity is the size of the 6-quart pot. A towel in this cavity goes all around the pot and will be placed over it to restrict air circulation. If the boiling hot pot of food is then covered with newspapers about 4 inches thick, the temperature will remain for hours so near boiling that in 4 or 5 hours even slow cooking food will be ready to eat. The essential materials for making an effective fireless cooker are enough of any good insulating materials: blankets, coats, paper, hay that is dry and pliable, to cover the boiling hot pot all over with at least 3 or 4 inches of insulation. A container to keep the insulating materials in place around the pot is useful. Wheat, other grains, and small pieces of tough meat can be thoroughly cooked by boiling them briskly for only about 5 minutes, then insulating the pot in a fireless cooker for 4 or 5 hours, or overnight. Whole beans should be boiled for 10 to 15 minutes before they are placed in a fireless cooker. Cooking grain and beans when short of fuel or pots. Degree cooking grain alone. When whole grains are pounded or ground by expedient means, the result usually is a mixture of coarse meal, fine meal, and a little flour. Under shelter conditions, the best way to cook such meal is first to bring the water to a boil, 3 parts of water for 1 part of meal. Add 1 teaspoon, 5 grams, of salt per pound of dry meal. Remove the pot from the fire, or stop adding fuel to a bucket stove, and quickly stir the meal into the hot water. If the meal is stirred into briskly boiling water, lumping becomes a worse problem. Then, while stirring constantly, again bring the pot to a rolling boil. Since the meal is just beginning to swell, more unabsorbed water remains, so there is less sticking and scorching than if the meal were added to cold water and then brought to a boil. Book page 83. If any type of fireless cooker is available, the hot cereal only has to be boiled and stirred long enough so that no thin, watery part remains. This usually takes about 5 minutes. Continue to cook, either in the fireless cooker for at least 4 or 5 hours, or by boiling for an additional 15 or 20 minutes. When it is necessary to boil grain meal for many minutes, minimize sticking and scorching by cooking 1 part of dry meal with at least 4 parts of water. However, cooking a thinner hot cereal has a disadvantage during a food crisis. An increased volume of food must be eaten to satisfy one's energy needs. If grain were the only food available, Few Americans doing physical work could eat enough of it to maintain their weight at first, until their digestive tracts enlarged from eating the very bulky foods. This adaptation could take a few months. Small children could not adjust adequately to an all-grain diet. For them, concentrated foods such as fats also are needed to provide enough calories to maintain growth and health. Degree cooking grain and beans together. When soybeans are being used to supplement the lower quality proteins of grain and when fuel or pots are in short supply, first grind or pound the beans into a fine meal. To further reduce cooking time, soak the bean meal for a couple of hours, keeping it covered with water as it swells. Next, put the soaked bean meal into a pot containing about 3 times as much water as the combined volume of a mixture of 1 part of dry bean meal and 3 or 4 parts of dry grain meal. Gently boil the bean meal for about 15 minutes, stirring frequently, before adding the grain meal and completing the cooking. Stop boiling and add the grain meal while stirring constantly. Again, bring the pot to a boil, stirring to prevent sticking and scorching, and boil until the meal has swelled enough to have absorbed all the water. After salting, boil the grain bean mush for another 15 minutes or more before eating, or put it in a fireless cooker for at least 4 or 5 hours. Soybeans boiled alone have a taste that most people find objectionable. Also, whole soybeans must be boiled for a couple of hours to soften them sufficiently. But if soybeans are pounded or ground into a fine meal, and then 1 part of the soybean meal is boiled with 4 parts of meal made from corn or another grain, the soybeans give a pleasant sweetish taste to the resulting mush. The unpleasant soybean taste is eliminated. If cooked as described above, soybeans and other beans or dried peas can be made digestible and palatable with minimum cooking. 100% grain and 100% bean diets. A diet consisting solely of wheat, corn, or rice, and salt has most of the essential nutrients. The critical deficiencies would be vitamins A, C, and D. Such a grain-based diet can serve adults and older children as their staff of life for months. Table 9.1 shows how less than 1-3/4 of a pound of whole wheat or dry yellow corn satisfies most of the essential nutritional requirements of a long-term emergency ration. The nutritional values that are deficient are printed in bold type, to make an easier comparison with the emergency recommendations, also printed in bold type. Food energy is given in kilocalories, kcal, commonly called calories, cal. Expedient ways of supplying the nutrients missing from these rations are described in a following section of this chapter. Other common whole grains would serve about as well as wheat and yellow corn. At least 1/6 of an ounce of salt per day, about 5 grams, is essential for any ration that is to be eaten for more than a few days, but 1/3 of an ounce, about 10 grams or 3/4 tablespoon, should be available to allow for increased salt needs and to make grain and beans more palatable. This additional salt would be consumed as needed. To repeat, few Americans at first would be able to eat the 3 or 4 quarts of thick mush that would be necessary with a ration consisting solely of whole kernel wheat or corn. Only healthy Americans determined to survive would be likely to fare well for months on such unaccustomed and monotonous food as an all-grain diet. Eating 2 or more different kinds of grain and cooking in different ways would make an all-grain diet both more acceptable and more nourishing. Not many people would be able to eat 27 ounces, dry weight before cooking, of beans in a day, and fewer yet could eat a daily ration of almost 23 ounces of soybeans. Beans as single food diets are not recommended because their large protein content requires the drinking of more fluids. Roasted peanuts would provide a better single food ration. Top previous next. Grains supplemented with beans. People who live on essentially vegetarian diets eat a little of their higher quality protein food at every meal, along with the grain that is their main source of nutrition. Thus Mexicans eat some beans along with their corn tortillas, and Chinese eat a little fermented soybean food or a bit of meat or fish with a bowl of rice. Book page 84. Table 9.1. Daily rations of 100% grain, beans, or peanuts. Soybeans, dry. Red beans, dry. Peanuts, roasted. Weight G 790,750,645,760,447. 27.8 ounces. 26.4 ounces. 22.7 ounces. 26.8 ounces. 15.8 ounces. Energy. kcal 2600 2600 2600 2600 2600 2600 protein. G103-6755C, 220,171,117. Fat. G152930-114-11218 calcium. Mg 324,165,401,458 322 magnesium. Mg 1261,100 200 to 300 1710 1240 782. Iron. Mg 26 15.710 54.2 52.49.8 potassium. Mg 2900 22,100 31,500 2,000 10,500 7,420 Vitamin A. Rio 368-555-52-150. Thiamine. Mg 4.32.817.13.91.3 Riboflavin. Mg 10.91.421.50.6 Niacin. Mg 3416.5D, 1714.2 17.5 Vitamin C. Mg 00-15-3000 Vitamin D. UgO00E000. A. Salt 1/3 of an ounce, or 10 grams, or 3/4 tablespoon, should be available. This would be consumed as needed. B. White corn supplies no vitamin A, whereas yellow corn supplies 49 Re, retinol equivalent, a measure of vitamin A value, per 100 grams dry weight. Most corn in the United States is yellow corn. C. If a diet contains some animal protein such as meat, eggs, or milk, the recommended protein would be less than 55 g per day. If most of the protein is from milk or eggs, only 41 g per day is recommended. D. The niacin in corn is not fully available unless the corn is treated with an alkali, such as the lime or ashes. Mexicans, and many Americans, add to the water in which corn kernels are soaked or boiled. E. Infants, children, and pregnant and lactating women should receive 10 grams 10 micrograms, or 400 IU, of vitamin D. For others, the current recommended daily allowance RDA, for vitamin D is 200 IU 5 grams. Nutritionists have found that grains are low in some of the essential amino acids that the human body needs to build its proteins. For long-term good health, the essential amino acids must be supplied in the right proportions with each meal by eating some foods with more complete proteins than grains have. Therefore, in a prolonged food crisis, one should strive to eat at every meal at least a little of any higher quality protein foods that are available. These include ordinary beans, soybeans, milk powder, meat, and eggs. Table 9.2 shows that by adding 7.0 ounces, 200 grams, of red beans, or other common dried beans, to 21.1 ounces, 600 grams, of either whole wheat or yellow corn, with salt added, you can produce rations that contain adequate amounts of all the important nutrients except vitamin C, vitamin A, vitamin D, and fat. If 5.3 ounces 150 grams, of soybeans are substituted for the red beans, the fat requirement is satisfied. The 600 grams of yellow corn contains enough carotene to enable the body to produce more than half the emergency recommendation of vitamin A. The small deficiencies in riboflavin would not cause sickness. Other abundant grains, such as grain sorghums or barley, may be used instead of the wheat or corn shown in Table 9.2 to produce fairly well-balanced rations. Other legumes would serve to supplement grain about as well as red beans. Peanuts are the exception. Although higher in energy, fat, than any other unprocessed food, the quality of their protein is not as high as that of other legumes. Expedient ways to supply deficient essential nutrients. Degree vitamin C. A deficiency of vitamin C, ascorbic acid, causes scurvy. This deadly scourge would be the first nutritional disease to afflict people having only grain and/or beans and lacking the know-how needed to sprout them and produce enough vitamin C within only 4 to 6 weeks of eating a ration containing no vitamin C. The first symptom of scurvy would appear: swollen and bleeding gums. This would be followed by weakness, then large bruises, hemorrhages, and wounds that would not heal. Finally, death from hemorrhages and heart failure would result. The simplest and least expensive way to make sure that you, your family and neighbors do not suffer or die post-attack from scurvy is to buy 1 kilogram, 1 million milligrams, of pure vitamin C, which is the crystalline, ascorbic acid, form. Unlike vitamin C tablets, pure vitamin C crystals do not deteriorate. An inexpensive mail-order source is Bronson Pharmaceutical, 4526 Renetti Lane, La Canada, California 91011. In 1988 I bought 1 kilogram for $18.75, postage paid. An ample daily dose is 25 milligrams, about 0.0009 ounce. 10 grams, about 1/3 ounce, is enough for a whole year for one person who is eating only unsprouted grain and or other foods providing no vitamin C. 1 gram, 1000 milligrams, of crystalline ascorbic acid is 1/4 teaspoonful. If you do not have a 1/4 teaspoon, put 1 level teaspoonful of the crystals on a piece of paper, and divide the little pile into 4 equal parts. Each will be approximately 1000 milligrams. One of these 1000 milligrams piles can easily be divided into 4 tiny piles, each 250 milligrams. A 250 milligrams pile provides 10 ample daily doses of 25 milligrams each. If your family has a 1 million milligrams supply, taking a 50 milligrams daily dose of pure crystalline ascorbic acid may be preferred, either sprinkled on food or dissolved in water. Book page 85. Table 9.2. Daily rations of whole wheat or yellow corn supplemented with soybeans or red beans. Recommended daily salt ration, including salt in food, 3/4 tablespoon, 1/3 0Z, or IDG. 600 grams, 21.1 ounces. Whole wheat plus 200 grams. 7.0 ounces. Red beans, dry WT, 600 grams, 21.1 ounces. Whole wheat plus 150 grams. 5.3 ounces. Soybeans, dry WT, emergency recommendations 600 grams, 21.1 ounces. Yellow corn a plus 150 grams. 5.3 ounces. Soybeans, dry WT, 600 grams, 21.1 ounces. Yellow corn a plus 150 grams. 5.3 ounces. Soybeans, dry WT. Energy, kcal 2666 2585 2600 2693 2774 Protein, G123 129 55B 10598 Fat, G1539 30 5026. Calcium, Mg 466,585,400,471,352 Magnesium, Mg 1286 1358 200300 1280 L, 208 Iron, Mg 33.6 32.410 25.2 26.4. Potassium, Mg 4188 4736 1500 - 2000 4223 672 Vitamin A, Re 4 12 555 306 298. Thiamine, Mg 4.351 3.93.2 Riboflavin, Mg 1.11.2 1.4 1.21.1 Niacin, Mg 30.4 29.117 16.5 C, 17.8 Vitamin C, Mg 0.0 15 30.00 Vitamin D, Ug 0.00 A. White corn supplies no vitamin A, whereas yellow corn supplies 49Re, retinol equivalent, a measure of vitamin A value, per 100 grams dry weight. Most corn in the United States is yellow corn. B. If a diet contains animal protein such as meat, eggs or milk, the recommended protein would be less than 55 grams per day. If all the protein is from milk or eggs, only 41 grams per day is required. C. The niacin in corn is not fully available unless corn is treated with an alkali, such as the lime or ashes added by Mexicans and Americans in the South and Southwest to the water in which they soak or boil corn kernels. D. Infants, children, and pregnant and lactating women should receive 10 grams, 10 micrograms, or 400 IU, of vitamin D. For others, the current recommended daily allowance (RDA) for vitamin D is 200 IU, 5 grams. One good expedient way to prevent or cure scurvy is to eat sprouted seeds, not just the sprouts. Sprouted beans prevented scurvy during a famine in India. Captain James Cook was able to keep his sailors from developing scurvy during a 3-year voyage by having them drink an unfermented beer made from dried, sprouted barley. For centuries the Chinese have prevented scurvy during the long winters of northern China by consuming sprouted beans. Only 10 milligrams of vitamin C taken each day, L5 of the smallest vitamin C tablet, is enough to prevent scurvy. If a little over an ounce, about 30 grams, of dry beans or dry wheat is sprouted until the sprouts are a little longer than the seeds, the sprouted seeds will supply 10 to 15 milligrams of vitamin C. Such sprouting, if done at normal room temperature, requires about 48 hours. To prevent sickness and to make sprouted beans more digestible, the sprouted seeds should be boiled in water for not longer than 2 minutes. Longer cooking will destroy too much vitamin C. Usual sprouting methods produce longer sprouts than are necessary when production of enough vitamin C is the objective. These methods involve rinsing the sprouting seeds several times a day in safe water. Since even survivors not confined to shelters are likely to be short of water, the method illustrated in Fig. 9.5 should be used. First, the seeds to be sprouted are picked clean of trash and broken seeds. Then the seeds are covered with water and soaked for about 12 hours. Next, the water is drained off and the soaked, swollen seeds are placed on the inside of a plastic bag or a jar, in a layer no more than an inch deep. If a plastic bag is used, you should make 2 loose rolls of paper, crumple them a little, dampen them, and place them inside the bag, along its sides. As shown in Figure 9.5, these 2 dampened paper rolls keep the plastic from resting on the seeds and form an air passage down the center of the bag. Wet paper should be placed in the mouth of the bag or jar so as to leave an air opening of only about 1 square inch. If this paper is kept moist, the seeds will remain sufficiently damp while receiving enough circulating air to prevent molding. They will sprout sufficiently after about 48 hours at normal room temperature. Book page 86. Figure 9.5. Sprouting with minimum water. Sprouting seeds also increases their content of riboflavin, niacin, and folic acid. Sprouted beans are more digestible than raw, unsprouted beans, but not as easily digested or nourishing as are sprouted beans that have been boiled or sautéed for a couple of minutes. Sprouting is not a substitute for cooking. Contrary to the claims of some health food publications, sprouting does not increase the protein content of seeds, nor does it improve protein quality. Furthermore, sprouting reduces the caloric value of seeds. The warmth generated by germinating seeds reduces their energy value somewhat, as compared to unsprouted seeds. Degree vitamin A. Well-nourished adults have enough vitamin A stored in their livers to prevent vitamin A deficiency problems for several months, even if their diet during that time contains none of this essential vitamin. Children would be affected by deficiencies sooner than adults. The first symptom is an inability to see well in dim light. Continuing deficiency causes changes in body tissues. In infants and children, lack of vitamin A can result in stunted growth and serious eye problems, even blindness. Therefore, a survival diet should be balanced with respect to vitamin A as soon as possible, with children having priority. Milk, butter, and margarine are common vitamin A sources that would not be available to most survivors. If these were no longer available, yellow corn, carrots, and green, leafy vegetables, including dandelion greens, would be the best sources. If these foods were not obtainable, the next best source would be sprouted whole kernel wheat or other grains if seeds could be sprouted for 3 days in the light, so that the sprouts are green. Although better than no source, sprouting is not a very satisfactory way to meet vitamin A requirements. The development of fibrous roots makes 3-day sprouted wheat kernels difficult to eat. And one must eat a large amount of seeds with green sprouts and roots to satisfy the recommended daily emergency requirements up to 51-1/2 cups of 5-day sprouted alfalfa seeds. Survivors of a nuclear attack would wish they had kept an emergency store of multivitamin pills. Top previous next. Degree vitamin D. Without vitamin D, calcium is not adequately absorbed. As a result, infants and children would develop rickets, a disease of defective bone mineralization. A massive nuclear attack would cut off the vast majority of Americans from their main source of vitamin D, fortified milk. Vitamin D can be formed in the body if the skin is exposed to the ultraviolet rays of the sun. Infants should be exposed to sunlight very cautiously, initially for only a few minutes, especially after a massive nuclear attack. Such an attack possibly could cause atmospheric changes that would permit more ultraviolet light to reach the Earth's surface, causing sunburn in the U.S. as severe as on the equator today. In cold weather, maximum exposure of skin to sunlight is best done in a shallow pit shielded from the wind. Exposure in a shallow pit would give about 90% protection from gamma radiation from fallout particles on the surrounding ground. Degree niacin and calcium. Niacin deficiency causes pellagra, a disease that results in weakness, a rash on skin exposed to the sun, severe diarrhea, and mental deterioration. If a typical modern American had a diet primarily of corn and lacked the foods that normally supply niacin, symptoms of pellagra would first appear in about 6 months. Since corn is by far our largest crop, the U.S. production in 1985 was about 425 billion pounds. The skillful treatment of corn would be important to post-attack survival and recovery. During the first part of this century, pellagra killed thousands of Americans in the South each year. These people had corn for their principal staple and ate few animal protein foods or beans. 87. Yet Mexicans, who eat even more corn than did those Southerners and have even fewer foods of animal origin, do not suffer from pellagra. The Mexicans' freedom from pellagra is mainly due to their traditional method of soaking and boiling their dried corn in a lime water solution. They use either dry, unslaked lime calcium oxide, a dangerously corrosive substance made by roasting limestone, or dry, slaked lime calcium hydroxide, made by adding water to unslaked lime. Dry lime weighing about 1% as much as the dry corn is added to the soak water, producing an alkaline solution. Wood ashes also can be used instead of lime to make an alkali solution. The alkali treatment of corn makes the niacin available to the human body. Tables 9.1 and 9.2 show corn as having adequate niacin. However, the niacin in dried corn is not readily available to the body unless the corn has received an alkali treatment. Treating corn with lime has another nutritional advantage. The low calcium content of corn is significantly increased. Degree fat. The emergency recommendation for fat is slightly over 1 ounce per day, 30 grams, of fat or cooking oil. This amount of fat provides only 10% of the calories in the emergency diet, which does not specify a greater amount because fats would be in very short supply after a nuclear attack. This amount is very low when compared to the average diet eaten in this country, in which fat provides about 40% of the calories. It would be difficult for many Americans to consume sufficient calories to maintain normal weight and morale without a higher fat intake. More fat should be made available as soon as possible. Increased fat intake is especially important for young children, to provide calories needed for normal growth and development. Oak Ridge National Laboratory field tests have shown that toddlers and old people, especially, prefer considerably more oil added to grain mush than the emergency recommendation of 10%. Degree vitamin B12 and animal protein. Vitamin B12 is the only essential nutrient that is available in nature solely from animal sources. Since a normal person has a 2 to 4 year supply of vitamin B12 stored in his liver, a deficiency should not develop before enough food of animal origin would again be available. Many adults who are strict vegetarians keep in good health for years without any animal sources of food by using grains and beans together. It is more difficult to maintain normal growth and development in young children on vegetarian diets. When sufficient animal sources of food are available, enough should be provided to supply 7 grams of animal protein daily. This could be provided by about 1.4 ounces, 38 grams, of lean meat, 0.7 ounce, 20 grams, of non-fat dry milk, or 1 medium-sized egg. When supplies are limited, young children should be given priority. Again, a little of these high-grade supplementary protein foods should be eaten with every meal. Degree iron. Most people live out their lives without benefit of an iron supplement. However, Many pregnant and nursing women and some children need supplemental iron to prevent anemia. One tested expedient way to make more iron available is to use iron pots and pans, especially for cooking acid foods such as tomatoes. Another is to place plain iron nails, not galvanized nails, in vinegar until small amounts of iron begin to float to the surface. This usually takes 2 to 4 weeks. Then a teaspoon of iron vinegar solution will contain about 30 to 60 milligrams of iron, enough for a daily supplement. The emergency recommendation is 10 milligrams per day. A teaspoon of the iron vinegar solution is best taken in a glass of water. The iron content of fruit, such as an apple, can be increased by placing iron nails in it for a few days. Food reserves. Russia, China, and other countries that make serious preparations to survive disasters store large quantities of food, primarily grain, both in farming areas and near population centers. In contrast, the usually large U.S. stocks of grain and soybeans are an unplanned survival resource resulting from the production of more food than Americans can eat or sell abroad. The high productivity of U.S. agriculture is another unplanned survival asset. Providing enough calories and other essential nutrients for 100 million surviving Americans would necessitate the annual raising of only about 12% of our 1985 crop of corn, wheat, grain, sorghum, and soybeans if nothing else were produced. Book page 88. In 1985, the U.S. production of corn, wheat, soybeans, and grain sorghum totaled about 625 billion pounds, about 7 pounds per day for 1 year for every American. A total of 2 pounds per person per day of these basic staples, in the proportions shown in Table 9.2, would be sufficient to provide the essentials of an adequate vegetarian diet weighing about 27 ounces. Grain sorghum is not listed in Table 9.2, it has approximately the same food value as corn. The remaining 5 ounces of the 2 pounds would feed enough chickens to meet a survivor's minimum long-term requirement for animal protein. If corn, wheat, grain sorghum, and soybeans were the only crops raised, the annual production would need to be only 730 pounds per person. Our 1985 annual production would have supplied every adult, child, and infant in a population of 100 million with 6,250 pounds of these 4 staples. This is more than 8 times enough to maintain good nutrition by Chinese standards. Recovery from a massive nuclear attack would depend largely on sufficient food reserves being available to enable survivors to concentrate on restoring the essentials of mechanized farming. Enough housing would remain intact or could be built to provide adequate shelter for the first few crucial years. Enough clothing and fabrics would be available. But if survivors were forced by hunger to expend their energies attempting primitive subsistence farming, many deaths from starvation would occur and the prospects for national recovery would be greatly reduced. Americans' greatest survival asset at the end of 1985 was about 17 billion bushels, about 850 billion pounds, of wheat, corn, grain sorghums, and soybeans in storage, mostly on farms. If 200 million Americans were to survive a limited nuclear attack and if only half of this stored food reserve could be delivered to the needy, each survivor would have adequate food for over 3 years, by Chinese nutritional standards. In view of the crucial importance of large food reserves to the prospects for individual and national survival, it is to be hoped that U.S. food surpluses and large annual carryovers will continue. A basic survival ration to store. A ration composed of the basic foods listed below in Table 9.3 provides about 2,600 calories per day and is nutritionally balanced. It keeps better than a ration of typical American foods, requires much less space to store or transport, and is much less expensive. The author and some friends have stored enough of these basic foods to last their families several months during a crisis, and have eaten large quantities of these foods with satisfaction over the past 20 years. A different emergency ration should be stored for infants and very small children, as will be explained in the following section. Field tests have indicated that the majority of Americans would find these basic foods acceptable under crisis conditions. In normal times, however, no one should store this or any other emergency food supply until after he has prepared, eaten, and found its components satisfactory. Unprocessed grains and beans provide adequate nourishment for many millions of the world's people who have little else to eat. Dry grains and beans are very compact. A 5-gallon can holds about 38 pounds of hard wheat. Yet when cooked, dry whole grains become bulky and give a well-fed feeling a distinct advantage if it is necessary to go on short rations during a prolonged crisis. Table 9.3. A basic survival ration for multi-year storage. Ounces per day, grams per day, pounds for 30 days full ration. Kilograms for 30 days. Full ration whole kernel hard wheat 16454 3013.6. Beans 5142 9.44.3 non-fat milk powder 2 57 3.81.7 vegetable oil 1 28 1.90.9 sugar 2 57 3.81.7 salt iodized 1/3 100.630.3 total weights 10,748 49.5 22.5 multivitamin pills 1 pill each day. Book page 89. Top previous next. This basic ration has 2 disadvantages. 1. It requires cooking. And 2. Americans are unaccustomed to such a diet. Cooking difficulties can be minimized by having a grain grinding device, a bucket stove with a few pounds of dry wood or newspapers for fuel, and the know-how to make a fireless cooker by using available insulating materials such as extra clothing. The disadvantage of starting to eat unaccustomed foods at a stressful time can be lessened by eating more whole grains and beans in normal times, thereby, incidentally, saving money and improving a typical American diet by reducing fat and increasing bulk and fiber. When storing enough of this ration to last for several months or a year, it is best to select several kinds of beans for variety and improved nutrition. If soybeans are included, take into account the differences between soybeans and common beans, as noted earlier in this chapter. In many areas it is difficult to buy wheat and beans at prices nearly as low as the farmer receives for these commodities. However, in an increasing number of communities, at least one store sells whole grain wheat and beans in large sacks at reasonable prices. Mormons, who store food for a range of possible personal and national disasters, are often the best sources of information about where to get basic foods in quantity, at reasonable cost. Soon after purchase, bulk foods should be removed from sacks, but not necessarily from sealed plastic liner bags, and sealed in metal containers or in thick-walled plastic containers for storage. Especially in the more humid parts of the United States, grain and beans should be frequently checked for moisture. If necessary, these foods should be dried out and rid of insects as described later in this chapter. Vegetable oil stores as well in plastic bottles as in glass ones. The toughness and lightness of plastic bottles make them better than glass for carrying when evacuating or for using in a shelter. Since a pound of oil provides about 2-1/4 times as much energy as does a pound of sugar, dry grain, or milk powder, storing additional vegetable oil is an efficient way to improve a grain diet and make it more like the 40% fat diet of typical Americans. All multivitamin pills providing 5,000 international units, 1,500 mg retinol equivalent, vitamin A, 400 IU 10 mg, of vitamin D, and 50 to 100 mg of vitamin C, must meet U.S. government standards, so the least expensive usually are quite adequate. Storage in a refrigerator greatly lengthens the time before vitamin pills must be replaced with fresh ones. Because vitamin C is so essential, yet very inexpensive and long-lasting, it is prudent to store a large bottle. It would be wise to have on hand ready-to-eat, compact foods for use during a week or two in a shelter, in addition to those normally kept in the kitchen. It is not necessary to buy expensive, survival foods, or the special dehydrated foods carried by many backpackers. All large food stores sell the following concentrated foods: non-fat milk powder, canned peanuts, compact ready-to-eat dry cereals such as grape nuts, canned meat and fish, white sugar, vegetable oil in plastic bottles, iodized salt, and daily multivitamin pills. If shelter occupants have a way to boil water, see figs. 9.2 and 9.3. Bucket stove. It is advisable to include rice, noodles, and an instant cooked cereal such as oatmeal or wheat along with coffee and tea for those who habitually drink these beverages. Parched grain is a ready-to-eat food that has been used for thousands of years. Whole kernel wheat, corn, and rice can be parched by the following method: place the kernels about 1/4 inch deep in a pan, a skillet, or a tin can while shaking it over a flame, hot coals, or a red-hot electric burner. The kernels will puff and brown slightly when parched. These parched grains are not difficult to chew and can be pounded to a meal more easily than can the raw kernels. Parched grain stores well if kept dry and free of insects. Emergency food for babies. Infants and very small children would be the first victims of starvation after a heavy nuclear attack, unless special preparations are made on their behalf. Our huge stocks of unprocessed foods, which could prevent the majority of unprepared survivors from dying of hunger, would not be suitable for the very young. They need foods that are more concentrated and less rough. Most American mothers do not nurse their infants, and if a family's supply of baby foods were exhausted, the parents might experience the agony of seeing their baby slowly starve. Few Americans have watched babies starving. In China, I saw anguish on starving mothers' faces as they patted and squeezed their flat breasts, trying to get a little more milk into their weak babies' mouths. I saw this unforgettable tragedy in the midst of tens of thousands of Chinese evacuating on foot before a ruthless Japanese army during World War II. Book page 90. Years later, my wife and I stored several hundred pounds of milk powder while our 5 children were small. I believe that parents who fear the use of nuclear weapons will be glad to bear the small expense of keeping on hand the emergency baby foods listed in Table 9.4, below. More detailed descriptions of these and many other foods, with instructions for their use, are given in an Oak Ridge National Laboratory report, Maintaining Nutritional Adequacy During a Prolonged Food Crisis, ORNL 5352, 1979. This report may be purchased for $6.50 from National Technical Information Service, U.S. Department of Commerce, 5385 Port Royal Road, Springfield, Virginia 22161. To make a formula adequate for a 24-hour period, the quantities of instant non-fat dry milk, vegetable cooking oil, and sugar listed in the per day column of Table 9.4 should be added to 4 cups of safe water. This formula can be prepared daily in cool weather or when a refrigerator is available. In warm or hot weather, or under unsanitary conditions, it is safer to make a formula 3 times a day. To do so, add 1/3 cup plus 2 teaspoons, a little less than 1 ounce, of instant non-fat milk powder to 1-1/3 cups, 2/3 pint, of boiled water, and stir thoroughly. Then add 1 tablespoon, about 1/3 ounce, or 9 grams, of vegetable oil and 2 teaspoons of sugar, and stir. If regular baker's milk powder is used, 1/4 cup is enough when making 1/3 of the daily formula, 3 times a day. If baby bottles are not at hand, milk can be spoon-fed to an infant. Especially during a war crisis, the best and most dependable food for an infant is mother's milk, provided the mother is assured an adequate diet. The possibility of disaster is one more reason why a mother should nurse her baby for a full year. Storing additional high-protein foods and fats for a nursing mother usually will be better insurance against her infant getting sick or starving than keeping adequate stocks of baby foods and the equipment necessary for sanitary feeding after evacuation or an attack. To give a daily vitamin supplement to a baby, a multivitamin pill should be crushed to a fine powder between 2 spoons and dissolved in a small amount of fluid, so that the baby can easily swallow it. If an infant does not receive adequate amounts of vitamins A, D, and C, he will develop deficiency symptoms in 1 to 3 months, depending on the amounts stored in his body. Vitamin C deficiency, the first to appear, can be prevented by giving an infant 15 milligrams of vitamin C each day, about 1/3 of a 50 mg vitamin C tablet. Pulverized, are customary foods containing vitamin C, such as orange juice. Lacking these sources, the juice squeezed from sprouted grains or legumes can be used. If no vitamin pills or foods rich in vitamin D are available, exposure of the baby's skin to sunlight will cause his body to produce vitamin D. It would be wise to wait about 30 days after an attack before exposing the baby to sunlight. After that, short exposures would be safe except in areas of extremely heavy fallout. As a further precaution, the baby can be placed in an open, shallow pit that will provide shielding from radiation given off by fallout particles on the ground. Initial exposure should be very short, no more than 10 minutes. Table 9.4. Emergency food supply for one baby. Ingredients per day per month per 6 months. Per 6 months. Volumes in ounces, grams, pounds, kilograms, instant non-fat dairy milk 1 cup plus 2 tablespoons. 2-3/4 of an ounce. 862-723215. Vegetable cooking oil 3 tablespoons, 1 ounce, 3020. 91255 sugar 2 tablespoons, 0.7 ounces, 21.30.683.6 standard daily multivitamin pills 1/3 pill 10 pills 60 pills. Book page 91. Top previous next. If sufficient milk is not obtainable, even infants younger than 6 months should be given solid food. Solid foods for babies must be pureed to a fine texture. Using a modern baby food grinder makes pureeing quick and easy work. Under crisis conditions, a grinder should be cleaned and disinfected like other baby feeding utensils, as described later in this section. Several expedient methods are available. The food can be pressed through a sieve, mashed with a fork or spoon, or squeezed through a porous cloth. Good sanitation must be maintained. All foods should be brought to a boil after pureeing to ensure that the food is safe from bacteria. A pureed solid baby food can be made by first boiling together 3 parts of a cereal grain and 1 part of beans until they are soft. Then the mixture should be pressed through a sieve. The sieve catches the tough hulls from the grain kernels and the skins from the beans. The grain-beans combination will provide needed calories and a well-supplemented protein. The beans also supply the additional iron that a baby needs by the time he is 6 months old. Flours made from whole grains or beans, as previously described, also can be used. However, these may contain more rough material. Some grains are preferable to others. It is easier to sieve cooked corn kernels than cooked wheat kernels. Since wheat is the grain most likely to cause allergies, it should not be fed to an infant until he is 6 to 7 months old if other grains, such as rice or corn, are available. Small children also need more protein than can be supplied by grains alone. As a substitute for milk, some bean food should be provided at every meal. If the available diet is deficient in a concentrated energy source such as fat or sugar, a child's feedings should be increased to 4 or 5 times a day, to enable him to assimilate more. Whenever possible, a small child should have a daily diet that contains at least 1 ounce of fat, 3 tablespoons, without scraping the spoon. This would provide more than 10% of a young child's calories in the form of fat, which would be beneficial. If under emergency conditions it is not practical to boil infant feeding utensils, they can be sterilized with a bleach solution. Add 1 teaspoon of ordinary household bleach to a quart of water. Ordinary household bleach contains 5.25% sodium hypochlorite as its only active ingredient and supplies approximately 5% available chlorine. If the strength of the bleach is unknown, add 3 teaspoons per quart. Directions for safe feeding without boiling follow. The utensils include at least 1 quart and 1 pint mason jar, for keeping prepared formula sterile until used. 1. Immediately after feeding, wash the inside and outside of all utensils used to prepare the formula and to feed the infant. 2. Fill a covered container with clean, cold water and add the appropriate amount of chlorine bleach. 3. Totally immerse all utensils until the next feeding, 3 or 4 hours. Be sure that the bottle, if used, is filled with bleach solution. Keep container covered. At feeding time. 1. Wash hands before preparing food. 2. Remove utensils from the disinfectant chlorine solution and drain, but do not rinse or dry. 3. Prepare formula. Feed the baby. 4. Immediately after feeding, wash utensils in clean water and immerse again in the disinfectant solution. 5. Prepare fresh chlorine solution each day. Storage of foods. Whole grains and white sugar can be stored successfully for decades. Dried beans, non-fat milk powder, and vegetable oil can be stored for several years. Some rules for good storage follow. Degree: keep food dry. The most dependable way to assure continuing dryness is to store dry grain in metal containers, such as ordinary 5-gallon metal storage cans or 55-gallon metal drums with gasketed lids. Filled 5-gallon cans are light enough to be easily carried in an automobile when evacuating. Particularly in humid areas, grain which seems to be dry often is not dry enough to store for a long period. To be sure that grain is dry enough to store for years, use a drying agent. The best drying agent for this purpose is silica gel with color indicator. The gel is blue when it is capable of absorbing water and pink when it needs to be heated to become an effective drying agent again. Book page 92. Silica gel is inexpensive if bought from chemical supply firms located in most cities. By heating it in a hot oven or in a can over a fire until it turns blue again, silica gel can be used repeatedly for years. The best containers for the silica gel used to dry grain, or to determine its dryness, are homemade cloth envelopes large enough for a heaping cupful of the gel. A clear plastic window should be stitched in, through which color changes can be observed. Put an envelope of silica gel on top of the grain in a 5-gallon can filled to within a couple of inches of its top. Then close the can tightly. Even a rather loose-fitting lid can be sealed tightly with tape. If after a few days the silica gel is still blue, the grain is dry enough. If the silica gel has turned pink, repeat the process with fresh envelopes until it can be seen that the grain is dry. Keep grains and beans free of weevils, other insects, and rodents. Dry ice carbon dioxide is the safest means still widely available to the public for ridding grain and beans of insects. Place about 4 inches of dry ice on top of the grain in a 5-gallon metal container. Put the lid on somewhat loosely, so that air in the grain can be driven out of the can. This will happen as the dry ice vaporizes and the heavy carbon dioxide gas sinks into the grain and displaces the air around the kernels. After an hour or two, tighten the lid and seal it with tape. After 1 month, all insects in this carbon dioxide atmosphere will have died from lack of oxygen. Store foods in the coolest available place, out of the light. Remember that the storage life of most foods is cut in half by an increase of 18°F-10°C in storage temperature. 30 Thus 48 months of storage at 52 degrees Fahrenheit is equivalent to 24 months at 70 degrees Fahrenheit, and to 12 months at 88 degrees F. Illustrative of the importance of cool storage are my experiences in storing non-fat milk powder in an earth-covered, cool shelter. In steel drums I stored unopened 100-pound bags of compact, non-fat milk powder that I bought from bakeries. The cost per pound was much less than I would have paid for the largest packages sold in supermarkets. After 7 years storage at temperatures of about 50 degrees Fahrenheit the year around, my milk powder was still good as it would have been if stored in a normally air-conditioned and heated home for about 3 years. Do not place stored metal containers directly on the floor. To avoid possible condensation of moisture and the rusting that results, place containers on spaced boards. For long-term storage in damp permanent shelters or damp basements, use solid plastic containers with thick walls. Rotate stored foods. Eat the oldest food of each type and replace it with fresh food. Although cooking oil and non-fat milk powder remain edible after several years of storage at room temperature, these and most other dry foods are more nourishing and taste better if stored for no more than 2 years. Most canned foods taste better if kept no more than 1 year. Exceptions are whole grains and white sugar, which stay good for decades if stored properly. Store plenty of salt. In our modern world, salt is so abundant and cheap that most Americans do not realize that in many areas soon after a major nuclear attack, salt would become a hard-to-get essential nutrient. Persons working hard without salt would suffer cramps and feel exhausted within a few days. Most famine relief shipments of grain probably would not include salt. So store enough salt both to salt your family's food for months and to trade for other necessities. Seeds. For thousands of years, storing seeds has been an essential part of the survival preparations made by millions of prudent people fearing attack. Seeds are hopes for future food and the defeat of famine, that lethal follower of disastrous wars. Among the most impressive sounds I ever heard were faint, distant rattles of small stones, heard on a quiet, black, freezing night in 1944. An air raid was expected before dawn. I was standing on one of the bare hills outside Kunming, China, trying to pinpoint the sources of lights that Japanese agents had used just before previous air raids to guide attacking bombers to blacked out Kunming. Puzzled by sounds of cautious digging starting at about 2 a.m., I asked my interpreter if he knew what was going on. He told me that farmers walked most of the night to make sure that no one was following them, and were burying sealed jars of seeds in secret places, far enough from home so that probably no one would hear them digging. Book page 93. My interpreter did not need to tell me that if the advancing Japanese troops succeeded in taking Kunming, they would ruthlessly strip the surrounding countryside of all food they could find. Then those prudent farmers would have seeds and hope in a starving land. If you doubt that enough of our current oversupply of stored whole grains, soybeans, milk powder, etc., would reach you after a nuclear attack, you should store seeds known to grow well in your area. When getting your supply of survival seeds, remember, grains and beans are the best plant sources of energy and protein. Even if you have enough vitamins for several months, you may not be able to buy more until long after a nuclear war. The deadly curses of scurvy, vitamin A deficiencies, and pellagra can be prevented by eating the plants, seeds, and sprouted seeds described earlier in this chapter. Plants grown from hybrid seeds give larger yields, but do not produce as productive seeds as do plants grown from good non-hybrid seeds. Seeds of proven productivity in your locality may be more valuable than money after a major nuclear attack. You should get mostly non-hybrid and store seeds, after learning from experienced local gardeners which are best. Book page 94. Copyright 2000 Nuclear War Survival Skills. Also see the New Expedient Shelter book. Requires the DJVU plugin. NWSS Contents. Cover. Addition Notes. Table of Contents Book Order Form Forward. About the Author Acknowledgements Introduction. Ch. 1. The Dangers. Ch. 2. Warnings and Ch. 3. Psychologic. Ch. 4. Evacuation. Ch. 5. Shelter. Ch. 6. Ventilation. Ch. 7. Protection. Ch. 8. Water. Ch. 9. Food. Ch. 10. Fallout radiation meters. Ch. 11. Light. Ch. 12. Shelter saw. Ch. 13. Surviving. Ch. 14. Expedient. Ch. 15. Improvised. Ch. 16. Minimum PR. Ch. 17. Permanent. Ch. 18. Transpachi. App. Instructio. App. 8.1. Door COV. App. 8.2. Pole COV. App. 8.3. Small PO. App. 8.4. Abovegrow. App. 8.5. Abovegrow. App. 8.6. Above GR. App. B. How to mock. App. C. A. Homemade. App. D. Expedient. App. E. How to mock. App. F. Providing. Selected references. Selected index. Graphics. Nuclear War Survival Skills. Mail Home. Ch. 10. Fallout radiation meters. The critical need: a survivor in a shelter that does not have a dependable meter to measure fallout radiation, or that has one but lacks someone who knows how to use it, will face a prolonged nightmare of uncertainties. A more expensive direct reading 600R dosimeter is Model 019006 of Atomic Products Corporation. Top previous next. The critical need: a survivor in a shelter that does not have a dependable meter to measure fallout radiation, or that has one but lacks someone who knows how to use it, will face a prolonged nightmare of uncertainties. Human beings cannot feel, smell, taste, hear, or see fallout radiation. A heavy attack would put most radio stations off the air, due to the effects of electromagnetic pulse, blast, fire, or fallout from explosions. Because fallout intensities often vary greatly over short distances, those stations still broadcasting would rarely be able to give reliable information concerning the constantly changing radiation dangers around a survivor's shelter. Which parts of the shelter give the best protection? How large is the radiation dose being received by each person? When is it safe to leave the shelter for a few minutes? When can one leave for an hour's walk to get desperately needed water? As the fallout continues to decay, how long can one safely work each day outside the shelter? When can the shelter be left for good? Only an accurate, dependable fallout meter will enable survivors to answer these life or death questions. Gamma radiation is by far the most dangerous radiation given off by fallout particles. Gamma rays are like X-rays, only more penetrating and harmful. The Röntgen R is the unit most commonly used to measure exposures to gamma rays, or to X-rays, and most American civil defense instruments give readings in Röntgens R, or Röntgens per hour, R per hour. Therefore, for simplicity's sake, in this book almost all radiation doses are given in Röntgens R, and radiation dose rates are given in Röntgens per hour, R per hour. This simplification is justified because, for external whole-body gamma radiation from fallout, the numerical value of an exposure or dose given in Röntgens is approximately the same as the numerical value given in REMS or RADs. For information on the REM and the RAD, and on the seriousness and probability of injuries likely to be suffered as a result of receiving different-sized doses of gamma radiation, see Lifetime Risks from Radiation, a section of Chapter 13. The dose, the quantity, of radiation that a person receives, along with the length of time during which the dose is received, determine what injuries, if any, will be suffered as a result of the dose. Of people who, in a few days, each receive a dose of 350 Röntgens under nuclear war conditions, about half will die. Doses are measured with small instruments called dosimeters, either by directly reading the dose between the time at which a dosimeter is charged to read 0 and the time of a subsequent reading, or by calculating by subtraction the dose between two readings. However, to avoid receiving a lethal or sickening dose, the most useful instrument is a dose rate meter. The National Academy of Sciences Advisory Committee on Civil Defense in 1953 concluded, the final effectiveness of shelter depends upon the occupants of any shelter having simple, rugged, and reliable dose rate meters to measure the fallout dose rate outside the shelter. With a reliable dose rate meter you can quite quickly determine how great the radiation dangers are in different places, and then promptly act to reduce your exposure to these unseen, unfelt dangers. For example, if you go outside an excellent fallout shelter and learn by reading your dose rate meter that you are being exposed to 30 R per hour, you know that if you stay there for 1 hour you will receive a dose of 30 R, but if you go back inside your excellent shelter after 2 minutes, then while outside you will have received a dose of only 1 R. Book page 95. 2 minutes 2/60ths of an hour equals 1/30th hour. And receiving a dose at the rate of 30 R per hour for 1/30th of an hour results in a dose of 30 R per hour by 1/30th hour equals 1 R. Under nuclear war conditions, receiving an occasional dose of 1 R, 1000 milliröntgens, would be of little concern, as explained in Chapter 13 and 18. Warnings for buyers of fallout meters. You are, on your own, when buying a dose rate meter or dosimeter because no U.S. government agency or other government facility advises the public regarding sources of the best available radiation measuring instruments for use in time of war, or warns concerned individuals that certain instruments are either incapable of measuring adequately high dose rates or doses for wartime use, or are dangerously inaccurate. For example, a dose rate meter that in 1982 sold nationwide was tested in that year at Oak Ridge National Laboratory to determine its accuracy for measuring gamma radiation. This instrument was reasonably accurate at low dose rates, but at the high dose rates of life or death importance in a nuclear war its readings were dangerously low. When it should have read 150 R per hour, it read 13.9 R hour. Another dose rate meter of this same model, tested in California by Dr. Bruce Clayton, read only 16 R per hour when it should have read 400 R hour. Obviously, if this model were used and trusted by a person doing rescue work for hours outdoors in heavy fallout, while believing that he was receiving a non-incapacitating dose he actually would be getting a fatal dose. Instruments that measure only milliröntgen range dose rates are sold for war use by some companies. Since most Americans have no idea what size of radiation doses would incapacitate or kill them, and do not even know that a milliröntgen is 1/1000th of a Röntgen, some people buy instruments that are capable of measuring maximum dose rates of only 1 Röntgen or less per hour. For example, an American company advertised and sold for $370 in 1986 its dose rate meter that has a maximum range of 0-1000 Mr. per hour. It is the only dose rate meter in that company's listing of radiation detection products for the general public, described as applicable for use in case of nuclear war. The highest dose rate that it can measure, 1 Roentgen per hour, is far too low to be of much use in a nuclear war. Degree used and surplus dose rate meters and dosimeters are likely to be inaccurate or otherwise unreliable. Very few buyers have access to a radiation source powerful enough to check instruments for accuracy over their full ranges of measurements. My education regarding bargain fallout meters began in 1961. After I bought 2 dosimeters of a model then being produced by a leading manufacturing company and purchased in quantity by the Office of Civil Defense. Within a week after receiving these instruments, one of them could not be charged. The other was found to be inaccurate. Later I learned that the manufacturing company sold to the public its instruments that did not pass government quality tests. Most federal and state organizations do not criticize faulty civil defense products, apparently because they are not charged with this responsibility and want to avoid angering manufacturers and sellers who may go to their congressmen or legislators to seek redress for lost sales. In this book I am not giving the names of any of the companies that sell or have sold potentially life-endangering survival items. To do so would reduce the chances of this book being distributed or advocated by government agencies. War reserves of fallout meters. One of Americans' most important assets for surviving a nuclear war is the Federal Emergency Management Agency's, FEMA's, supply of fallout meters. These instruments include approximately 600,000 dose rate meters and about 3,300,000 dosimeters, all suitable for wartime use. In 1986 almost all of these old instruments that can be found reportedly still are in good working condition. Because of continuing inadequate funding for civil defense, in recent years most of FEMA's instruments have been serviced, calibrated, and, if necessary, repaired only once every 4 years. In a few localities these instruments are no longer being serviced. Most of these critically important instruments are kept in cities, in buildings likely to be destroyed by blast or fire in the event of a massive Soviet attack. If there were a sufficiently long, officially recognized period of warning before an attack, it might be possible during such a worsening crisis to move a large fraction of these fallout meters outside the areas of probable blast or fire damage, and to place them in officially designated fallout shelters. However, this unlikely development would not provide private family shelters with instruments. Most families need their own fallout meters. This need is greatest for families living in localities not likely to be damaged by blast or fire, and for those planning to evacuate to such less hazardous localities during a worsening crisis. Book page 96. Commercially available fallout meters. In 1987 an American does not have many choices if he wants to buy an off-the-shelf dose rate meter suitable for measuring the high levels of fallout radiation that would result from a nuclear attack. Although inexpensive dose rate meters and dosimeters have been under development by the military services and civil defense researchers for the past 15 years, they have not been produced commercially for sale to the public. Field tests of factory-produced models have not been completed at this writing. Dose rate meters. The best radiation measuring instrument for wartime use available in the United States in 1987 is the Universal Survey Meter Road 10, manufactured in Finland by Alnor Oy. It is sold in the United States by a subsidiary, Alnor Nuclear, 2585 Washington Road, Suite 120, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania 15241. In 1988 the FOB price, prepaid, is $1,100. The Road 10 accurately measures gamma and X-rays from very close to natural background radiation up to 300 R per hour, in two ranges, 0.03300 meters R per hour, and 0.03300 R per hour. It meets Finnish Army standards for ruggedness and accurate operation in sub-zero cold, down to -250 C, or -130 F. It has an illuminated scale for night use and an audible pulse rate signal, and is built to withstand electromagnetic pulse (EMP) effects. A few of my friends and I for years have owned Finnish instruments of an earlier model, the Road 8, they still are in excellent working condition. A less expensive dose rate meter designed for rugged wartime use is the portable radiological dose rate meter PDRM-82, manufactured in England by Plessey Controls Limited, Soapers Lane, Poole, Dorset BH177ER, England. This instrument is the current standard issue of the British Armed Forces and Civil Defence, is designed for a storage life of at least 20 years, is microcomputer controlled, EMP proof, and displays fail if a fault exists. Like all instruments, occasionally a PDRM-82 does fail. One bought by a friend in 1987 and tested by a radiation laboratory in Utah read 86 centigrays per hour when it should have read 300, and failed to display fail. Mailed back to England, Plessey Controls finally replaced it with another new PDRM-82. The only consequential disadvantages of the PDRM-82, compared to more expensive dose rate meters, are that it reads in centigrays per hour. Centigray per hour is equivalent to rads per hour, or R per hour, and does not measure dose rates lower than 0.1 centigray per hour, 100 Mr. per hour. In 1987 this portable, 4-digit liquid display dose rate meter is sold by Plessey Controls for £250 plus air shipment charges, all prepaid. To learn the latest delivery date and the latest price delivered direct by air, write Plessey Controls. However, in a nuclear war 100 Mr. per hour will be a low dose rate in most life-threatening fallout areas. I bought a PDRM-82 direct from England in 1984, my objective being to have it tested at Oak Ridge National Laboratory. I later learned that such testing was unnecessary, since U.S. Army specialists already had tested the PDRM-82 and had found it excellent. Technical note. Conversion of readings of most foreign and scientific radiation monitoring instruments to the radiation units usually given by American Civil Defense Instruments, or used in the U.S. in regulations and articles concerning radiation hazards. Absorbed radiation dose. 1 gray equals 100 rads. 1 centigray, 1 centigray equals 1 rad. As explained in the first section of this chapter, for practical civil defense work 1 rad equals 1 Roentgen equals 1 rem. Dose equivalent. 1 sievert 100 hems. 1 millisievert equals 0.1 rem. Activity. 1 becquerel 27 picocuries. Radiation contamination of milk and water are given in picocuries per liter, or becquerels per liter. 1 picocurie is 1/1,000,000th of a curie. 1 curie is 37 billion becquerels. No wonder that most newspaper and television accounts of radiation accidents and hazards are confused. I have not been able to find an American-made, modern dose rate meter that is designed for wartime use and is being sold in 1987. Among those designed for peacetime use that may be satisfactory in wartime is the RO2A manufactured by Eberlein, P.O. Box 2108, Santa Fe, New Mexico 87504-2108. The RO2A is a portable air ionization chamber instrument used to measure beta, gamma, and X-ray radiation from 50 Mr. per hour to 50 R/hour. The price in 1987 is $950. In Eberlein's summary specifications and in the specifications that I have read of other U.S. manufacturers of dose rate meters, no mention is made of the instruments being EMP-proof. Dosimeters. Several reliable dosimeters and dosimeter chargers are sold in the United States. Among the established retail sources is Dosimeter Corporation, P.O. Box 42377, Cincinnati, Ohio 45242. Its DCA model number 686 measures accumulated doses from 0 to 600 R, and in January of 1986 sold for $59.95. The battery-powered charger, DCA model number 909, cost $90. One charger can be used to charge several dosimeters. Book page 97. Top previous next. A more expensive direct reading 600R dosimeter is Model 019006 of Atomic Products Corporation, P.O. Box 1157, Center Moriches, New York 11934. It sells for $120. Dosimeter charger 020001. Used to 0, all direct reading dosimeters, Costs $98. To keep them dependable, all commercially available dosimeters and dose rate meters should be 1. Kept supplied with fresh batteries for charging or operating. 2. Checked with a strong enough radiation source, at no longer than 3-year intervals, to see if they still are measuring radiation accurately. And 3. Repaired if necessary. To learn whether a dose rate meter still is functioning, use a radioactive check source such as Dosimeter Corporation's check source, Model 3001, that contains 5 microcuries cesium-137 and sells for $35. This type of check test will prove only that your instrument measures dose rates slightly above normal background radiation. It will not prove that your instrument could accurately measure the much higher dose rates that will be of vital concern in a nuclear war. Some instrument companies will properly calibrate a radiation measuring instrument that is sent to them. For example, Dosimeter Corporation charges $50 to calibrate a dose rate meter or dosimeter, and makes needed repairs at an additional cost. The reader is advised to buy at least a good commercial dose rate meter, with which to quickly measure high levels of fallout radiation if he can afford one. A family that has a reliable dose rate meter, and that remains in a shelter almost all of the time during which fallout dose rates outdoors are dangerously high, can calculate with sufficient accuracy the accumulated doses received by its members. To do this, a continuous record must be kept of dose rates and the times at which those measurements are made. Having a reliable dosimeter eliminates the need for keeping such detailed records and making these calculations, but if only one instrument can be afforded, it should be a dose rate meter. A good commercial instrument, if properly maintained and periodically calibrated with a radiation source to check its accuracy, probably will be serviceable for years. A prudent owner of even an excellent dose rate meter would do well to make and learn to use a KFM, the dependable home-makeable fallout meter briefly described later in this chapter, with complete instructions for making and using it given in Appendix C. Then during a period of heavy war fallout you can check the readings of your complex instrument by comparing them with those of your KFM, and, if the complex instrument is giving inaccurate readings, your KFM will meet your basic need. A HOMEMAKEABLE dose rate meter, the KFM. What is a KFM? The only do-it-yourself fallout meter that is accurate and dependable was invented in 1977. It is called the KFM Kearny fallout meter. One is pictured in Figure 10.1. Figure 10.1. A homemade KFM, an accurate dose rate meter for measuring dose rates from 30 Mr. per hour, 0.03 R per hour, up to 43 R/hour. This simple instrument has undergone rigorous scientific testing in several laboratories, including Oak Ridge National Laboratory. Its accuracy and dependability were confirmed. Many hundreds of KFMs have been made by untrained people, ranging from members of junior high school science classes to grandmothers making them for their children and grandchildren. These successful makers have been guided only by thoroughly field-tested instructions and patterns not quite as good as the improved ones given in Appendix C of this updated book. Only common materials found in millions of homes are needed to build a KFM. If all of the materials, including those for a dry bucket, have to be purchased, their total cost in 1986 is less than $17. The KFM serves as an accurate dose rate meter when used in conjunction with a watch and the KFM's attached table relating changes in readings in listed time intervals to dose rates. Book page 98. No radiation source is needed either to initially calibrate a KFM or subsequently to check its accuracy. Calibrations for accuracy were completed at Oak Ridge National Laboratory and are the basis of the KFM's attached table. A KFM is more accurate than most civil defense instruments, and its accuracy is permanently established by the laws of physics applicable to the specified dimensions and other characteristics of its parts, and to their positioning relative to each other, provided that it is made and maintained according to the instructions. Unlike all factory-made radiation measuring civil defense instruments that are reliable and available today, a KFM is charged electrostatically. No battery is needed. Additional advantages of KFMs. A KFM combines the provenly practical radiation measuring functions of an electroscope and of an ionization chamber having a specified volume. Electroscopes were the basic radiation measuring instruments used by scientists, including Nobel laureate Lord Rutherford, who pioneered studies of atomic nuclei and radiations. The author is indebted to another Nobel laureate physicist, Dr. Luis W. Alvarez, for the idea of making a homemade electroscope with two threads suspended, aluminum foil leaves, to measure fallout radiation. Many excellent and unavoidably expensive dose rate meters, including civil defense instruments, are ionization chamber devices. A KFM, used in conjunction with a watch, does not have to be charged to any specified initial reading, or discharged by exposure to radiation to any specified final reading, to accurately measure the dose rate during a time interval specified on its attached table. Figure 10.2 illustrates this operational advantage of KFMs. Figure 10.2 normalized calibration points for two KFMs, showing the straight-line relationship between milliroentgen radiation doses and resultant readings. The complete instructions for making and using a KFM, see Appendix C, explain how an operator with a watch can use this instrument to accurately measure dose rates. Text in graph, adjusted calibration curves of KFM20G and KFM20I, both have 8 ply leaves of standard aluminum foil. The calibration readings have all been adjusted graphically to simulate all initial leaf separations being equal. ORNLDWG 76-6548 book page 99. Additional information on accuracy and dependability. Readers who want additional technical information on the KFM are advised to buy a copy of the original Oak Ridge National Laboratory report on this instrument, the KFM, a homemade yet accurate and dependable fallout meter, ORNL 5040, corrected by Cresson H. Kearny, Paul R. Barnes, Conrad V. Chester, and Margaret W. Kortner. Date published: January 1978. Copies are sold by the National Technical Information Service, U.S. Department of Commerce, 5285 Port Royal Road, Springfield, Virginia 22161. Since the price continues to increase, it is best to write first, to learn the postage paid cost. Civil defense professionals of foreign countries also have concluded that KFMs have life-saving potential. The June 1978 special issue of the Journal of the Institute of Civil Defense, the premier society of disaster studies, with headquarters in London, was entirely devoted to the KFM, and gave international distribution to the original complete instructions and cut-out paper patterns. The interest of Chinese civil defense officials in the KFM and my other low-cost survival inventions led to my making, with White House approval, 2 long trips in China as an official guest. In 8 Chinese cities I acquired survival know-how by exchanging civil defense information with top civil defense officials. A major disadvantage. A KFM looks like a toy. This instrument appears too simple to be trusted to measure deadly radiation, a frightening mystery to most people. Typical moderns are accustomed to pushing buttons and twisting dials to get information instantly from instruments they do not understand. Most feel that a dependable radiation monitoring instrument has to be complex. However, especially during a worsening nuclear crisis, many typical Americans would build KFMs if they become convinced of the accuracy and dependability of this home-makeable instrument that they can understand, use intelligently, and repair if necessary. Caution. Earlier versions of KFM making instructions, written when common sewing threads were good insulators, recommend sewing threads for suspending a KFM's leaves. Now most sewing threads are anti-static treated, are poor insulators, and are unsatisfactory for use in KFMs. Makers of KFMs should use the instructions in this updated edition, that recommend widely available, excellent insulators for suspending a KFM's leaves, and that incorporate several field-tested design improvements. Instructions for making and using KFMs. Appendix C gives the latest field-tested instructions, with patterns, to enable you to make a KFM and to learn how to use it. The great need for civil defense instruments is likely to be fully recognized only during a worsening nuclear crisis. Therefore, in this edition the KFM instructions and patterns are printed on only one side of a sheet, with extra patterns at the end of the text, and with 2 pages at the very end to expedite the rapid reproduction of the KFM instructions. Timed printing tests by 2 newspapers have proved that, with the help of these 2 pages of special instructions, a newspaper can paste up and photograph all pages of the KFM instructions, print a 12-page tabloid giving them, and start distributing the tabloid all in less than 1 hour. Thus, if you have a copy of this book during an all too possible nuclear crisis, you may be able to give these instructions to a newspaper and help thousands of your fellow citizens obtain the information that they need to make fallout meters for themselves. Advice on building a KFM. The reader is urged to set aside several hours in the near future for making a KFM and for mastering its use. During field tests, average American families have needed about 6 hours to study the instructions given in Appendix C, to make this simple instrument, and to learn how to use it. These several hours may not be available in the midst of a crisis. Higher priority work would be the building of a high protection factor shelter, the making of a shelter ventilating pump, and the storing of adequate water. In a crisis it might not be possible to obtain some needed materials for a KFM. It is very difficult to concentrate on unfamiliar details during a nerve-wracking crisis, or to do delicate work with hands that may become unsteady. The best time to build and learn to use a KFM is in peacetime, long before a crisis. Then this long-lasting instrument should be stored for possible future need. Book page 100. Copyright 2000 Nuclear War Survival Skills. Nuclear War Survival Skills Mail Home. Ch. 11. Light. The need for minimum light. Numerous disasters have proved that many people can remain calm for several days in total darkness. But some occupants of a shelter full of fearful people probably would go to pieces if they could see nothing and could not get out. It is easy to imagine the impact of a few hysterical people on the other occupants of a pitch-dark shelter. Under wartime conditions, even a faint light that shows only the shapes of nearby people and things can make the difference between an endurable situation and a black ordeal. Figure 11.1 shows what members of the Utah family saw in their shelter on the third night of occupancy. All of the family's flashlights and other electric lights had been used until the batteries were almost exhausted. They had no candles at home and failed to bring the cooking oil, glass jar, and cotton string included in the evacuation checklist. These materials would have enabled them to make an expedient lamp and to keep a small light burning continuously for weeks, if necessary. At 2 a.m. on the third night, the inky blackness caused the mother, a stable woman who had never feared the dark, to experience her first claustrophobia. In a controlled but tense voice she suddenly awoke everyone by stating, "I have to get out of here. I can't orient myself." Fortunately for the shelter occupancy experiment, when she reached the entry trench she overcame her fears and lay down to sleep on the floor near the entrance. Conclusion. In a crisis, it is especially bad not to be able to see at all. Figure 11.1. Night scene in a trench shelter without light. Electric lights. Even in communities outside areas of blast, fire, or fallout, electric lights dependent on the public power system probably would fail. Electromagnetic pulse effects produced by the nuclear explosions, plus the destruction of power stations and transmission lines, would knock out most public power. No emergency lights are included in the supplies stocked in official shelters. The flashlights and candles that some people would bring to shelters probably would be insufficient to provide minimum light for more than a very few days. A low amperage light bulb used with a large dry cell battery or a car battery is an excellent source of low-level continuous light. One of the small 12-volt bulbs in the instrument panels of cars with 12-volt batteries will give enough light for 10 to 15 nights. Book page 101. Without discharging a car battery so much that it cannot be used to start a car. Making an efficient battery-powered lighting system for your shelter is work best done before a crisis arises. During a crisis you should give higher priority to many other needs. Things to remember about using small bulbs with big batteries. Always use a bulb of the same voltage as the battery. Use a small, high-resistance wire, such as bell wire, with a car battery. Connect the battery after the rest of the improvised light circuit has been completed. Use reflective material such as aluminum foil, mirrors, or whiteboards to concentrate a weak light where it is needed. If preparations are made before a crisis, small 12-volt bulbs, 0.1 to 0.25 amps, with sockets and wire can be bought at a radio parts store. Electric test clips for connecting thin wire to a car battery can be purchased at an auto parts store. Candles and commercial lamps. Persons going to a shelter should take all their candles with them, along with plenty of matches in a waterproof container such as a mason jar. Fully occupied shelters can become so humid that matches not kept in moisture-proof containers cannot be lighted after a single day. Lighted candles and other fires should be placed near the shelter opening through which air is leaving the shelter, to avoid buildup of slight amounts of carbon monoxide and other headache-causing gases. If the shelter is completely closed for a time for any reason, such as to keep out smoke from a burning house nearby, all candles and other fires in the shelter should be extinguished. Gasoline and kerosene lamps should not be taken inside a shelter. They produce gases that can cause headaches or even death. If gasoline or kerosene lamps are knocked over, as by blast winds that would rush into shelters over extensive areas, the results would be disastrous. Safe expedient lamps for shelters. The simple expedient lamps described below are the results of Oak Ridge National Laboratory experiments which started with oil lamps of the kinds used by Eskimos and the ancient Greeks. Our objective was to develop safe, dependable, long-lasting shelter lights that can be made quickly, using only common household materials. Numerous field tests have proved that average Americans can build good lamps by following the instructions given below, figure 11.2. These expedient lamps have the following advantages. They are safe. Even if a burning lamp is knocked over onto a dry paper, the flame is so small that it will be extinguished if the lamp fuel being burned is a cooking oil or fat commonly used in the kitchen, and if the lamp wick is not much larger than 1/16 inch in diameter. Since the flame is inside a jar, it is not likely to set fire to a careless person's clothing or to be blown out by a breeze. With the smallest practical wick and flame, a lamp burns only about 1 ounce of edible oil or fat in 8 hours. Even with a flame smaller than that of a birthday candle, there is enough light for reading. To read easily by such a small flame, attach aluminum foil to 3 sides and the bottom of the lamp, and suspend it between you and your book, just high enough not to block your vision. During the long, anxious days and nights spent waiting for fallout to decay, shelter occupants will appreciate having someone read aloud to them. A lamp with aluminum foil attached is an excellent trap for mosquitoes and other insects that can cause problems in an unscreened shelter. They are attracted to the glittering light and fall into the oil. 2 of these lamps can be made in less than an hour, once the materials have been assembled, so there is no reason to wait until a crisis arises to make them. Oil exposed to the air deteriorates, so it is best not to store lamps filled with oil or to keep oil-soaked wicks for months. Book page 102. Figure 11.2. Safe expedient lamps. Book page 103. Copyright 2000 Nuclear War Survival Skills. Also see the new Expedient Shelter book. Requires the DJVU plugin. NWSS contents. Cover. Addition notes. Table of contents book order form forward. About the author acknowledgements introduction. Ch. 1. The dangers. Ch. 2. Warnings and Ch. 3. Psychologic. Ch. 4. Evacuation. Ch. 5. Shelter. Th. Ch. 6. Ventilation. Ch. 7. Protection. Ch. 8. Water. Ch. 9. Food. Ch. 10. Fallout raw. Ch. 11. Light. Ch. 12. Shelter sanitation and preventive medicine. Ch. 13. Surviving. Ch. 14. Expedient. Ch. 15. Improvised. Ch. 16. Minimum PR. Ch. 17. Permanent. Ch. 18. Trans-Pachi. App. Instructio. App. 8.1. Door COV. App. 8.2. Pole COV. App. 8.3. Small PO. App. 8.4. AboveGrow. App. 8.5. AboveGrow. App. 8.6. AboveGR. App. B. How to mock. App. C. A. Homemade. App. D. Expedient. App. E. How to mock. App. F. Providing. Selected references. Selected index. Graphics. Nuclear war survival skills. Mail home. Ch. 12. Shelter sanitation and preventive medicine. Clean water and food. Disinfecting water by boiling, preferably for at least 10 minutes, or by treating it with chlorine or iodine has been described in Chapter 8. An ounce of prevention should fallout force Americans to stay crowded into basements and expedient shelters for days or weeks. Top previous. Next. Clean water and food. Disinfecting water by boiling, preferably for at least 10 minutes, or by treating it with chlorine or iodine has been described in Chapter 8, Water. When water is first stored, it should be disinfected by the addition of 1 scant teaspoon of ordinary household bleach for each 10 gallons. To avoid contaminating water when removing small quantities from a container such as a waterproof bag, the simplest way is first to pour some into a pot or other medium-sized container, from which small amounts can be poured into individual cups. Dipping water with a cup runs more risk of contamination. The cleanest way to take small quantities of water out of a container is to siphon it with a flexible tube, as described in Chapter 8, Water. Sanitary storage of food in expedient shelters is often difficult. Although almost any paper or plastic covering will keep fallout particles from food, shelter dampness can cause paper containers to break. Ants, roaches, and weevils can cut through paper or plastic coverings to reach food inside. Placing paper containers of food in plastic bags and suspending the bags from the ceiling of the shelter entryway gives good protection against bugs, and quite good protection against moisture for a few weeks. Do not obstruct the airflow through an entryway if heat is a problem. A small amount of insect repellent or grease smeared on the suspending string or wire will stop all crawlers. Metal and strong plastic containers with tight lids protect food best. The hygienic preparation and serving of food in a shelter, especially in hot weather, require that all cooked food be eaten promptly. It is best to eat within half an hour after cooking. Canned foods should be consumed shortly after opening. The cleaning and disinfecting of utensils, bowls, etc., should be done promptly, to prevent bacteria from multiplying and to lessen the chances of ants and other insects being attracted into the shelter. Sugar should be mixed with cereals in the cooking pot, to avoid spilling. In Oak Ridge National Laboratory shelter tests, only a few infants and toddlers have been included among the occupants. Feeding infants and small children over a piece of plastic would be one good way to keep the inevitable spillage from complicating shelter life. Book page 106. To avoid using dishes, most foods can be served on squares of plastic. Spoons and such plastic dishes can be licked clean after eating, then disinfected by boiling or by dipping them into chlorine bleach solution containing 1 tablespoon of Clorox-type bleach to a quart of water. A shelter occupant without a spoon can eat very thick grain mush in a sanitary manner by placing it on a piece of plastic held in his hand, forming it into a ball, and taking bites. Although Chinese peasants often eat wet rice balls held in their bare hands, experiments have indicated not unexpectedly that Americans do not like to eat this way. Cooking without oil or fat makes disinfecting utensils much easier when water and fuel are being conserved. Cereals and sugar are easy to wash off with a little water, without soap. Control of insects. Insect sprays used in high protection factor shelters are likely to cause more problems than they eliminate. Poisonous insecticides should be used with caution. Insect repellents on the skin and clothing are generally helpful, but not likely to be in sufficient supply to last for weeks or months. Some insect problems and simple means of controlling them are described below. Mosquitoes would multiply rapidly after an attack, because normal control measures would not be in effect. Using insect screen or mosquito netting to cover the ventilation openings of a shelter is the best way to keep out mosquitoes, flies, and all larger insects. The lack of insect screening when it would be too late to obtain any could result in more harassment, discomfort and possible disease than most people accustomed to modern living are likely to imagine. However, if the shelter has no air pump, it is impractical to use screens that obstruct the free movement of vital air except in cold weather. The fly population would explode after a nuclear attack. Radiation doses several times larger than doses that would kill people do not sterilize insects. In extensive rural areas where almost all people could have adequate shelter to be safe from fallout, most domestic animals and wild creatures would be killed. Trillions of flies would breed in the dead bodies. If you have prudently kept a can of modern fly bait in your survival supplies, a little sprinkled on top of the plastic covering can kill literally thousands of flies. Shelter occupants should make every effort to prevent flies from reaching disease-spreading human wastes. Ants, especially in the warmer parts of the country, could drive people out of expedient shelters. The best prevention is to try to find a shelter building site that is not near an ant nest. If shelter occupants are careful in storing food and eating, ants are less likely to become a problem. Ticks and chiggers are usually found on grass and low bushes. To avoid carrying these pests into the shelter, do not bring grass or dead leaves into your shelter for bedding except in freezing weather. Cut leafy branches high above the ground. Few pests live in tall vegetation. Personal possessions. Toothbrushes are not boiled or otherwise disinfected after being used, because we all develop considerable resistance to our own infective organisms. For the same reason, each individual should have his own personal drinking cup, bowl, and spoon. They should be cleaned as well as possible and kept covered when not in use. Prevention of skin diseases. In crowded shelters, especially during hot weather, skin diseases are likely to be a more serious problem than is generally recognized. The importance of learning how to prevent skin diseases was made apparent by one of the very few shelter occupancy tests to be conducted in the summer without air conditioning. This was a Navy test in which 99 men lived for 12 days in an underground shelter cooled only with outdoor summer air. 15 The incidence of skin complaints was high, even though medical treatment was available on a daily basis. The total number of reports to sick call was 560. 34 of these 99 healthy young men contracted heat rash and 23 had other skin complaints such as fungus infections. However, these sailors lived in an inadequately ventilated shelter and did not cleanse their sweaty skins or use the other methods listed below for preventing skin troubles. Even in shelters that are skillfully ventilated with adequate outdoor air, skin diseases will be a serious problem, especially in hot weather, unless special hygiene measures are followed. Humid heat and heat rash increase susceptibility to skin diseases. Most of the following measures for preventing skin diseases have been practiced by jungle natives for thousands of years. Degree wash off sweat and dead skin. When it is hot and humid, dead skin is continuously rubbing and flaking off and starting to decay. Many jungle natives rinse their bodies several times a day. Bathing several times a day with soap is harmful in humid heat. The rapid loss of normal skin oils is one of the causes of skin diseases. Book page 107. Your skin can be kept fairly clean by rinsing off each day with just a cup of water, while rubbing gently with a very small cloth. A 6-inch square of bedsheet cloth serves well. So that you can dispose of the dirty water afterwards, wash yourself while standing on a piece of plastic with its edges held up slightly. Place sticks or narrow boards under the edges. Use about 2/3 of the precious water for the first rinse, starting from the face down and gently rubbing neck, armpits, stomach, groin, buttocks, and feet with a washcloth. Then use the remaining water to rinse off again, using bare fingers. If boiling water is available, sterilize washcloths every day by boiling them for a few minutes. Degree sleep as cool and bare as practical, to dry the maximum skin area. Degree if practical, sit and sleep only where other members of your family do and avoid use of bedding by more than one family. Degree avoid infection from toilet seats by disinfecting with a strong chlorine solution and then rinsing, by covering with paper, or by not sitting down. Degree wash or disinfect clothing as often as practical, especially underwear and socks. Disinfecting clothing, not laundering it, is the most important health objective under difficult shelter conditions. Dipping clothing into boiling water disinfects it. Unless plenty of water is available for rinsing, do not disinfect clothing by putting it in a chlorine bleach solution. Degree wear shoes or sandals when walking about, to prevent fungus infections of the feet. Top previous next. An ounce of prevention. Should fallout force Americans to stay crowded into basements and expedient shelters for days or weeks, they should protect themselves against the spread of infectious diseases by taking both accustomed and unaccustomed preventive measures. Thousands of our jungle infantrymen in World War II learned to practice many of the health-preserving techniques described in this chapter. If modern medical facilities were temporarily unavailable, the prevention of diseases would become much more important to all of us. The following infection-preventing measures are simple, practical, and require some self-discipline. The author has observed their practice and has used them while exploring and soldiering in a number of jungle, desert, and mountain regions. I also have used these measures while field testing nuclear war survival skills in several states. Basic first aid also would be of increased importance during a major confrontation or war. Good first aid booklets and instructions are available in practically all communities, so most first aid information will not be repeated here. Disposal of human wastes. To preserve health and morale in a shelter without a toilet or special chemicals for treatment of excrement and urine, human wastes should be removed before they produce much gas. A garbage can with a lid or a bucket covered with plastic will not hold the pressurized gas produced by rotting excrement. The following expedient means of disposal are listed in increasing order of effectiveness. Degree: use a 5-gallon paint can, a bucket, or a large waterproof wastebasket to collect both urine and excrement. Use and keep it near the air exhaust end of the shelter. Keep it tightly covered when not in use. A piece of plastic tied over the top keeps out insects and reduces odors. When such waste containers are full or begin to stink badly while covered, put them outside the shelter still covered to keep out flies. For some people, especially the aged, bringing a toilet seat from home would be justified. Padding on the edge of the bucket also helps those who have to sit down. An improvised seat of plywood or board serves well. If only one container is available and is almost filled, periodically dump the wastes outside unless fallout is still being deposited. Before an anticipated attack, people who plan to stay in a shelter should dig a waste disposal pit if they do not have sufficient waste containers for weeks of shelter occupancy. The pit should be located about 3 feet from the shelter in the downwind direction. This usually will be the air exhaust end of an earth-covered shelter. The pit should be surrounded by a ring of mounded, packed earth about 6 inches high, to keep surface water from heavy rains from running into it. Quickly putting or dumping wastes outside is not hazardous once fallout is no longer being deposited. For example, assume the shelter is in an area of heavy fallout and the dose rate outside is 400 r/hour, enough to give a potentially fatal dose in about an hour to a person exposed in the open. If a person needs to be exposed for only 10 seconds to dump a bucket, in this 1/360th of an hour he will receive a dose of only about 1 r. Under war conditions, an additional 1 r dose is of little concern. Book page 104. If the shelter design does not permit an occupant to dispose of wastes without running outside, he can tie cloth or plastic over his shoes before going out, and remove these coverings in the entry before going back inside the shelter room. This precaution will eliminate the chance of tracking hot fallout particles into the shelter, and the small chance of someone getting a tiny beta burn in this way. Degree: have all occupants only urinate in the bucket, and defecate into a piece of plastic. Urine contains few harmful organisms and can be safely dumped outside. 2 thicknesses of the thin plastic used to cover freshly dry cleaned clothes will serve to hold bowel movements of several persons. Gather the plastic around the excrement to form a bag-like container. Tie the plastic closed near its upper edges with a string or narrow strip of cloth. Do not tie it so tightly as to be gas-tight. Each day's collection should be gently tossed outside. As the excrement rots, the gas will leak out of the tied end of the plastic covering. Flies will be attracted in swarms, but they will not be able to get into the plastic to contaminate their feet or to lay eggs. And because rotting excrement is so attractive to flies, shelter occupants will be bothered less by these dangerous pests. If you have prudently kept a can of modern fly bait in your survival supplies, a little sprinkled on top of the plastic covering can kill literally thousands of flies. The most effective fly baits, such as die fly and improved golden marlin, are sold in farm supply stores. Figure 12.1. A 5-gallon paint can used for a hose-vented toilet can, with a plastic trash bag for its removable liner. Degree: use a hose-vented, 5-gallon can or bucket lined with a heavy plastic bag. Cover tightly with plastic when not in use. Figure 12.1 shows this type of expedient toilet. The vent hose runs through a hole near the top of the paint can shown and is taped to seal it to the can. Such a hole can be quite easily cut with a chisel or a sharpened screwdriver. The hose is long enough to extend outside the shelter. Its outer end should be secured about 6 inches above ground level, to prevent water from running into it during a heavy rain. When a toilet can is tightly covered, foul gases can escape through the hose to the outdoors. With its opening tied shut, a large plastic trash bag containing as much as 30 pounds of wastes can be lifted out of a toilet can and disposed of outside the shelter. The 6-member Utah family described in preceding chapters used a home-like expedient toilet during their 77-hour shelter stay. Figure 12.2 pictures the toilet seat they took with them, placed on a hose-vented container in a hole in the ground. The toilet was at one end of the shelter. A person sitting on this toilet could put his feet in the adjacent, stand-up hole, and be more comfortable. The blanket shown hanging on the left in figure 12.2 could be drawn in front of the toilet for privacy. Behind the girl's head was the emergency crawlway ventilation trench. When the toilet was being used, the shelter ventilating cap pumped air under the blanket curtain and out the ventilation trench, resulting in very little odor in the rest of the shelter. Vomiting is certain to cause both morale and health problems, especially for unprepared shelter occupants fearing this first dramatic symptom of radiation sickness. Nervousness, combined with the effects of unaccustomed food and water, will cause even some healthy persons to vomit. In a crowded shelter, the sight and smell of vomit will make others throw up. Plastic bags, well distributed throughout a shelter, are the best means to catch vomit and keep it off the floor. Buckets, pots, or a newspaper folded into a cone also will serve. Book page 105. Figure 12.2. The hose-vented expedient toilet used by the Utah family for over 3 days. The unconnected telephone was brought along as a joke. Disposal of dead bodies. In large shelters which are occupied for many days, someone may die even when no occupants have been injured by blast, fire, or radiation. The sight or the sickly sweet stink of a decaying human body is greatly disturbing. Some civil defense workers have theorized that the best way to take care of a corpse in a shelter until the fallout dose rate outdoors is low enough to allow burial is to seal it in a large plastic bag. A simple test with a dead dog proved this idea impractical. Gas pressure caused the bag to burst. One solution is to put the corpse outside as soon as the odor is evident. First, if possible, place it in a bag made of large plastic trash bags taped together and perforated with a few pinholes. Respiratory diseases. The spread of respiratory and other diseases transmitted by coughing and sneezing would be difficult to control in long-occupied shelters. Adequate ventilation would help in disease prevention. In small shelters, it would be better if persons who are sneezing or coughing could stay near the opening being used for air exhaust. In large shelters with many occupants, the risk of one or more of them having a disease that is easily spread obviously will be higher than in a small shelter. Book page 108. Copyright 2000 Nuclear War Survival Skills. Also see the New Expedient Shelter book. Requires the DJVU plugin. NWSS Contents. Cover. Addition Notes. Table of Contents Book Order Form Forward. About the author Acknowledgements Introduction. Ch. 1. The Dangers. Ch. 2. Warnings and Ch. 3. Psychologic. Ch. 4. Evacuation. Ch. 5. Shelter. Ch. 6. Ventilation. Ch. 7. Protection. Ch. 8. Water. Ch. 9. Food. Ch. 10. Fallout raw. Ch. 11. Light. Ch. 12. Shelter saw. Ch. 13. Surviving without doctors. Ch. 14. Expedient. Ch. 15. Improvised. Ch. 16. Minimum PR. Ch. 17. Permanent. Ch. 18. Trans-Pachi. App. Instructio. App. 8.1. Door COV. App. 8.2. Poll COV. App. 8.3. Small po. App. 8.4. Abovegrow. App. 8.5. Abovegrow. App. 8.6. Above gr. App. B. How to mock. App. C. A. Homemade. App. D. Expedient. App. E. How to mock. App. F. Providing. Selected references. Selected index. Graphics. Nuclear War Survival Skills Mail Home. Ch. 13. Surviving Without Doctors. A temporary return to self-help. Most doctors. Prevention of thyroid damage from radioactive iodines. There is no medicine that will effectively prevent nuclear radiations from damaging the human body cells that they strike. The probability of most Americans being supplied with prophylactic potassium iodide during a major nuclear disaster appears low. Top previous next. A temporary return to self-help. Most doctors, hospital facilities, and medical supplies are located in cities. An all-out attack would destroy most of these modern blessings. Even if medical assistance were nearby, only a few of the survivors confined to shelters in areas of heavy fallout would be able to get needed medicines or the help of a doctor. For periods ranging from days to months, most unprepared survivors would be forced to live under medical conditions almost as primitive as those experienced by the majority of mankind for all but the past few decades of human history. Benign neglect. Life without modern medical help would be less painful and hazardous for those survivors who have some practical knowledge of what should be done or not done under primitive, unsanitary conditions. Information about first aid and hygienic precautions can be obtained from widely available Red Cross and civil defense booklets and courses. This knowledge, with a stock of basic first aid supplies, would reduce suffering and prevent many dangerous illnesses. However, first aid instructions do not include advice about what to do for serious injuries and sicknesses if no doctors or effective medicines are available. Where there is no doctor. 32. The Excellent Self-Help Handbook, recommended by volunteers in technical assistance, gives much information that goes far beyond the scope of first aid. But even this handbook repeatedly recommends getting professional medical help whenever possible for serious injuries and illnesses. Fortunately, the human body has remarkable capabilities for healing itself, especially if the injured or sick person and his companions practice intelligent, benign neglect. Such purposeful non-interference with the body's recuperative processes was called masterful inactivity by Colonel C. Blanchard Henry, MD, a widely recognized authority on mass casualty evacuation and treatment. Colonel Henry was one of the first medical officers to visit Hiroshima and Nagasaki after their destruction and was an experienced analyzer of civil defense preparations in several countries. The following is a brief summary of Colonel Henry's medical advice for nuclear war survivors living under primitive conditions and unable to get the help of a doctor or effective medicines. 33. Additional advice, enclosed in brackets, is from a medical publication. 34. Degree wounds. Apply only pressure dressings to stop bleeding unless an artery has been cut, as by a blast-hurled piece of glass. If blood is spurting from a wound, apply both a pressure dressing and a windlass type tourniquet. Loosen the tourniquet pressure about every 15 minutes, to allow enough blood to reach the flesh beyond the tourniquet and keep it alive. There is a fair chance that clotting under the pressure dressing will stop blood loss before it becomes fatal. Degree infected wounds. Do not change dressings frequently. The formation of white pus shows that white corpuscles are mobilizing to combat the infection. In World War I, wounded soldiers in hospitals suffered agonies having their wounds cleaned and dressed frequently. Many died as a result of such harmful care. In contrast, before antibiotics became available late in World War II, casts and dressings on infected wounds sometimes were not changed for weeks. The author saw this treatment in China and India and smelled the stench resulting from such benign neglect of American soldiers' wounds, neglect that helped save limbs and lives. Book page 109. Degree pieces of glass deeply embedded in flesh. Do not probe with tweezers or a knife in an attempt to extract them. Most glass will come out when the wounds discharge pus. Degree burns. Do not apply grease, oil or any other medicine to the burned area. Cover the area securely with a clean, dry dressing or folded cloth. Do not change the dressing frequently. For most burns, the bandage need not be removed until the 10th to 14th day. Give plenty of slightly salted water. About 1 teaspoon, 4.5 gm, of salt per quart, or liter, preferably chilled, in amounts of 1 to 3 liters daily. 4. Degree broken bones. Apply simple splints to keep the bones from moving. Do not worry about deformities. Most can be corrected later by a doctor. Do not attempt traction setting of broken bones. Degree shock. Keep the victim warm. Place blankets or other insulation material under him. Do not cover him with so many blankets that he sweats and suffers harmful fluid losses. Give him plenty of slightly salted water, about a teaspoon of salt in a liter, or quart, of water. Degree heat prostration. Give adequate fluids, including slightly salty water. Degree simple childbirth. Keep hands off. Wait until the mother has given birth. Do not tie and cut the cord unless a potent disinfectant is available. Instead, use the primitive practice of wrapping the cord and the placenta around the infant until they dry. Avoid the risk of infecting the mother by removing the rest of the afterbirth. Urge the mother to work to expel it. Degree toothache. Do not attempt to pull an aching tooth. Decaying teeth will abscess and fall out. This is a painful but seldom fatal process, one which was endured by most of our remote ancestors who reached maturity. Veterinarian antibiotics. People who for decades have used antibiotics to combat their infections have not produced normal quantities of antibodies, and have subnormal resistance to many infections. People who have not been dependent on antibiotics have these antibodies. In the aftermath of a massive nuclear attack, most surviving Americans would be in rural areas. Many would need antibiotics. A large part of their need could be met by the supplies of veterinarian antibiotics kept on livestock and chicken farms, at feed mills, and in small towns. Many animals are given more antibiotics in their short lives than most Americans receive in theirs. Hogs, for example, are given antibiotics and/or other disease-controlling medicines in their feed each day. In many farming areas, veterinary antibiotics and other medicines are in larger supply than are those for people. Realistic preparations to survive an all-out attack should include utilizing these supplies. Radiation sickness. For the vast majority of Americans who would receive radiation doses from a massive attack, the help of doctors, antibiotics, blood transfusions, etc., would not be of life or death importance. Very few of those receiving acute doses, received within 24 hours, of less than 100 R would become sick, even briefly. All of those exposed to acute doses between 100 Rand 200 R should recover from radiation effects. 6 However, under post-attack conditions of multiple stresses and privations, some who receive acute radiation doses of 100 R to 200 R may die of infectious diseases because of their reduced resistance. If total doses this size or even several times larger are received over a period of a few months in small doses of around 6 R per day, no incapacitating symptoms should result. The human body usually can repair almost all radiation damage if the daily doses are not too large. The majority of those with acute doses of less than about 350 R will recover without medical treatment. Almost all of those receiving acute doses of over 600 R would die within a few weeks, even if they were to receive treatment in a typical hospital during peacetime. If all doctors and the equipment and drugs needed for heroic treatments magically were to survive an attack and persons suffering from radiation sickness could reach them, relatively few additional lives could be saved. The most effective way to reduce losses of health and life from radiation sickness is to prevent excessive exposure to radiation. Adequate shelter and essential life support items are the best means of saving lives in a nuclear war. The following information on radiation sickness is given to help the reader understand the importance of building a good shelter and to help him distinguish between symptoms of common illnesses and first symptoms of radiation sickness. Book page 110. The first symptoms of radiation sickness are nausea, vomiting, headache, dizziness, and a general feeling of illness. 6 These symptoms begin several hours after exposure to acute doses of 100 R to 200 R and within 30 minutes or less after receiving a fatal dose. A source of probable confusion is the fact that one or more of these symptoms is experienced by many people when they are first exposed to great danger, as in an air raid shelter during a conventional bombardment. The occupants of a shelter might worry unnecessarily for weeks, mistaking their early emotional reactions for the initial phase of radiation sickness. This would be particularly true if they had no dependable instrument for measuring radiation, or if none of them knew how to use such an instrument. The initial symptoms end within a day or two. Then follows the latent phase of radiation sickness, during which the patient experiences few, if any, symptoms. If the dose received was in the non-fatal range, the latent phase may last as long as 2 weeks. In the final phase, the victim of serious or fatal radiation sickness will have reduced resistance to infections and is likely to suffer diarrhea, loss of hair, and small hemorrhages of the skin, mouth, or intestinal tract. Diarrhea from common causes may be confused with the onset of radiation sickness, but hemorrhages and loss of much hair are clear indications of having received serious, but not necessarily fatal, radiation exposure. The final phase usually lasts for 1 to 2 months. Any available antibiotics should be reserved for this critical phase of the illness. Doses of 1000 R to 5000 R result in bloody diarrhea, fever, and blood circulation abnormalities, with the initial symptoms beginning within less than 30 minutes after exposure and the final phase occurring less than a day thereafter. Death results within 2 to 14 days. The victim of a dose of over 5000 R dies a hard death within 48 hours, due to radiation damage to the central nervous system. Recovery from most cases of radiation sickness will be more likely for patients who receive a well-balanced diet, rest, freedom from stress, and clean surroundings. But most patients, even without these advantages, will survive, as proved by the survival of thousands of Hiroshima and Nagasaki citizens who suffered serious radiation sickness. Nursing radiation victims is not hazardous. Even persons dying from a dose of 5000 rare not sources of dangerous radiation by wartime standards, and radiation sickness is not contagious. Lifetime risks from radiation. The large radiation doses that many survivors of a nuclear attack would receive would result in serious long-term risks of death from cancer, but the lifetime risks from even large wartime radiation doses are not as bad as many people believe. Significantly, no official U.S. estimates have been made available to the public regarding excess cancer deaths to be expected if America is subjected to a nuclear attack. However, reliable statistics are available on the numbers of additional fatal cancers suffered by persons who received large whole-body radiation doses at Hiroshima and in other disasters, and who lived for months to decades before dying. Dr. John N. Oxie, who for years was a leading health physicist at Oak Ridge National Laboratory, was one of the American scientists working in Japan with Japanese scientists studying the Hiroshima and Nagasaki survivors, and currently is working on radiation problems with International Technology Corporation. In 1986 summarized for me the risk of excess fatal cancers from large whole-body radiation doses. If 1,000 people each receive a whole-body radiation dose of 100 REMS, or 100 RADS, or 100 R, about 10 additional fatal cancers will result. These 10 fatal cancers will be in addition to about 150 fatal cancers that normally will develop among these 1,000 people during their lifetimes. This risk is proportional to large doses. Thus, if 1,000 people each receive a dose of 200 REMS, about 20 additional lethal cancer cases would be expected. REM is an abbreviation for Röntgen equivalent in man. The REM takes into account the biological effects of different kinds of radiation. For external gamma-ray radiation from fallout, the numerical value of an exposure or dose given in Röntgens is approximately the same as the numerical value given in REMS or in RADS. The rad is the unit of radiation energy absorption in any material and applies to all kinds of nuclear radiations. Therefore, for simplicity's sake, this book gives both instrument readings, exposures, and doses in Röntgens, R. Book page 111. The reader desiring good information on the long-term and worldwide effects of radiation is referred to two authoritative reports of the National Academy of Sciences, Washington, D.C. 20006. The effects on populations of exposures to low levels of ionizing radiation. The BEIR report made by the NAS Committee on the Biological Effects of Ionizing Radiation, November 1972, and Long-Term Worldwide Effects of Multiple Nuclear Weapons Detonations, 1975. From the standpoint of basic survival know-how, these and other complicated scientific studies show that to minimize lifetime risks from radiation, after a nuclear attack, people should provide the best protection against radiation for pregnant women and young children, since fetuses and the very young are the most likely to be hurt by radiation. Realize that, with the exception of lung cancer, older people are no more susceptible to radiation injury than are those in the prime of life. Also, a 65-year-old probably will not live long enough to die of a cancer that takes 20 years or more to develop. Many older people, if they know realistic risk estimates, will choose to do essential outdoor work and take non-incapacitating radiation doses in order to spare younger members of their families the risk of getting cancer decades later. Next. Prevention of thyroid damage from radioactive iodines. There is no medicine that will effectively prevent nuclear radiations from damaging the human body cells that they strike. However, a salt of the elements potassium and iodine, taken orally even in very small quantities 1/2 hour to 1 day before radioactive iodines are swallowed or inhaled, prevents about 99% of the damage to the thyroid gland that otherwise would result. The thyroid gland readily absorbs both non-radioactive and radioactive iodine, and normally it retains much of this element in either or both forms. When ordinary, non-radioactive iodine is made available in the blood for absorption by the thyroid gland before any radioactive iodine is made available, the gland will absorb and retain so much that it becomes saturated with non-radioactive iodine. When saturated, the thyroid can absorb only about L% as much additional iodine, including radioactive forms that later may become available in the blood. Then it is said to be blocked. Excess iodine in the blood is rapidly eliminated by the action of the kidneys. An excess of ordinary iodine retained in the thyroid gland is harmless, but quite small amounts of radioactive iodine retained in the thyroid eventually will give such a large radiation dose to thyroid cells that abnormalities are likely to result. These would include loss of thyroid function, nodules in the thyroid, or thyroid cancer. 64 Marshall Islanders on Rongelap Atoll were accidentally exposed to radioactive fallout produced by a large H-bomb test explosion on Bikini Atoll, about 100 miles away. 22 of them developed thyroid abnormalities beginning 9 years later. 6 in the 2 days before they were taken out of the fallout area, these completely uninformed natives, living essentially outdoors, had received estimated whole-body gamma-ray doses of about 175 R from the fallout all around them. They absorbed most of the radioactive iodine retained by their thyroid glands as a result of eating and drinking fallout-contaminated food and water during their 2 days of exposure. Because of unusual environmental conditions at the time of fallout deposition, some of the retained radioactive iodine may have come from the air they breathed. An extremely small and inexpensive daily dose of the preferred non-radioactive potassium salt, potassium iodide key, if taken 1/2 hour to 1 day before exposure to radioactive iodine, will reduce later absorption of radioactive iodine by the thyroid to only about 1% of what the absorption would be without this preventive measure. Extensive experimentation and study have led to the Federal Drug Administration's approval of 130 mg tablets for this preventive prophylactic, use only 0.36. 37A 130 mg dose provides the same daily amount of iodine as does each tablet that English authorities for years have placed in the hands of the police near nuclear power plants, for distribution to the surrounding population in the very unlikely event of a major nuclear accident. It is quite likely that a similar sized dose is in the Russian, individual, standard first aid packet. According to a comprehensive Soviet 1969 Civil Defense Handbook, 38 this first aid packet contains anti-radiation tablets and anti-vomiting tablets, potassium iodide and etaperane. Prophylactic use of potassium iodide in peacetime nuclear accidents. When the 3 Mile Island nuclear reactor accident was worsening and it appeared that the reactor's containment structure might rupture and release dangerous amounts of radioactive iodines and other radioactive material into the atmosphere, the government rushed preparation of small bottles of a saturated solution of potassium iodide. The reactor's containment structure did not rupture. Book page 112. The 237,013 bottles of saturated key solution that were delivered to Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, mostly too late to have been effective if the 3 Mile Island accident had become an uncontained meltdown, were stored in secret in a warehouse, and were never used. Since this famous 1979 accident, that injured no one, the governors of the 50 states have been given the responsibility for protecting Americans against radioiodines by providing prophylactic potassium iodide. By May of 1986, only in Tennessee have Americans, other than some specialists, been given potassium iodide tablets. Around one nuclear reactor, some 7,500 residents have been given the officially approved key tablets, to assure their having this protection if a nuclear accident occurs. In April of 1982, the Bureau of Radiological Health and Bureau of Drugs, Food and Drug Administration, Department of Health and Human Services released final recommendations: potassium iodide as a thyroid-blocking agent in a radiation emergency. Recommendations on use. These lengthy recommendations are summarized in the FDA's mandated patient product insert. See a complete copy in the following section. This insert is packed with every bottle of non-prescription key tablets sold. However, the lengthy FDA recommendations contain many facts not mentioned in this required insert, including the following. Based on the FDA adverse reaction reports and an estimated 48,300 mg doses of potassium iodide administered each year, in the United States, the NCRP, National Council on Radiation Protection and Measurements, estimated an adverse reaction rate of from 1 in a million to 1 in 10 million doses. Note that this extremely low adverse reaction rate is for doses over twice as large as the 130 mg prophylactic dose. FDA patient information: use of 130 mg scored tablets of potassium iodide for thyroid blocking. Potassium iodide tablets, USP. Pronounced potassium iodide, abbreviated key. Take potassium iodide only when public health officials tell you. In a radiation emergency, radioactive iodine could be released into the air. Potassium iodide, a form of iodine, can help protect you. If you are told to take this medicine, take it one time every 24 hours. Do not take it more often. More will not help you and may increase the risk of side effects. Do not take this drug if you know you are allergic to iodine. See side effects below. Indications. Thyroid blocking in a radiation emergency only. Directions for use. Use only as directed by state or local public health authorities in the event of a radiation emergency. Dose. Adults and children 1 year of age or older. 1 tablet once a day. Crush for small children. Babies under 1 year of age. 1/2 tablet once a day. Crush first. Dosage. Take for 10 days unless directed otherwise by state or local public health authorities. Store at controlled room temperature between 150 and 300 C, 59 degrees to 86 degrees Fahrenheit. Keep bottle tightly closed and protect from light. Warning. Potassium iodide should not be used by people allergic to iodide. Keep out of the reach of children. In case of overdose or allergic reaction, contact a physician or public health authority. Description. Each iosite tablet contains 130 milligrams of potassium iodide. How potassium iodide works. Certain forms of iodine help your thyroid gland work right. Most people get the iodine they need from foods like iodized salt or fish. The thyroid can store or hold only a certain amount of iodine. In a radiation emergency, radioactive iodine may be released in the air. This material may be breathed or swallowed. It may enter the thyroid gland and damage it. The damage would probably not show itself for years. Children are most likely to have thyroid damage. If you take potassium iodide, it will fill up your thyroid gland. This reduces the chance that harmful radioactive iodine will enter the thyroid gland. WHO should not take potassium iodide. The only people who should not take potassium iodide are people who know they are allergic to iodide. You may take potassium iodide even if you are taking medicines for a thyroid problem, for example, a thyroid hormone or antithyroid drug. Pregnant and nursing women and babies and children may also take this drug. How and when to take potassium iodide? Potassium iodide should be taken as soon as possible after public health officials tell you. You should take 1 dose every 24 hours. More will not help you because the thyroid can hold only limited amounts of iodine. Larger doses will increase the risk of side effects. You will probably be told not to take the drug for more than 10 days. Book page 113. Side effects. Usually, side effects of potassium iodide happen when people take higher doses for a long time. You should be careful not to take more than the recommended dose or take it for longer than you are told. Side effects are unlikely because of the low dose and the short time you will be taking the drug. Possible side effects include skin rashes, swelling of the salivary glands, and iodism, metallic taste, burning mouth and throat, sore teeth and gums, symptoms of a head cold, and sometimes stomach upset and diarrhea. A few people have an allergic reaction with more serious symptoms. These could be fever and joint pains, or swelling of parts of the face and body, and at times severe shortness of breath requiring immediate medical attention. Taking iodide may rarely cause overactivity of the thyroid gland, underactivity of the thyroid gland, or enlargement of the thyroid gland goiter. What to do if side effects occur? If the side effects are severe or if you have an allergic reaction, stop taking potassium iodide. Then, if possible, call a doctor or public health authority for instructions. How supplied? Tablets. Potassium iodide tablets, USP. Bottles of number of tablets in a bottle. Tablets. Each white, round, scored tablet contains 130 milligrams. Potassium iodide. Note that this official FDA-required insert given above prudently stresses the name, the pronunciation, and the chemical formula key of these government-approved 130 mg potassium iodide tablets. Perhaps this emphasized information will keep some alarmed Americans misinformed in a future crisis by the media that typically stated during the Chernobyl nuclear accident that iodine tablets were being given to people endangered by radioactive iodine from the burning reactor, from getting and taking iodine tablets, widely sold for water purification, or a tincture of iodine. Strangely, neither in official information available to the general public on the prophylactic use of key nor in the above-mentioned FDA final recommendations is any mention made of the much greater need for key in a nuclear war, even for Americans during an overseas nuclear war in which the United States would not be a belligerent. Also note that this official insert contains no instructions for giving a crushed key tablet to infants and small children. Nor is there any mention of the fact that the key under the tablet's coating is a more painful tasting drug than any that most people ever have taken. This omitted information is given in the next to last section of this chapter. Degree protection against radioactive iodine in fallout from a nuclear war fought outside the United States. Most strategists believe that a nuclear war fought by nations other than the United States is a more likely catastrophe than a nuclear attack on America. Several of the Soviet and Chinese nuclear test explosions have resulted in very light fallout deposition and some contamination of milk by radioactive iodine in many of the 50 states. However, serious contamination of milk, fruits, and vegetables could result if war fallout from many overseas nuclear explosions were carried to an America at peace. These potential dangers and effective countermeasures are included in Chapter 18, Trans-Pacific Fallout. If a nuclear war were to be fought in northern parts of Asia, or in Europe, or in the Middle East, a very small fraction of the fallout would come to Earth on parts or all of the United States. 40 This fallout would not result in an overwhelming catastrophe to Americans, although the long-term health hazards would be serious by peacetime standards and the economic losses would be great. 40 The dangers from radioactive iodine in milk produced by cows that ate fallout-contaminated feeds or drank fallout-contaminated water would be minimized if Americans did not consume dairy products. For several weeks after the arrival of war fallout, safe milk and other baby foods would be the only essential foods that soon would be in very short supply. The parents of babies and young children who had stored potassium iodide would be especially thankful they had made this very inexpensive preparation that can give 99% effective protection to the thyroid. All members of families with a supply of potassium iodide could safely eat a normal diet long before those without it could do so. The most dangerous type of radioactive iodine decays rapidly. At the end of each 8-day period, it gives off only half as much radiation as at the start of that period. So at the end of 80 days it emits only about 111,000 as much radiation per hour as at the beginning of these 80 days. Because of this rapid decay, a 100-day supply of potassium iodide should be sufficient if a nuclear war, either overseas or within the United States, were to last no more than a week or two. Book page 114. Top previous next. The probability of most Americans being supplied with prophylactic potassium iodide during a major nuclear disaster appears low. Under present regulations, the decision concerning whether to stockpile and dispense potassium iodide tablets rests solely with each state's governor. 41. Degree need for thyroid protection after a nuclear attack on the United States. After a nuclear attack, very few of the survivors would be able to obtain potassium iodide or to get advice about when to start taking it or stop taking it. In areas of heavy fallout, some survivors without potassium iodide would receive radiation doses large enough to destroy thyroid function before modern medical treatments would again become available. Even those injuries to the thyroid that result in its complete failure to function cause few deaths in normal times, but under post-attack conditions thyroid damage would be much more hazardous. Degree ways to obtain potassium iodide for prophylactic use. By prescription. With a prescription from a doctor, a USP-saturated solution of potassium iodide can be bought at many pharmacies today. In a crisis, the present local supplies would be entirely inadequate. The saturated solution contains a very small amount of a compound that prevents it from deteriorating significantly for a few years. It is best stored in a dark glass bottle with a solid, non-metallic cap that screws on liquid tight. A separate medicine dropper should be kept in the same place. An authoritative publication 36 of the National Committee on Radiation Protection and Measurement states, supplies of potassium iodide can be stored in a variety of places, including homes. In 1990, the price of a 2-ounce bottle of USP-saturated solution of potassium iodide, which is sold by prescription only, ranges from about $7 to $11 in Colorado. A 2-ounce bottle contains about 500 drops. 4 drops provide the daily dose of 130 milligrams for adults and for children older than 1 year. For babies less than 1 year old, the daily dose of a saturated solution is 2 drops, 65 milligrams. Thus approximately 99% effective protection against the subsequent uptake of radioactive iodine by the thyroid can be gotten by taking saturated potassium iodide solution. If bought by prescription, today the recommended daily dose costs 6 to 9 cents. Without prescription. In 1990, the leading company selling 130 mg potassium iodide tablets without prescription and by mail order in the United States is ANBEX, Inc., P.O. Box 861, Cooper Station, New York, NY 10276. 2 bottles, each containing 14 130 mg potassium iodide tablets, cost $10. Thus the cost per 24-hour dose is 36 cents. To the best of my knowledge, the company in the U.S. that in July of 1990 is selling 130 mg key tablets without prescription at the lowest price is Preparedness Products, 3855 South 500 West, Building G, Salt Lake City, Utah 84115. This company sells 14 tablets, in a brown, screw-cap glass bottle, for $3.50, post-paid, including shipping charges. For 3 or more bottles, the price is $2.50 per bottle. After the disastrous Russian nuclear power reactor accident at Chernobyl in May of 1986, pharmacies in Sweden soon sold all of their 130 mg potassium iodide tablets, and Poland limited its inadequate supplies of prophylactic iodide salts to the protection of children. In California, pharmacists reported abnormally large sales of iodine tablets, and also of tincture of iodine, apparently due to the buyers having been misinformed by the media's reports that Europeans were taking iodine for protection. Individuals can buy chemical reagent grade potassium iodide, that is purer than the pharmaceutical grade, from some chemical supply firms. No prescription or other authorization is necessary. In 1990, the least expensive source of which I am aware is NASCO, 901 Jamesville Avenue, Fort Atkinson, Wisconsin 53,538. The price for 100 grams, 100,000 milligrams, in 1990 is $10.50, plus $2 to $4 for shipping costs. Thus the cost in 1990 for a 130 mg daily dose is less than 2 cents. NASCO sells 500 grams, 500,000 mg about 1 pound, for $35.50, plus $2 to $4 for shipping, making the cost per standard daily dose only 1 cent. For years of storage, crystalline or granular potassium iodide is better than a saturated solution. Dry potassium iodide should be stored in a dark bottle with a gasketed, non-metallic cap that screws on tightly. 2 fluid-ounce bottles, filled with dry potassium iodide as described below, are good sizes for a family. Separate medicine droppers should be kept with stored bottles. Thus at low cost you can buy and store enough potassium iodide for your family and large numbers of your friends and neighbors, as I did years ago. Degree practical expedient ways to prepare and take daily prophylactic doses of a saturated solution of potassium iodide. To prepare a saturated solution of potassium iodide, fill a bottle about 60% full of crystalline or granular potassium iodide. A 2 fluid-ounce bottle, made of dark glass and having a solid, non-metallic, screw cap top, is a good size for a family. Book page 115. About 2 ounces of crystalline or granular potassium iodide is needed to fill a 2 fluid-ounce bottle about 60% full. Next, pour safe, room temperature water into the bottle until it is about 90% full. Then close the bottle tightly and shake it vigorously for at least 2 minutes. Some of the solid potassium iodide should remain permanently undissolved at the bottom of the bottle. This is proof that the solution is saturated. Experiments with a variety of ordinary household medicine droppers determined that 1 drop of a saturated solution of potassium iodide contains from 28 to 36 milligrams of potassium iodide. The recommended expedient daily doses of a saturated solution, approximately 130 milligrams for adults and children older than 1 year, and 65 milligrams for babies younger than 1 year, are as follows. For adults and children older than 1 year, 4 drops of a saturated solution of potassium iodide each 24 hours. For babies younger than 1 year, 2 drops of a saturated solution of potassium iodide each 24 hours. Potassium iodide has a painfully bad taste, so bad that a single crystal or 1 drop of the saturated solution in a small child's mouth would make him cry. A small child would be screaming in pain before he could eat enough granular or crystalline key to make him sick. Some key tablets are coated and tasteless. Since many persons will not take a bad-tasting medication, especially if no short-term health hazards are likely to result from not taking it, the following 2 methods of taking a saturated solution are recommended. Put 4 drops of the solution into a glass of milk or other beverage, stir, and drink quickly. Then drink some of the beverage with nothing added. If only water is available, use it in the same manner. If bread is available, place 4 drops of the solution on a small piece of it. Dampen and mold it into a firm ball the size of a large pea, about 3/8 inch in diameter. There is almost no taste if this pill is swallowed quickly with water. If the pill is coated with margarine, there is no taste. As stated before, 4 drops of the saturated solution provide a dose approximately equal to 130 milligrams of potassium iodide. Degree preparing potassium iodide tablets to give to infants and small children. The official FDA instructions for using key tablets state that 1/2 of a 130 mg tablet, first crushed, should be given every 24 hours to babies under 1 year of age, and that a whole tablet should be crushed for small children. Putting even a small fraction of a crushed or pulverized potassium iodide tablet on one's tongue is a startling experience, with a burning sensation. A slightly burnt sensation continues for hours. Therefore, a mother is advised to make this experiment where her children cannot see her. To eliminate the painfully bad taste of a crushed or pulverized key tablet, first pulverize it thoroughly. Next stir it for a minute into at least 2 ounces of milk, orange juice, or cold drink, to make sure that the key, a salt, is completely dissolved. Then the taste is not objectionable. If only water is available, stir the pulverized tablet into more than 2 ounces of water. Key is a corrosive salt, more injurious than aspirin to tissue with which it is in direct contact. Some doctors advise taking key tablets after meals, except when so doing would delay taking the initial dose during an emergency. All recognize that taking a dilute solution of key is easier on the stomach than taking the same dose in tablet form. This may be a consequential consideration when taking key for weeks during a prolonged nuclear war emergency. Degree warnings. Elemental pre-iodine is poisonous, except in the very small amounts in water disinfected with iodine tablets or a few drops of tincture of iodine. Furthermore, elemental iodine supplied by iodine tablets and released by tincture of iodine dropped into water is not effective as a blocking agent to prevent thyroid damage. If you do not have any potassium iodide, do not take iodine tablets or tincture of iodine. Do not make a futile, harmful attempt to eat enough iodized salt to result in thyroid blocking. Iodized salt contains potassium iodide, but in such a low concentration that it is impossible to eat enough iodized salt to be helpful as a blocking agent. Other ways to prevent thyroid damage. Besides the prophylactic use of potassium iodide, the following are ways to prevent or reduce thyroid damage under peacetime or wartime conditions. Book page 116. Do not drink or otherwise use fresh milk produced by cows that have consumed feed or water consequentially contaminated with fallout or other radioactive material resulting from a peacetime accident or from nuclear explosions in a war. As a general rule, do not eat fresh vegetables until advised it is safe to do so. If under wartime conditions no official advice is obtainable, avoid eating fresh leafy vegetables that were growing or exposed at the time of fallout deposition. Thoroughly wash all vegetables and fruits. If a dangerously radioactive air mass is being blown toward your area and is relatively small, as from some possible nuclear power facility accidents, and if there is time, an ordered evacuation of your area may make it unnecessary even to take potassium iodide. For protection against inhaled radioactive iodine, the FDA final recommendations, which are mentioned in the preceding section, state that the following measures should be considered. Sheltering, merely staying indoors can significantly reduce inhaled doses, evacuation, respiratory protection, and/or the use of stable iodide. Research has been carried out in an effort to develop a thyroid protection procedure based on the ordinary iodine solutions which are used as disinfectants. Since iodine solutions such as tincture of iodine and povidone iodine are dangerous poisons if taken orally, these experiments have utilized absorption through the skin after topical application on bare skin. All reported experimental topical applications on human skin have given less thyroid protection than does proper oral administration of potassium iodide. Moreover, undesirable side effects of skin application can be serious. For these reasons, researchers to date have not recommended a procedure for the use of ordinary iodine solutions for thyroid protection. Potassium iodide, when obtained in the crystalline reagent form and used as recommended above on pages 114 and 115, is safe, inexpensive, and easy to administer. Prudent individuals should obtain and keep ready for use an adequate supply of potassium iodide well in advance of a crisis. Book page 117. Copyright 2000 Nuclear War Survival Skills. Also see the New Expedient Shelter book. Requires the DJVU plugin. NWSS Contents. Cover. Edition Notes. Table of Contents Book Order Form Forward. About the Author Acknowledgements Introduction. Ch. 1. The Dangers. Ch. 2. Warnings and Ch. 3. Psychologic. Ch. 4. Evacuation. Ch. 5. Shelter. Ch. 6. Ventilation. Ch. 7. Protection. Ch. 8. Water. Ch. 9. Food. Ch. 10. Fallout raw. Ch. 11. Light. Ch. 12. Shelter saw. Ch. 13. Surviving. Ch. 14. Expedient shelter furnishings. Ch. 15. Improvised. Ch. 16. Minimum PR. Ch. 17. Permanent. Ch. 18. Trans-Pachi. App. Instructio. App. 8.1. Door COV. App. 8.2. Pole COV. App. 8.3. Small PO. App. 8.4. Abovegrow. App. 8.5. Abovegrow. App. 8.6. Above GR. App. B. How to mock. App. C. A. Homemade. App. D. Expedient. App. E. How to mock. App. F. Providing. Selected references. Selected index. Graphics. Nuclear War Survival Skills Mail Home. Ch. 14. Expedient shelter furnishings. Importance of adequate furnishings throughout history. How to hang the hammock. Top previous next. Importance of adequate furnishings. Throughout history, people have endured being crowded together while living and sleeping on hard surfaces. In times of war and privation, people have lived in such conditions for much longer periods than would be necessary for shelter occupancy due to fallout. 42 Realistic basement shelter occupancy tests conducted by research contractors for the U.S. Office of Civil Defense, now the Federal Emergency Management Agency, have shown that modern Americans can live and sleep for 2 weeks on a concrete floor. In some of these tests, only 8 square feet of floor space was provided for each person. Only pieces of corrugated cardboard 3/16 inch thick lessened the hardship of sleeping and sitting on concrete. 13. Nevertheless, shelters should be adequately furnished whenever possible, for these reasons. Degree more people can occupy a properly furnished shelter for weeks, if necessary if adequate additional ventilation is supplied for the additional occupants. Degree cleanliness, health, and morale are better if well-designed furnishings are used. More serious complications than discomfort are likely to result if occupants have to huddle together on a bare floor, especially if the floor is damp earth. Degree persons occupying a shelter made relatively comfortable by its furnishings are more likely to stay in the shelter long enough to avoid dangerous exposure to fallout radiation. Chairs, benches, and bunks. The father of the previously described Utah family of 6 knew that the members of his family would be most uncomfortable and probably would have sore backs if they spent the required 72 hours of continuous shelter occupancy huddled on the floor. Their shelter room was only 3-1/2 a foot wide and L6-1/2 a foot long. So this family took with them from home 4 folding chairs and 2 pieces of plywood, each 21 inches wide by 6 feet long, tied as part of the load on top of the family car. 4 small wooden boxes served as food containers during the drive to the shelter building site. In the shelter, the boxes were used to support the ends of 2 narrow plywood bunks, figure 14.1. The family's system of sleeping and sitting in shifts worked reasonably well. There were discomforts. The adults found the 2 plywood bunks too narrow, and the plywood was so hard that all the family members used their sleeping bags for padding rather than for needed warmth on chilly nights. The father and oldest son, whose turn to sleep was during normal waking hours, had trouble sleeping in such a small shelter while the lively 4-year-old son was awake. Note that in the shelter pictured in figure 14.1 the earth walls are covered with plastic from trash bags. Covering earth walls with plastic or bed sheets makes for a cleaner shelter, with less earth falling in the faces of people who sleep on the floor. Bed sheets on the walls make a shelter brighter, but are flammable and a potential fire hazard. The plastic film prevented the earth walls from drying and crumbling as a result of the hot, dry desert air pumped through the shelter during the day. Book page 118. Figure 14.1. Bunks and folding chairs furnished this pole-covered trench shelter. Note the suspended transistor radio. Reception is good in all types of expedient shelters tested to date. Figure 14.2. Benches with overhead bunks in a skillfully designed small pole shelter of Russian design. 3 rural families in a wooded area of Tennessee built this expedient blast shelter in 48 hours, including the time spent felling trees and making furnishings. Benches with overhead wooden bunks are shown in Figure 14.2. These were installed in a small pole shelter 6 feet wide with a ceiling almost 7 feet high. A well-designed expedient shelter should be as small as practical, with all space used very efficiently. The builders should make the heights and widths of benches and bunks as specified in the detailed shelter drawings, such as those for the small pole shelter given in Appendix A.3. Serious difficulties can result from failure to use specific dimensions that may appear unimportant. For example, in field tests at Fort Bragg, NC, 48 airborne infantrymen, working only with hand tools, cut pine trees and built two 24-man small pole shelters in less than 24 hours. 43 The men did not think it necessary to use the specific dimensions when they made the furnishings. As a result, they built the benches too high and the overhead bunks too far below the ceilings. This error forced the men to sit for hours in hunched positions. Even these able-bodied young men would have developed very sore backs and would have wanted very much to leave their shelters if they had been forced to sit in a bent-over position for days. Figure 14.2 shows a good example of the importance of using dimensions which have been thoroughly field-tested when building essential parts of a shelter. Note the small air exhaust opening above the girl lying on the overhead bunk at one end of the shelter. Book page 119. This opening led to a small, chimney-like, air exhaust duct made of boards, with its cross-sectional area as specified in Russian civil defense handbooks for natural ventilation of small expedient shelters. With such a small air exhaust opening only 4 square inches 10 square centimeters per person, a fully occupied shelter of this size would soon become dangerously overheated in warm or hot weather, even though a good low-pressure expedient shelter ventilating pump, a KAF or a directional fan, were to be used. A much larger air exhaust opening is needed. See Appendix A.3. Bedsheet, hammock and chair. On the last night of the Utah family's shelter stay, it was clear that the 6 members would win the cash bonus offered them for their 72-hour occupancy of the shelter starting immediately after they completed building it. Therefore, the author showed them that night how to make boat-shaped hammocks out of bedsheets. Any strong cloth of the right size can be used. They were shown how to hang these short, yet stable, hammocks securely from poles of the shelter roof. With 3 members sleeping in hammocks, 2 on the plywood bunks, and 1 on the floor, all 6 could sleep at the same time. Figure 14.3 shows part of this sleeping arrangement. Figure 14.3. Girl resting in a boat-shaped hammock. Her brother slept on the upper bunk of their 3-1/2 ft wide trench shelter. In a shelter this size without bunks, hanging 4 short hammocks at slight angles to the length of the trench would permit 4 occupants to sleep comfortably. An additional 2 persons could sleep on the floor. In the Utah family's shelter, the floor was made comfortable by covering the damp earth with pieces of polyethylene cut from trash bags, then placing strips of shag rug over the plastic. In shelters with ceilings at least 6 feet high, 1 hammock can be hung above another. In a small pole shelter that is 6 feet wide, a greater number of people can sleep or sit comfortably at the same time if bedsheet hammocks and bedsheet chairs are used rather than benches or a combination of benches and overhead bunks. Figure 14.4 shows how bedsheet hammocks can be used like double-deck bunks. Figure 14.4. Bedsheet hammocks hung one above the other across the room of a Russian-type small pole shelter made of lumber. Detailed instructions for making a bedsheet hammock and a bedsheet chair are given at the end of this chapter. Book page 120. In an evacuation during a real crisis, carrying comfortable folding chairs and the materials to make wooden bunks would not be advisable. If the family car were loaded instead with an equivalent weight of additional food and clothing, the members' prospects of surviving would be improved. But in an actual crisis evacuation, a family planning to occupy a shelter with a strong roof should take along a bedsheet for each member. The other lightweight items described in the instructions for making a bedsheet hammock and a bedsheet chair also should be carried. By following the instructions at the end of this chapter, a comfortable hammock can be made and quickly converted to a comfortable suspended chair when not needed for sleeping. Hammocks hung high off the floor and above other sleepers must be strong, securely suspended, and cupped so that it is impossible to fall out accidentally. This is why the instructions emphasize using a double thickness of bedsheet and folding the cloth so as to make the hammock boat-like, with high sides. In a cold shelter, keeping warm in a hammock is somewhat difficult. Easily compressible materials, such as those used in a sleeping bag, are squeezed so thin under a person's body that they lose most of their insulating value. Pads of newspapers about an inch thick, protected by cloth coverings, will reduce heat losses. The best insulation is a quilt, fastened to the underside of a hammock by attaching it with rows of stitches every few inches and at right angles to each other. Figure 14.5 shows a bedsheet hammock that had been quickly converted into a bedsheet chair and hung near a shelter wall. It occupies less than half the floor space used by the two hammocks shown in the preceding illustration. If a reclining seat is desired, the two support points on the ceiling to which the chair arm cords are attached can be located farther out from the wall. Enough padding material should be placed in the bowl-shaped seat of a bedsheet chair to make it rather flat. Extra clothing or a folded blanket can be used. The three cords suspending the chair should be adjusted for length so that the sitter's feet can rest on the floor and the edge of the chair seat does not press on the undersides of his thighs. Such pressure cuts off circulation. During the London Blitz of World War XI, many of the people who sat night after night in shelters on folding chairs with canvas seats developed serious leg conditions. Authorities later prohibited bringing such chairs into shelters. Caution. To prevent skin infections and other diseases from spreading, a person's hammock or chair should not be used by others. This precaution is particularly important if the shelter is hot and its occupants are sweaty. Figure 14.5. A bedsheet hammock converted into a comfortable suspended bedsheet chair. How to make a bedsheet hammock and convert it to a suspended bedsheet chair. 1. Purpose. To enable more people to occupy a shelter more comfortably. 2. Advantages. The hammock can be made in a few minutes, once you have the materials and the know-how. Book page 121. The only materials required are a strong double bed sheet, or an equally large piece of any strong fabric, a few feet of rope, or a piece of strong fabric from which expedient, rope, can be made quickly, a few large nails, and some wire. It is difficult to fall out of the hammock because its sides are each made about 8 inches shorter than its lengthwise midsection. 50 is to produce a boat-like shape. It provides room for head and shoulders close to either end. Thus it is practical to hang this hammock between supports that are as close together as 6 feet. See figure 14.6. Before beginning work, someone should read aloud all of the instructions for making the hammock. This will help to avoid mistakes. Figure 14.6. The author lying in a bedsheet hammock. Note that he is pulling the operating cord of a homemade shelter ventilating pump, a cap. Making a bedsheet hammock. How to fold and tie the bed sheet. 1. Select a strong double bed sheet, one containing polyester is best, and use a ruler or tape measure to avoid guessing at measurements. 2. Fold the bedsheet lengthwise down its center line, so that pairs of corners are together. 3. With the sheet folded, mark the center of each of the 2 folded ends, then hold one end up. 4. Starting at one corner of one end of the folded bedsheet, make accordion-like pleats. Make each pleat about 2 inches wide. Make the left corner of each pleat about 1 inch lower than the left corner of the preceding pleat, when the sheet is being held as illustrated. Use your left hand to hold the completed pleats in place, while making new pleats with your right hand. Illustration ORNLDWG77, 17387 book page 122. 5. When one half of the upper end of the sheet has been folded into pleats almost to the center mark, adjust the pleats so that the center mark is about 4 inches below the starting corner. 6. Continue making 2-inch pleats on past the center mark, but make the right corner of each pleat about 1 inch higher than the right corner of the preceding pleat. When the pleat folding is completed, the starting corner and the other corner should be at the same height, 4 inches, above the center mark. 7. Tie the hammock supporting rope tightly around the end of the sheet about 3 inches below the edge with the center mark. If a rope strong enough to support at least the weight of 2 men is not available, make an expedient rope, by tearing a 16-inch wide strip from a sheet or other strong cloth and then rolling this strip crosswise to its length to make a tight roll several feet long. Then tie string or small strips of cloth about 1 inch wide around it, spaced 4 to 6 inches apart, to keep the rolled-up cloth from unrolling. 8. Bend the pleat folded end of sheet downward around the hammock rope, so that the knot of the hammock rope is uppermost. 9. To keep the sheet from being pulled through the encircling hammock rope, bind the doubled over end of the sheet with cord, or with narrow strips of cloth, about 1 inch below the rope. Tie the binding cord at least 4 times around, knotting it each time around. Figure PG 122, 3-part illustration, ORNLDWG 77-1739010. Repeat the procedure 4 through 9 with the other end of the double folded sheet, thus producing a boat-shaped hammock with its 2 sides each about 8 inches shorter than its lengthwise center section. Book page 123. Top previous next. How to hang the hammock. 1. To suspend a hammock from a strong wooden roof such as the poles of a polycovered trench shelter, drive 2 strong nails, at least 3-1/2 inch long, into the wood at approximately 450 angles, crossing and touching each other. Bind the 2 nails together with wire. To prevent a hammock rope from being rubbed directly against fixed metal, make a loose loop of strong wire, best if doubled, through the crossed nails. Tie the hammock rope to this free-moving wire loop. 2. To suspend the hammock from a wooden wall, use the same type of crossed nails supports, with the nails driven in one above the other. 3. For comfort and safety, hang the hammock with the head end 18 inches higher than the center and with the foot end 24 inches higher than the center. 4. To make sure that the hammock is strong enough, 2 persons should place their open hands on its centerline and put all of their weight on the hammock. 5. To suspend hammocks and hammock chairs from a pole roof that is not being built under fear of immediate attack, use loops of strong wire around the poles at the planned support points. The correct placement of wire loops takes considerable time and delays completion of the shelter. To reduce stresses and possible breakage, the loops should be loose, as illustrated. Figure PG 123 AB ORNLDWG 77-17394 Book page 124. Making a suspended bedsheet chair. A bedsheet hammock may be quickly converted into a comfortable suspended bedsheet chair so that a shelter occupant can sit comfortably, yet occupy less floor space during the daytime. Follow these steps. 1. Select one end of the hammock to be the top of the back of the chair. 2. From this end, measure 52 inches, 4 feet 4 in. Along each side edge of the hammock, see sketch, and mark these 2 spots. 3. About 2-1/2 inch in from these 2 marks, toward the centerline of the hammock, make 2 more marks. Figure PG 124 AB 2 illustrations ORNLDWG 77-18432, ORNLDWG 77-173954. To make an attachment point for a chair, arm, hold a pebble, or a lump of earth, under one of these last marks, pull the double-thickness cloth tight around the pebble, and tie it in place. See illustration. Repeat on the other side edge of the hammock. 5. Tie the end of one rope, or rope, made of 10-inch wide strip of strong cloth, to one attachment point, and the end of another rope to the other attachment point. 6. Suspend the top of the back of the chair to a suspension point on the ceiling at least 4 inches out from the wall, and adjust the length of this suspending rope so that the chair arms will be about the same height from the floor as the arms of an easy chair, see sketch. 7. Suspend the arms of the chair from 2 suspension points 20 inches apart and 20 inches farther out from the wall than the suspension point of the back of the chair. Study the illustration. 8. Fold the unused end of the hammock up and back into the seat of the chair. Fill the hollow of the seat with coats, a blanket, or anything else soft, to make it comfortable. 9. Adjust the lengths of all 3 suspending ropes so that the chair seat is the right height for the person sitting in it. When both feet are flat on the floor, the front edge of the seat should not press against the undersides of the thighs. 10. To simplify repeated conversion of the hammock to a chair, mark the spot on each of the 3 suspending ropes where each is tied to its suspension point on the ceiling, Also mark the spot on each suspending rope for a chair arm where each is tied to its suspension point on a chair arm. If enough light rope or strong cord is available, the easiest and quickest way to connect and disconnect the arm supports is to suspend each arm with a double strand of rope, looped around an attachment point as illustrated by the sketch of the attachment point. Book page 125. Copyright 2000 Nuclear War Survival Skills. Also see the New Expedient Shelter book. Requires the DJVU plugin. NWSS Contents. Cover. Addition Notes. Table of Contents Book Order Form Forward. About the Author Acknowledgements Introduction. Ch. 1. The Dangers. Ch. 2. Warnings and Ch. 3. Psychologic. Ch. 4. Evacuation. Ch. 5. Shelter. Th. Ch. 6. Ventilation. Ch. 7. Protection. Ch. 8. Water. Ch. 9. Food. Ch. 10. Fallout raw. Ch. 11. Light. Ch. 12. Shelter saw. Ch. 13. Surviving. Ch. 14. Expedient. Ch. 15. Improvised clothing and protective items. Ch. 16. Minimum PR. Ch. 17. Permanent. Ch. 18. Trans-Pachi. App. Instructio. App. 8.1. Door COV. App. 8.2. Pole COV. App. 8.3. Small PO. App. 8.4. AboveGrow. App. 8.5. AboveGrow. App. 8.6. AboveGR. App. B. How to Mock. App. C. A. Homemade. App. D. Expedient. App. E. How to Mock. App. F. Providing. Selected references. Selected index. Graphics. Nuclear War Survival Skills Mail Home. Ch. 15. Improvised clothing and protective items. Basic principles of cold weather clothing. If Americans would learn to use skillfully the ordinary clothing. Clothing to protect against beta burns if fresh and very radioactive fallout particles remain for long on the skin or extremely close to the skin. Top previous next. Basic principles of cold weather clothing. If Americans would learn to use skillfully the ordinary clothing, towels, cloth, newspapers, and paper bags in their homes, they could keep warm enough to stay healthy even under much colder conditions than they believe endurable. Without specialized outdoor winter clothing. Efficient cold weather clothing can be improvised if the following ways of conserving body heat are understood and used. Degree trap. Dead air. Covering enough of your body with a thick layer of trapped dead air is the basic requirement for keeping warm. Figure 15.1 shows how efficient body insulation works. Both the air warmed by close contact with the skin and the water vapor from evaporated perspiration flow outward into the insulating material. Any material that breaks up and separates air into spaces no more than 1/8 inch. Figure 15.1 Efficient body insulation. ORNLDWG77-18426 across has efficient cells of dead air. Air that is within 1/16 inch of any surface, whether that of a filament of goose down or of a piece of paper, is slowed down by sticking to that surface and becoming hard to move. Trapped dead air moves outward very slowly, carrying heat away from the body at a slow rate, thus minimizing heat losses by convection. Degree use windbreaker materials. An outer windbreaker layer of clothing that is essentially airtight, such as a brown paper bag worn over a knit wool cap, prevents the escape of warmed air and results in an insulating layer of trapped dead air. A single layer of good windbreaker material also prevents cold outside air from being blown into the insulating material and displacing warmed air. Figure 15.1. The best windbreaker materials permit very little air to pass through them, while at the same time they allow water vapor to escape. Perspiration that cannot be felt or seen on cool skin continually evaporates, forming warm water vapor close to the skin. This moisture escapes outward through good insulating and windbreaker materials. As a result, underlying body insulation remains dry and efficient. Water vapor can pass readily through many sheets of newspaper or unglazed brown paper, although not enough wind can flow through a single sheet to be felt. Degree: prevent excessive heat losses by conduction. Body heat also is lost by conduction, the direct flow of heat into a colder material. For example, if one sleeps in an excellent goose-down sleeping bag laid directly on cold ground, body weight will compress the down to a small fraction of an inch. This barrier to heat flow is too thin and will cause the body to lose heat rapidly to the cold earth. Likewise, the soles of ordinary shoes are such poor insulators that standing or walking on frozen ground sometimes results in frozen feet. Book page 126. Minimizing heat losses from head and neck. The head and neck of the girl pictured in figure 15.2 are insulated almost as well as if she were wearing the hood of a skin side-out Eskimo parka. She folded a large, fluffy bath towel and placed it over her head, neck, and the upper part of her body. A brown paper bag was worn over the towel. The edges of the face hole cut in the bag were taped to prevent tearing. A strip of cloth was tied around the part of the bag over her neck. Such a parka-like covering not only is the most efficient way to insulate the head and neck but also prevents air warmed by the body from escaping upward around the neck. The girl also is wearing a man's shirt large enough to cover and hold thick newspaper insulation around her body and arms. Figure 15.2. A bath towel and a paper bag used to efficiently insulate head, neck, and shoulders. It is very important to prevent heat losses from the head and neck, which have many blood vessels near the skin surface. Heat losses from these vital parts cannot be sensed nearly as well as heat losses from other parts of the body. Furthermore, blood vessels near the surface in the head and neck do not automatically constrict to reduce heat losses, as they do in other parts of the body when heat is being lost faster than it can be supplied by metabolism. So when a person is in the cold, particularly when inactive, he should keep his hands, feet, and whole body warmer by insulating his head and neck very well. One difficulty in following this advice is that a well-covered head often will feel unpleasantly warm, even sweaty, before one's body temperature rises enough to increase the warming flow of blood to hands and feet. Insulating the whole body. Occupants of freezing cold shelters can keep warm enough to sleep without blankets by skillfully using ordinary indoor clothing plus paper and pieces of cloth to insulate their whole bodies. The girls pictured in figure 15.3 slept without a blanket in a frozen door-covered trench shelter while the night temperature outdoors dropped to 100 F. The shelter's ventilation openings were adjusted so that the inside temperature remained a few degrees below freezing, to prevent frozen earth from melting into icy mud. These girls had insulated themselves well. First, they covered their cotton shirts and pants with 10 thicknesses of newspaper wrapped around their bodies and tied with strips of cloth. Then around each arm and leg they wrapped and tied 8 sheets of newspaper, thus insulating their limbs with at least 16 thicknesses. Figure 15.3. Girls wearing expedient clothing are prepared for sleeping in the freezing cold trench shelter. Book page 127. As an outer covering over their legs, they wrapped wide strips torn from a bedsheet. Their expedient foot coverings were of the type described in a following paragraph. Their heads and necks were insulated with towels covered with brown paper bags. Old cotton raincoats allowed water vapor to pass through and helped hold in place the insulating newspapers, which extended to cover the girls' bare hands. The girls slept on newspapers spread about an inch thick over the gravel floor of the trench. When sleeping on cold or frozen ground, it is best to place newspapers or other insulation on top of a layer of small limb tips or brush, so that drying air can circulate under the bedding. A sheet of plastic under bedding will keep it from being dampened by a wet floor but will not prevent it from being dampened after a few days by condensed water vapor from the sleeper's body. Newspaper and other paper through which water vapor can pass are such good windbreaker materials that they can be used under any loose-fitting outer garment, even one through which air can pass quite readily. They also provide good insulation. Figure 15.4 shows the author coming out of an icy shelter at sunup. Many thicknesses of newspaper covered my body and arms and extended like cuffs from my sleeves. A porous cotton bathrobe covered the newspapers and helped hold them in place. Because so little heat was lost through this clothing, plenty of warm blood continued to flow to my bare hands, ridding my body of excess heat by radiation. Improvised winter footwear. Cold weather footwear that is warmer than all but the best insulated winter boots can be improvised readily. The trick is learning how to tie the several insulating layers securely in place, so that you could hike for miles in the snow if necessary. For use in dry snow, first tie a porous insulating layer such as 2 bath towels or 10 big sheets of newspaper over each shoe. If you have no low-heeled shoes, make a paper sole by folding 3 large newspaper sheets to make a sole that has 72 thicknesses of paper. Then proceed in the following manner. 1. Place your foot and the sole on 10 newspaper sheets, as pictured in Figure 15.5. Figure 15.4. The author emerges after a night's sleep in freezing cold temperatures inside a car over trench shelter. Expedient clothing, primarily newspaper insulation, kept him warm without a blanket. Book page 128. 2. Fold all the sheets over the top of your foot while keeping the sole in the proper place, as indicated in Figure 15.5. 3. Use a strip of cloth about 3 inches wide and 5 feet long to tie the papers in front of your ankle with a single overhand knot, half of a square knot. With the same strip, tie another single overhand knot over the tendon behind the ankle. Finally, tie a bow knot in front of the ankle. 4. Cover the insulating layer with a tough fabric, such as canvas or burlap sack material. Secure with a second strip of cloth and tie as described above. If the snow is wet, place a piece of strong plastic film or coated fabric outside the insulating layer, after securing it with the first strip of cloth. The outer protective covering should be tied over the waterproofing, with the second strip of cloth securing both it and the waterproofing. When resting or sleeping in a dry place, remove any moisture-proof layer in the foot coverings, to let your feet dry. Figure 15.6 shows a test subject's waterproofed expedient foot covering, held in place as described above, after a 2-mile hike in wet snow. His feet were warm, and he had not stopped to tighten or adjust the cloth strips. Figure 15.6. Expedient waterproofed foot covering, over a newspaper sole and other newspaper insulation. Persons who have not worked outdoors in icy weather seldom realize the importance of warm footwear for winter. Russian civil defense manuals direct urban citizens to take winter boots with them when they evacuate, even in summer. Figure 15.5. Insulating a foot with a folded newspaper sole and 10 sheets of newspaper. Book page 129. Keeping warm without fire. Degree if occupants of a cold room or shelter lack adequate clothing and bedding, all should lie close together. Degree always place some insulating material between your body and a cold floor. Pieces of shag rug are excellent. Plastic film should be placed under the insulating material if the ground is damp. Degree go to bed or put on all your body insulation before you begin to feel cold. Once the loss of body heat causes blood vessels in your hands and feet to constrict, it often is hard to get these vessels to return to normal dilation again. Degree do not jump up and down or wave your arms to get or to keep warm. The wind chill factor is a measure of air movement over your skin. Rapid body movements always cause some such air movement. If practical, lie down and cover up. Then do muscular tension exercises by repeatedly tightening all your muscles so tight that you tremble. Degree prevents sweating and the dampening of insulation by taking off or opening up clothing as you begin to exercise, before you begin to sweat. Degree if you are getting cold, don't smoke. Nicotine causes blood vessels to constrict and the flow of blood to hands and feet to be reduced. Degree don't drink an alcoholic beverage to warm yourself. Alcohol causes increased blood flow close to the skin surface, resulting in rapid loss of body heat. It is impossible for alcohol to make up for such loss for very long. Rainwear. All that is needed to make serviceable, improvised rainwear is waterproof material and waterproof tape. Plastic film from large trash bags will do. 4mm polyethylene is better. Tough, lightweight, coated fabric is best. Fabric duct tape is the best widely available tape. Figure 15.7 shows a pair of improvised rain chaps. Rain chaps are separate leg coverings, each with a loop to suspend it from one's belt and usually made large enough to be pulled on and off over the shoes and trousers. Rain chaps are better than waterproof trousers for working or walking while wearing a poncho or raincoat, because body movements cause drying air to be literally pumped under the chaps. This air keeps trousers and legs dry, and therefore warmer. Figure 15.7. Improvised rain chaps made of trash bag polyethylene and freezer tape. In the same way, a poncho or rain cape will allow plenty of air to reach the garments under them while one is working. When exercise is stopped, clothing underneath will stay dry and warm for some time. Sandals. Shoes are almost always in short supply for years following a disastrous war. Except in very cold weather, sandals can be made to serve quite well. The best sandal designs for hard work and serious walking have a strap around the heel and in front of the ankle, with no thong between the toes. Figure 15.8. Figure 15.8. A Ho Chi Minh sandal, excellent Vietnamese expedient footwear. Rubber bands cut from an inner tube have been inserted into a sole of auto tire tread. Book page 130. Such sandals also have the advantage of enabling one to wear socks and other foot insulation inside the straps. Top previous next. Clothing to protect against beta burns. If fresh and very radioactive fallout particles remain for long on the skin or extremely close to the skin, beta burns result. Any clothing that keeps fallout off the skin helps greatly. The best expedient protection is given by an outer layer of easily removable clothing similar to the improvised rainwear previously described, but fully covering the hair and neck and providing plastic trousers instead of chaps. Removable shoe coverings are highly advisable. All such protective coverings should be removed before entering a shelter, or removed in the entryway before going into the shelter room. If a person has fallout particles on clothing that he must continue to wear, he should vigorously brush his outer clothing before entering a shelter room. If fallout particles are washed off, rinsed off, or otherwise removed from the skin within a few minutes, no beta burns will result. A few days after a nuclear explosion, fallout particles are not radioactive enough to cause beta burns. In areas of heavy fallout, the danger from external doses of gamma radiation from fallout on the ground will continue much longer than will the risk of beta burns from some of these same fallout particles. The gamma rays given off by fallout particles brought into a shelter on clothing or bodies would subject shelter occupants to gamma doses so small as to be of no significance by wartime standards. Nor would shelter occupants be endangered by radiation from the body of a person who, before reaching shelter, had received a gamma dose large enough to kill him many times over. Except in science fiction stories, the body of such a person does not become radioactive. Fallout masks. For the majority of Americans in most fallout areas, means for filtering fallout particles out of the air they breathe would not be essential survival equipment. 18. Most fallout particles tiny enough to enter one's lungs would fall to earth so slowly that they would reach ground thousands of miles away from the explosions. By then, radioactive decay would make them much less dangerous, and their deposition would be spread out over much of the Earth. In past years, American endangering Soviet warheads typically were between 20 and 1 megaton. Explosions this large would inject almost all fallout particles into the stratosphere, high above rain clouds. Today, thousands of deployed Soviet ICBM warheads are between 550 and 100 kilotons. See Jane's Weapons Systems, 1987-88. Both surface bursts and air bursts of today's smaller warheads would inject most of their radioactive particles into the troposphere, from whence rainouts and snowouts would bring huge numbers of even tiny particles to Earth in hot spots, scattered across America. Persons living in dry, windy areas often wear dust masks and goggles to protect their noses and eyes from dust and sand particles. If fallout particles are mixed with dust and sand that is being blown into a shelter, then persons in windy areas who occupy small below-ground expedient shelters should cover their noses and mouths with several thicknesses of towels or other cloth. Those who have dust masks should wear them, especially when working outside in dry, windy weather soon after fallout deposition. Other than whole-body exposure to gamma rays, the main danger to well-informed people would be from possible beta burns caused by fresh hot fallout particles that would collect in nasal passageways, and from swallowed fallout particles. Much of the material continually eliminated from the nose and throat is swallowed. In some fallout hot spots, a secondary danger would be breathing extremely small, hot fallout particles into one's lungs, after a rainout of tiny fallout particles from fallout clouds produced by today's typical kiloton-range Soviet warheads. In some areas, hot particles would be dried and blown about by the winds within hours of their deposition in rain showers. Making a homemade dust and fallout mask is still not a high-priority survival project. In normal times, it is better to buy and store good masks and goggles. The following instructions for making a homemade mask are an improved design based on a Russian design, figure 15.9. This mask is the best of several. Figure 15.9. A Russian-type homemade fallout mask. For most Americans this will continue to be a low-priority item as long as Russian warheads are large. ORNLDWG78-11921 book page 131. Homemade types, and the following instructions for making and using it have been field tested. An individually fitted fallout mask. Materials needed. 1. 3 rectangular pieces of fluffy toweling, terry cloth preferred, each piece approximately 12 x 15 inches, or use 10 men's handkerchiefs. 2. Elastic. The best expedient elastic is from the waistband of a man's undershorts. 3. Clear plastic, from a photo album, billfold, plastic storm window, etc. 4. Sewing materials. Measurements. 1. Tie a string vertically around your head and face, passing it 1/2 inch in front of each of your ears and making it quite tight. 2. Tie a second string horizontally around your head, crossing your forehead 11/4 of an inch above the top of your eye sockets. These two strings should cross each other at points X and X1, over your temples. 3. Measure the distance X to X1 across your forehead and the distance X to X1 going under your chin, around your lower jaw and next to your throat, as indicated by figure 15.9. Construction. 1. Cut out 3 pieces of terry cloth, making the width of each piece equal to X to X1, the curved distance across your forehead, and the height of each piece equal to the distance X to Y plus 1/2 inch, that is, equal to half the distance X to X1, measured under your chin, plus 1/4 inch. See figure 15.9. 2. Cut the lower edge of each piece as illustrated. 3. Stitch the 3 pieces of terry cloth together, one on top of the other, thus making the mask 3 layers thick. Stitch around all 4 edges of the cloth rectangle and down the centerline. 4. Mark and cut out the eye holes, as illustrated. Make the mask's dimensions smaller for children. 5. Cut 1 rectangle of clear plastic measuring S 2 by 21/4 of an inch, and sew this plastic over the outside of the eye holes, stitching the plastic around its edges and down the centerline. 6. Fold the 3 pieces along their vertical centerline and stitch the lower side together, along the upper stitch line Y to Y1. Stitch 2 inch from the lower edge. Then sew a second row of stitches. 7. Sew on the elastic headbands, making them short enough to hold the mask tightly around your face. If the elastic is from the waistband of a man's undershorts, use a doubled elastic both over the top of your head and around the back of your head. Make these elastic pieces so short that you can just put all your fingers comfortably between the elastic and your head when the pieces are fully stretched. If using a weaker elastic, be sure to adjust the lengths to a tight fit, to prevent air leaks under the edges of the mask. Because of the thickness of material where the elastics are connected to the upper corners of the mask, it may be necessary to do this stitching by hand. 8. To keep fallout particles off your head and neck, sew a loose-fitting piece of bedsheet cloth, not illustrated, to the edges of the mask that fit around your face. This cloth should extend back over your head and down over your collar, over which it can be tied. Use. Put on the mask by first placing it over your chin, then pulling the back elastic down.